or whether you saw something else.
I understand what you're saying now. So I was intermittently looking over, and during that period of time, there was times where I would just see her chin down, eyes closed. I would look back, and it would be that way, and then I would see her startle with her head up.
So you're not in a position to tell the court the length of time that you observed her to have her chin down with her eyes closed? Meaning,
Continuous? No, sir.
all right, you don't know whether that was for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 minutes, you can't say.
Correct.
You just essentially noticed it a couple of times.
Correct.
And by a couple, 2 to 3, is that fair?
I'd say 4 to 5.
Okay. And of those 4 to 5 times, half
Actually,
of
the
them were
cutting's
you saw
over.
her
It
with her
just-
chin
it just
down and
completed.
She didn't make a response.
can see
and
that
half
here.
of them were when she had her chin.
No,
You saw
right.
her make this what you've called a startled reaction up.
Yes, sir.
Would that be a fair estimate?
That would be fair, yes.
And the times that you saw her with her
It's
chin
day
down
8
and eyes
already. Closing
closed,
arguments are later. What the?
again
We
just
missed
a
everything, bro.
brief
Why do you not
glance, you
tell me
want-
this sooner?
dialed in, focusing on her. Agreed?
Yes,
You agree with that?
I do agree.
I had a week off
Nothing
too, right? I could have streamed all of it.
So the 4 or 5 times, is that when you saw the head jerk?
It was both. At times I would look over and she just chin down, eyes closed. And then I would look over again and I would see that and then see the head jerk.
Yeah, it was in the
Did you see
description that it
that
was for a
for-
trial, and the video was a couple of days old, so I was
What-
like,
what
let me check
period
if
of
this is
time
still ongoing. Holy
approximately
shit,
From when you first noticed that,
it's ongoing.
was it half-hour period of time, 45 minutes, hour?
Approximately over an hour.
Were there, when you looked over, if you recall, was it one of those 2 states, or were there several times where you looked over and she did appear to be alert?
Those were the only times that I had looked over.
So when you looked over during that period, it was either chin down or startling awake,
Yes,
nothing else?
You said it was only during the playing of the video. Agreed?
yes,
You understand that the video was less than an hour, correct?
approximately an hour, yes, sir.
It's about 50 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So based upon that, you couldn't have been observing this for over an hour. Agreed?
I object that we played it for 56 minutes.
The record's,
56 minutes.
it wasn't over an hour. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
And you can't tell the judge during those 56 minutes when you made the first observation. Agreed?
Agreed.
So you don't know if it was 15 minutes into the video, 30 minutes into the video. You can't say.
I cannot give an exact time, no, sir.
And all you do is, you said you saw it about this 4 or 5 times, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And you're not in a position to say whether her head was down for any continuous period of time. Agreed?
Agree.
That's all, Judge.
Thank you, Detective.
Thanks,
Next
Judge.
down. Is there anything else you want to say in support of your motion?
Judge, the video is obviously very important for the state's case. It was only played once. Clearly, we don't have enough time to play it again in closing, given the length of it. That would be our entire closing argument. Both sides are entitled to a fair trial with an attentive jury. So I think I ask that the court strike juror 4021 as one of the alternates.
Mr. Nelson?
I don't think they've established a factual basis that she was sleeping. I think that there's reason to believe, but I don't think that they've established a factual basis of that.
I tend to agree. There are some clues to suggest that the juror may have been nodding off, but there's certainly nothing conclusive, certainly nothing that would allow me to make such a significant finding. I'll say, for my part, I was scanning the juror from time to time during the playing of the video as well. And my eyes were not fixed on them the entire time, obviously, because I'm trying to pay attention to the video, but I also was watching the jurors. I did not notice anything that would suggest somebody was sleeping. I have a different perspective than others. I'm not saying mine's better, it's just different.
Yeah,
did
that's just-
notice, number
that's
of
how it goes
occasions where
usually.
people were
like-
looking down because they were writing on their notes. or they
White
were
nondescript
rubbing their eyes, but
walls.
They weren't sleeping.
And then right behind the judge, this
So I just
fucking
say
wooden.
To point out that
That's
there
weird.
can be other alternative explanations for certain observations. The other point, too, is that even if we did have a sleeping juror, and even if that juror slept the entire presentation of the jail interview, it is a recorded interview. And if that juror ends up being one of the 12, that juror has the ability to request to watch the video. So it's not like live testimony that is lost forever. This juror, if they make it to the deliberation room, has the ability to view the video again and take that into consideration as part of her deliberations. So for those reasons, the request is denied. Is there anything else?
No.
All right. Anything else from the defense?
Just like a break before we get into openings.
We will, yes. All right, let's take a short break. We will resume at
Figures.
8:45.
What time is it now? Okay, 15 minutes. Let's, apparently.
Loud, chaotic confrontation between tubers on the Apple River nearly 2 years ago. He insisted over and over again he reacted to defend himself and protect his own life.
When you felt the pain about your throat, did you see anything that refreshed your memory about what caused that pain to your throat?
After watching the video, yes.
Okay. What happened?
I got hit in the throat.
Do you remember that
hard.
now?
Yes.
If I can. Showing you the slides 2993, 2994.
2 years of a murder
2997.
investigation will do that to
Is
you.
that you?
Yes.
What's happening to you there?
Somebody is going for my throat, squeezing my throat.
Do you remember how that felt?
I felt pain. I couldn't breathe. Scared, afraid.
And showing you the next set of slides here, 2998, 99, and 3000.
Holy shit.
What did you think
I'm
was
not gonna
going
say
to
anything.
happen to you in that moment?
The whole time I felt
America.
like I was going to die, so he,
Yeah, a murder investigation will fuck you up, I think, bro. Let's be honest.
And in response to that, here's slide 3000. Did you
would
do
assume-
something in response to that?
I reached out and stabbed him.
When you used your knife, again, this is open-ended, you can ask it any way you want. Were you trying to kill somebody?
Absolutely not.
I mean,
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to defend myself.
Just trying to defend myself. The charges Miyu now facing have evolved over the last 24 hours.
I know, right?
Prosecutors adding what are called lesser included counts.
I was
to
just
that
thinking the
top
same thing, like,
charge of
whoa,
first-degree
this is
intentional
much better
homicide.
clarity.
A reminder, if this jury convicts on first-degree murder in the state of Wisconsin, Miyu looking at a life sentence. But this jury now also gets to consider second-degree intentional murder, as well as those first and second-degree reckless homicide counts in the stabbing as it relates to Isaac Schumann. Meantime, additional counts have been added into the attempted murder charges involving the four who were stabbed and survived their injuries. Of course, that's A.J. Martin, Riley Madison, as well as the Carlson brothers, Tony and Dante. You can see attempted murder as well as counts of first and second degree recklessly endangering safety. Here is Miyu yesterday answering questions about the stabbings under an intense cross-examination.
Tony Carlson never punched you.
I definitely want to see
Correct.
that.
Correct.
He never kicked you, never pushed you.
The defense did not want that juror struck, so to me that indicates that this is one of the jurors.
Mr. Leo, you've been drinking that day, right?
Yeah, I had a,
And
Like
showing like
beers.
the mark is Exhibit 12A. You recognize that?
yes.
That's the group photo of you folks from the beginning of the river.
Yep,
In fact, you're holding a beer.
correct.
Looks like everybody in your group has some sort of alcoholic beverage.
Looks like it.
You see numerous people in your group with these phone cases around their necks.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And as you're going down the river, you saw lots of people with phone cases around their necks, right?
Mm-hmm.
All day long?
Yeah.
In fact, River's Edge sells or rents out those phone cases, right?
I don't know that.
Did people in your group rent or buy phone cases from the tube rental?
I have no
stand?
idea.
All right. You've testified that you were told to bring the knife before you left your home, right?
Correct.
And the reason for bringing your knife on the river was to cut strings or ropes for the tubes, right?
Correct.
And that was the reason you brought it.
Correct.
In fact, you told the police that after your tubes were tied together, you thought you put your knife back in the car, right?
Correct. Correct.
But in fact, it was in your pocket.
Yes.
Was it in your pocket the whole day?
No.
All right, well, we're gonna get to that. Once the tubes are tied together with the rope,
The inner tubes. I was thinking for a second there. I also was like, huh? Oh yeah, yeah.
and you said that you thought that you put it back in your car, you don't have a reason to have the knife anymore, right? It accomplished its purpose, right?
I didn't know that at the time.
All right. Did you tell the cops, the police, that you didn't think you were going to need it, and that's why you thought you put it in the car?
I may have.
All right. Were you present when Steve Kaufman, who owns River's Edge, testified first day of the trial?
Yes.
And you heard him say that they sell pre-cut cords for $1, right?
Right.
All right. And then, did you see?
Sorry,
in
I'm uploading
picture,
the fucking
when you
video.
got on the river, you were wearing that long sleeve camo shirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
A hat and sunglasses?
Correct.
All right. Ariel's phone was in one of those cases, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
All right, and is it your understanding that those cases are float cases?
That's what I was told.
All right, and you told, in fact, you told Lieutenant Hart that it was in a float case, right?
Correct.
Once the phone disappeared, there was conversation amongst the folks in your group about whether it was even worth it to go look for it, right?
That's what I learned.
And in fact, you were told that they didn't care about the lost phone because they had insurance to cover it, right?
That's what I learned here, but I don't remember that as a conversation.
Nobody asked you to go look for the phone, right?
Correct.
You chose to do that on your own.
I volunteered.
And in fact, members of your group were a little annoyed that you were stopping again so quickly after having been at the hideaway where you'd stopped for lunch.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you hear anybody in your group say, why are we stopping again?
I didn't stop the group.
The group stopped when you decided to go off on your own to look for this phone, right?
Speculation.
Overruled.
Right?
They already stopped. I got off the tube to look for so I didn't stop them.
In any event, you're the one who insisted on looking for it. Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And when you left to go look for the phone, you had your goggles and your snorkel, right? You
let me
knew
close
that
this
the phone
right
was in a
here.
float bag, at least that's what you told police afterwards, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
So the bag,
don't wanna
the
flash
phone, and the
combat
float bag would have
footage
been floating, right?
On Twitch.
Supposedly, yeah.
All right, and so you wouldn't need a snorkel and goggles to find a phone floating on top of the water, right?
I wasn't sure if it was actually floating or not, and never tested it.
All right, well, you would agree that a phone has some weight to it,
Yes.
and if it wasn't a float bag, it would sink to the bottom, right?
Yes.
Where it was dropped.
Correct. Well, or remember, it's a river, so
Sure.
it could have flown down.
The river has current, right?
Right. So it could
If I
have
can
flown.
approach, I'm gonna draw something here.
Yes.
you remember when you met with Lieutenant Hart, you drew a diagram of the river. All right, and this is your group up here at the sandbar, right? This is the boys' group down here. I'll put initials IS for Isaac Schumann, right?
Correct.
This is this is the diagram that you wrote, drew for Lieutenant Hart. The phone was lost over here, right? Instead of looking downstream for it, where the current was going, you went this way, across the current,
No,
to look for the phone. You made contact with Isaac Schumann's group on the other side of the river.
but that's not where I started looking for it, straight across the river.
That's where you ended up making contact with
I
him.
ended up there, but I didn't start there.
All right, the phone would not have floated across the current, right?
Well, I don't know where he lost it. That's where we pulled over. He could have lost it minutes before we even anchored.
So when you testified a minute ago that the phone was lost, where your group was labeled M, now you're changing that story?
In that vicinity,
Again, members of the jury, what the attorneys say is not evidence. Rely on the witness's testimony. Next question, please.
In any event, it's your testimony that you had reason to go over to the south side of the river where Isaac Schumann's group was,
How do I explain this?
to look for a phone. That's your story?
I had reason to search in that area. I didn't know where that phone fell in the water. I don't think even Ariel knew where he lost it. We didn't drop the phone when we anchored. He dropped the phone before we got there.
Fair to say that at that point in the river is 150 feet wide,
Yep,
and Isaac Schumann's group was on the south side of the river?
correct.
Your group's on the north side of the river?
100 feet.
Rather than searching the north side, you went to the south side of the river. Is that fair to say?
I already looked in that area.
That's not what I'm asking. You went over to the south side of the river, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
You did, right?
What was that question
You
again?
went over to the south side of the river to supposedly look for this phone, right?
I ended up there at that point, yes.
And you chose to go over there and look for it, where these boys were.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Oh,
You chose to go over to where these boys were to supposedly look for this phone, right?
chose to look in that area, yes.
There was other areas of the river where these boys weren't located that you could have searched
What
until
are they trying
floated
to get at here?
past,
That he like premeditated this? I went over there to stab people.
right?
I'm not sure
Maybe in
where
other
this
spots.
line of questioning is going.
But you chose to go to that spot.
I didn't even notice those boys there at the time when I was searching.
You were present in court when Eric Williams, who was a member of your group, testified,
Yeah.
right?
Right?
You heard him testify?
Yes,
And you were here when he testified that he had some concerns about you going over to snorkel by this group, Isaac's group?
I heard them.
And one of his concerns is that he thought that they would think you were a predator, right?
Sustained.
He testified that you didn't have your knife in your pocket the whole time, right?
Correct.
When you decided to go snorkel over by Isaac Schumann's group, you had the knife in your pocket.
Yes.
Did you go back to your group and get it?
No, I had the knife. I testified I did not have the knife in my pocket the whole time. When we pulled over there, I fixed my shoes. Then I left it in my pocket.
All right, but somehow, so when you get ready to snorkel,
Yes,
you've taken off your shirt, right?
yes,
Your hat,
yes,
your sunglasses,
correct.
you left the knife in your pocket.
I forgot it in my pocket.
Well, on the video, we can see you touching your knife, right? You knew it was in your pocket.
Well, when you walk, it starts, yeah, but
It has weight,
Right,
right?
yeah.
So you can't forget it's there because it's got weight. correct?
At some point, I forgot I had it in my pocket when, yeah.
You
when
weren't
walk.
gonna, you were not going to need your knife to snorkel and look for a lost phone.
Correct.
Overruled.
You weren't going to need your knife for that task that you set out to do, right?
I wouldn't even need anything.
But you brought it with you anyhow.
It happened to be in my pocket, yes.
When she got over to where Isaac Schumann's group was, they made it readily apparent they did not want you over by them, correct?
That's not true.
They didn't call you names?
Yes, but they asked me what I was looking for. And I thought they were polite people. I said, I'm looking for my lost phone.
They did not want you by them, and they told you that, right?
At some point, yes.
And that's the short video. You turn around and you're walking away, right?
Yes,
But then Joanne Cockfield calls you a raper, right?
yes,
And then you turn around.
yes.
You were angry.
I was not angry.
Oh, you were not angry that someone called you a raper,
No,
all right? You look at Joanne, who's filming you, right?
yeah,
And for some reason, your testimony is that even though many people on the river have these phones and these float cases, you decided that was the phone and you needed to run up and check.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Your testimony earlier was you thought he had the phone, right?
I thought he had the phone, yes.
Right.
I wanted to investigate.
And you, instead of walking up and saying, hey, is that the phone I'm looking for, you ran up on these boys, didn't you?
I ran up and stumbled, and then I fell right by their, yes,
That's my next question. You're claiming now that you stumbled.
yes.
You've never said that before today, ever, to anybody, any law enforcement or anybody else. Right?
But I have seen the videos now.
Well, we're going to,
Opinion you may have about what the law is or ought to be, you must
Their
base
closing
your
instructions. I
verdict
wanna hear the
on
closing
law I
instructions, then
give
we'll go
you in
back to
these
the interview.
instructions.
Or to
Apply
the
that
cross-examination,
law to the
sorry.
facts in the case which
Not
have been
an interview.
properly proven by the evidence.
I mean, technically it's an
Consider
interview,
only
but
the
you know
evidence
what I mean.
received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions, and from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether Mr. Mew is guilty or not guilty, disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. The state filed an information that alleges that Nikolai Mew committed crimes in St. Croix County, Wisconsin, on July 30, 2022. An information is nothing more than a written, formal accusation against a defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against Mr. Mew in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt. In count 1 of the information, Nikolai Mew is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether he is guilty of that offense. If you are not satisfied that Mr. Mew is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, or first-degree reckless homicide,
It is a jury, yes.
or second-degree reckless homicide, which are less serious degrees of criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as first and second-degree intentional homicide and first and second-degree reckless homicide are different degrees of homicide. Homicide is the taking of a life of another human being. The degree of homicide defined by law depends on the facts and the circumstances of each particular case. While the law separates homicides into different types and degrees, there are certain elements that are common. to
While
each
this guy is
crime.
going through his jury instructions,
Both
you want to see something
intentional
really
and
dumb?
reckless homicide require that Mr. Mew caused the death of the victim. First and second degree intentional homicide require the state to prove
What's
the additional
ignore the
fact that Mr.
ignore the
Mew acted
line.
with
What's
intent
wrong
to
with this
kill.
picture?
First and second degree reckless homicide require that Mr. Mew acted recklessly. First-degree reckless homicide.
For
requires
one,
proof of
yeah,
one
the
additional
scope is
element,
backwards.
that the circumstances of Mr. Mew's conduct
What the fuck,
showed utter
bro?
disregard for human life. It
Like,
will also
what?
be important for you to consider the privilege
Do you not
of
notice this when you're
self-defense
looking through it?
in deciding which crime, if any, Mr. Mew has
Yeah, the
committed.
grip is way too far back. It doesn't really matter the way he's holding this
The
because
Criminal Code
it's
of
like an
Wisconsin
M4, right? That
provides
thing has
a
like no
person is
recoil.
privileged to intentionally use force against another for the
I just
purpose
needed
of
to show that
preventing
because
or
that's like one of those
terminating
cursed
what
gun
he reasonably
photos.
believes to be an unlawful interference with his
What the
person.
fuck?
by
That was an
the other
official
person.
Navy photo, apparently.
However, he may
Oops.
intentionally use only such force as he reasonably believes is necessary
They
to
subsequently
prevent or
deleted
terminate
it.
the interference. He may not intentionally use force that is intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The words great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. There is no duty to retreat. However,
Yeah,
in
seriously.
determining whether Mr. Mew reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether Mr. Mew had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether Mr. Mew knew of the opportunity to retreat. You should also consider whether Mr. Mew provoked the attack. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack and who does provoke an attack is not allowed to use or threaten force in self-defense against that attack. However, if the attack that follows causes the person reasonably to believe that he is in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, he may lawfully act in self-defense. But the person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes he has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. As applied to this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is Mr. Mew is not guilty of any homicide offense if he reasonably believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person and reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Mew is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann with the intent to kill and actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, but the belief or the amount of force used was unreasonable. Mr. Mew is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann with the intent to kill and did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Mew is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Mr. Mew is guilty of second-degree reckless homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct. You will be asked to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding whether the elements of first and second-degree
I don't know,
reckless
bro.
homicide are present.
Foreign. That's what it is.
Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to prove all facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding of whether Mr. Mew acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has established the necessary facts to justify a finding of guilty for first or second-degree intentional homicide or for first or second-degree reckless homicide. If the state does not satisfy you that those facts are established by the evidence, you will be instructed to find Mr. Mew not guilty. The facts necessary to constitute each crime will now be defined to you in greater detail. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. In this case, first-degree intentional homicide also requires that Mr. Mew did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Before you may find Mr. Mew guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following elements were present. First, Mr. Mew caused the death of Isaac Schumann. The word cause means that Mr. Mew's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, Mr. Mew acted with the intent to kill Isaac Schumann. Third, Mr. Mew did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The words intent to kill
Jesus.
means that Mr. Mew had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain
Disavow.
to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that Mr. Mew acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from Mr. Mew's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove Mr. Mew's motive in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. The third element of first-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Mew did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent
It's about a
imminent
stabbing.
death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires the state to prove either, one,
What the
that
fuck
Mr.
is
Mew
this?
did not actually believe he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, or two,
Fucking
that
idiots.
Mr. Mew did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When first-degree intentional homicide is considered,
I'm not gonna
the
show all of it,
reasonableness
but I'm just gonna
Mr.
show
Mew's
a little
belief
bit.
is not
Hang on.
an issue. You are not to be concerned. I'll start over. You are to be concerned only with what Mr. Mew actually believed. Whether these beliefs are reasonable
Guess
is
what
important
happens?
only if you later consider whether Mr. Mew is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide.
I fucking hate people. They're
If
so
you are
stupid.
satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Mew caused Isaac Schumann's death with the intent to kill, and that Mr. Mew did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Mew guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether he is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.05 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, which is a lesser-included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of second-degree intentional homicide. However, if
Bro,
after
how long is this guy
all
gonna
complete-
yap on about the fucking...
Take a look at the video. And since you reviewed the video, you know that before you ran up on them, you were
Still
touching your
uploading,
knife in your pocket to make sure it was there, right?
I don't remember that.
All right, well, let's take a look.
We can hear you clearly. You're talking into the microphone.
That's you with your right hand touching your pocket where your knife was clipped in, right?
It appears so.
I know. I know. I know. It's just, I've heard this like a million times before. Every trial does this. And I know every trial has to do this, but this is like of no interest to us.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
So you're claiming today that where you reach down and grab at these boys' legs where their tubes are, that was a stumble. Is that your story?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I know I hit a stone, yes.
Didn't really look like a stumble.
I grabbed onto their inner tubes.
And you know where you grabbed onto their inner tube is where two of these boys had their legs draped over their inner tubes, right?
I see that.
And you made contact with their legs, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Did you see it on the video?
I see it on the video. I don't remember actually making contact.
And as soon as you did that, these boys jumped out of their tubes to get away from you, right? You remember that?
Almost never a good idea. But sometimes you have to, right? Maybe in this case they had to, because we haven't seen the full trial. I just learned about this today.
Circumstances that existed at the time.
But like with the Rittenhouse thing, for example, he probably needed to be on the stand.
And you have
But then you have the that other case. Fuck, I forgot his name. Murdaugh, the Murdaugh murder trial, where I'm like, you don't want to have this guy on the. Why is he the what?
held onto their tubes so that their tubes couldn't float away.
I think that guy was innocent though from the murders. So much didn't add up, and the prosecution was so shady that I'm like,
For how long?
Well, I'm asking you. You did,
Yeah, it looks like for a brief 1 second.
and you were searching through their tubes.
Or what?
You walked around their tubes. Rather than letting their tubes go so they could get back in their tubes and be on their way, you walked around their tubes.
So after my goggles dropped in the water, I went around their tubes to go to the other side and look for my goggles.
Let's talk about your goggles for a second, because you told the police, specifically Lieutenant Hart, that these boys knocked your goggles off your face and that you were looking for your goggles at that point, right?
I don't remember my interview with her, correct?
But you heard yourself say it in the interview.
Yes, yes.
And in fact, that nothing of the sort ever happened, right?
So the interview with Brandy Hart was not accurate.
What you said at the time is what you wanted the police to believe happened, right?
That's what I remembered at the
Okay.
time.
And from the video, you can see that you actually put your goggles in your mouth so you would have 2 free hands to be able to grab onto these boys' tubes, right?
Yes.
So you were preparing for your stumble before it actually even happened?
I wasn't prepared for anything.
These boys were calling you names to go away, right? After you grabbed onto their tubes, touched their legs.
I don't remember any of that stuff.
All right, you don't remember them calling
but-
you, asking you what you were doing?
Watching the videos, yes, but unnatural remembering, no.
Do you remember as you're running up, they're saying, whoa, 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 what's he doing?
I don't remember that,
All right, but you've seen it on the video.
yes.
And then once you've made contact with 2 of these boys' legs and grabbed onto their tubes, they started calling you a pedophile, right?
I don't remember when they started calling me.
Do you remember them calling you a pedophile at all? Or do you just know that from watching the video?
Correct.
You testified that they were calling you names earlier, right?
Right.
And that upset you.
It did not upset me.
Okay, we've talked, your attorney's talked about your comfort scale and your fear scale. Let's talk about your anger scale, okay? At the time you were called a raper, what was your anger scale at?
Maybe 1,
1 out of 10?
yeah.
And that was enough to get you to run up on these boys, grab onto them, stop their tubes at a 1. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, argument is that's not what he said.
Sustained.
You don't like being humiliated, right?
Nobody does.
Your attorney has said that these boys were humiliating you.
Objection as to his making.
Sustained on the form.
You're
Rephrase.
claiming that you were being taunted.
Objection, he did not testify to that.
Sustained. Form.
Prosecutor's trying to get some in there.
You had testified earlier that your shoes, there was problems with your shoes, but as you can see from the portion of the video we played so far, those shoes didn't prevent you from running up on these boys, right?
Yes, they did. There was, if I had better shoes, I could walk better, but I could still walk.
If you had better shoes, you would have been able to run up on them faster.
No, I mean, I could walk better. I wouldn't stumble. I wouldn't have a hard time walking.
All right, we're going to watch the video again, and I want you to, if you can, point out for everybody where you stumbled.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
Did you watch it?
Yes,
So the stumble, is that something you remember or something that you think you see in the video?
something I remembered.
Wait, but earlier he said he saw it in the video.
After you grabbed onto their tubes, stopped them, walked around their tubes, you took a few steps downriver and stood in the path they were floating in, right?
Objection as to form. Multiple.
Overruled. Do you understand the question, Mr. Mew?
Could you say it again?
After you left their tubes that first time, you took a few steps downstream and stood in their path where they would need to float, where they were floating, right?
For a few seconds, yes.
You didn't walk off to the south shore, which was close at that point, right?
I thought I walked far away from them, that I mean, I didn't even watch them anymore at that point, so I don't know where they were at that point in time. But I was still looking for my goggles now.
Are you denying that you stood right in the path of their tubes?
Objection, argument is.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
At that moment in time, yes.
Now, when you ran up on these boys and grabbed onto their tubes and made contact with their legs, you weren't saying anything at that point, right?
No.
You didn't say anything like, hey, I think that's my phone, or Ariel's phone?
I don't remember saying
Well,
anything.
you've seen the video,
Right.
you just ran up and grabbed onto him, right?
It appears that.
Was saying nothing. We can go up to the screen. We're going to look at some more frames here. We're starting 20-second mark, I believe. You stood in front of their tubes, right? This is at the 23-second mark.
For a brief moment.
All right, keep going. Stop. At that point, you had the entire river open to move in any direction, right?
Right.
You chose to just walk a few
No,
steps
not. He is guilty of
directly
attempted
downstream from where they're.
second-degree intentional homicide,
Finally.
or first-degree recklessly endangering safety, or second-degree recklessly
No, it's still the
endangering
fucking
safety,
judge.
which are less serious degrees of attempted criminal homicide.
Never mind.
Crimes
Right.
referred to as
Correct.
attempted first and second-degree
The
intentional.
boys were yelling at you at this point, right? You remember that?
Yep.
They were making a commotion, right? They were loud. And that attracted the attention of the folks in the Carlson group, right? You've testified that Maddie Cohen walked over, right?
Yep.
You walked towards her,
Yes.
and the water level at the spot that you had contact with Maddie was about ankle deep from the video?
From the video, yes.
And you told Lieutenant Hart you were standing in really shallow water, right?
Yep.
Maddie told you to leave the area, right?
She didn't say it that way, but yes.
She said, go, go, go.
And,
She swore at you too, but she was telling you to go, right?
yeah,
You didn't go.
I was trying to communicate with her what I was doing in the river.
You didn't leave, right?
No, not down the river.
Hold on, overruled. It's relevant.
You did not leave, right?
I
At the
didn't
time
go
that
in
she
the
came up
direction. No,
When she came up and said, go, 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 you chose to stay, right?
I wanted to talk.
You didn't like that she was yelling at you, right?
I only had like 2 or 3 seconds of direct verbal or whatever.
And you clearly didn't like she was swearing at you, right?
Right.
And what you told her was not that you were looking for a phone, but that these boys took your goggles, right?
I don't remember what I told
Right.
her.
If it's on the video, did you say it?
If it's on the video, yeah,
You never mentioned you were looking for a phone.
I don't remember my conversation with
And
her.
in fact, after you told her that they took your goggles, you never said another word, right?
After that,
Right.
of course I did.
Talking about your anger scale, at the point where Maddie Cohen was yelling at you and
One,
He's
And
checked out.
even with your anger scale being only 1, you started touching, fidgeting with the knife in your pocket, right?
I don't remember that.
Let's take a look at the video. We're ready. It's timestamp 1:35.
You will not be asked to make,
That's you touching your knife in your pocket, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you've got your back to the two girls who were yelling at you, right?
It's possible.
So even though you were fearing for your life, you turned,
Now reset at that time.
overruled. Let's get the question out.
you turned your back on these folks, right?
Where am I in that location as reference to the other people?
I get to ask the questions at this point, okay?
All right.
You're back at the 1:35 mark that we just watched. You've turned your back on these folks.
I love how a lawyer never whenever a witness answer or asks a question to like clarify, I was like, I'm the one asking questions here. Every time, dude.
Right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Okay,
Yes,
Carlson
I see
side.
that. Yeah,
Right?
We'll count
You're
4.
touching your
The state
knife,
must
but you
prove
got
that
your
Mr.
back to them, right?
I see that in the picture.
And so at that point,
Bro, we can hear the strategizing.
you wouldn't have turned your back on these folks if you had fear of them, right?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony.
Overruled, overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
We could hear the fucking. Oh. I'm guessing they do it on purpose so you can't hear the bench. That's annoying.
We'll play a
Mr.
clip here.
Smestad, next question, please.
We're going to play a clip here, Judge. Go back.
Go back. It's at 45 seconds, guys.
We're starting at
45 seconds.
126. Just play it. We can have the screen. Stop. Stopping at 135. So in that clip, that's the point where you had waved at your friends, right? You had turned your back on the groups of people that were in the area, and you're touching your knife, right? And at that point, you called out to your friends because I think you had said, and maybe I'm wrong, that your fear scale was going up at that point. Is that not right?
I see lots of people around me, and I wanted somebody to be on my side.
Right. Your fear scale was going up, so you tried to wave your buddies over, right?
Creeping up, yeah.
And as it's creeping up, you're fidgeting with your knife.
It appears that way.
At some point, and even though your fear level is creeping up at that point and you've called for help from your friends, or at least waved for help, you turned your back, right?
Yes.
At one point, you turn your head and you stare at the group of 17-year-old boys, right? Do you remember doing that?
I don't remember it, but if I could see a video.
Put it into context, it would have been at the point when Maddie Cohen tried to turn you away from those boys. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
And, one second. Right there. If we can get the frame up. We're at timestamp 116. That's the look that you gave to those boys, right? At that time, at 116?
Yes,
That's the look on your face.
yeah,
That's an angry look.
not to me. I was annoyed, more than frustrated, but not angry.
At the point where you
Let me pull something up. What did he say? 117? I mean, is that an angry look? I guess you could say yes, but I guess you can also say no. He's literally just, that's his face, man. Is it not? He's just looking around, dude. I can pause on any on any you could pause strategically, put it that way. And then you have someone looking like they're a lunatic or something, but it's just like a really bad moment to pause. You know what I mean? Up to 3 hours for processing the HD, bro. Why do I make videos that are like 2.5 hours long, man? Fuck with my life.
Considering the offense.
looked at the boys with that expression on your face, whatever it was, you had the entire river in front of you open to walk to, right? That's true.
Correct.
And instead you chose to turn back around where Maddie Cohen was, right?
I stood my ground. I basically stayed in the same location.
Right.
I didn't go towards anybody at that point.
You didn't take a step away either, did you?
No.
And at that point then, that's when Riley Madison joins her, and you've got Madison and Riley standing in front of you, right?
I suppose that's the time, yeah.
2 girls.
Yeah.
And these 2 girls standing in front of you touched your shoulders somewhat, right? You never, is that a yes?
Yes.
You never stumbled backwards or anything like that?
It wasn't somewhat, but
Well, let's take a look at the video. We're going to start a little bit earlier than the part I wanted to start at. It's at the 135 mark again, if we can put this screen up.
Yeah, they definitely have the good quality. Jesus.
You take the screen down. Starting at 134. So at that point, you're touching your knife before Maddie and Riley are standing in front of you, right?
appears that way.
But is at 1:30, you're well on the way to having a fucking altercation, because they're already like, there's like 8 people yelling at this guy already.
You had said that your fear level was rising. You had waved to your friends, right? That was the look on your face at the time, correct? You're smiling.
I'm confused.
Yeah, but look at the eyes. He's clearly not in. Like, he's definitely not at ease. Clearly, you could tell from the eyes immediately. Like, if you want to play that game, you wanna be like, oh, but you're smiling. Yeah, but look at his eyes. Do the eyes? Remember, they're supposedly the windows to the soul. Do they look? These are not the eyes, I feel like, of someone who's like at peace. You know?
Confused.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're not smiling?
That's not a smile.
Yes, let's move on, please.
Like I said, you can pause a face in many different locations and get an entirely different vibe than when you see the video, right? So this is like, I feel like this is a bad avenue for the prosecution to go into, because this is very wishy-washy. I understand why they do it though, because it's, again, you're not actually, while you should be arguing the facts, you're not actually arguing the facts, right? You're arguing against the jury that's sitting there. Those are the people you need to convince. I wanna use different terms, but lie to, for example, right? Because obviously they're the arbiters, right? What they say goes, unless it's so off wall that the judge is like, "Are you retarded?" and overturns it. But
Can we get the screen back?
like, meanwhile, look, why aren't you pausing the video on the faces of these kids that are clearly like, I don't know, bro. Look at what's going on here, dude. Acting like they're, yeah. A minute after this, they weren't acting like this no
All
more.
right, so you had been fidgeting with your knife multiple times. You've got Riley Madison in front of you. I believe her testimony was she's a 115-pound woman. You got Maddie Cohen on your other side. This is when you choose to pull out your knife, right?
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
What does her weight have to do with me?
Sir, you don't get to ask the
Oh, I'm
questions
sorry.
at this point. You pulled out your knife at this point with these.
It's actually smart that he did that. What does the weight have to do with it? Because the jury now has it in their head too. You're like, yeah, what the fuck does the weight have to do with it?
Two girls standing in front of you, right?
And like 5 guys right behind him as well. This is why I don't like judge or trials as a rule of thumb, man, because they're so fake.
Yes.
And you held it down by your belt line.
Justice my ass. It's a popularity
You
contest.
open it up, right?
Yes.
And this is before you had been punched or anything like that. You had that knife ready with these 2 girls standing in front of you.
Objection as to use of the term girls or women.
Women, pardon me. Right? And you didn't hold it up and say, hey, I have a knife, right?
To me, that would be a threat.
Well, I'm not asking you that. You did not hold it up.
No.
And you didn't, in fact, you held it down by your side, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Isn't that what you did?
Yes.
You didn't take a step back and brandish it and say, hey, back up, I have a knife, right?
Correct.
You opened it down low, and then you held it down low by your side, right?
Correct.
And as you're doing that, you're smiling, right?
That's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the
I'm-
video.
I'm overwhelmed and annoyed.
Shouldn't have said that.
And that's you holding your knife down by your belt line, right?
Yes.
When you pulled it out and opened it up, you held it with the blade facing up, right?
I didn't pay attention, but in the video, yes.
And it becomes important later when you stab AJ, because you didn't try to cut him down, you cut him up, right? right?
That was not my intent.
Overruled. I'll leave the witness answer the question.
You had the knife blade up and you're saying you didn't know that?
I didn't pay attention.
As you're holding it there, you've got
It
your
is,
thumb
yeah, exactly that.
on the bottom of the handle, right?
If you can just convince the 12 imbeciles that are sitting in the bench right there, right, that off screen that we never see, you're golden. Regardless of the actual truth of the matter. The truth, whose version of the truth will win is the only thing. Like, truth is definitely subjective.
Showed utter disregard for human life.
Oh, this guy's still going. I'm uploading a video now, dude. It's
Blade
taking
up.
forever.
I see that.
Blade's pointing at, looks like at Matty Cohen, right?
Yes.
Nobody else. We'll strike that. After you opened that knife, would it be fair to say that your fear level went down a little bit because now you had your knife open?
No.
All right.
That's not how that works. Yeah, what the fuck?
Was your fear level going up at that point? I think you said that earlier.
The whole situation was boiling up.
So when you have your knife open, you take a couple step backwards to get away from the situation?
I stood my ground. I stayed in place.
You never backed up one step, did you?
No.
You had your knife out and you were prepared to use it.
Defend myself.
At that point, there's nothing to defend yourself from, right?
I didn't know that.
If I understand your testimony today, now you're acknowledging that you did do something to Matty Cohen, which started off this fight, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
You're testifying.
That actually hurts my fucking ears,
Mr.
dude.
Smestad, would you please rephrase the question?
Sorry about that.
You're testifying
It's their
today
side.
that you did actually
They
make
do it so
physical
you can't hear the
contact with Matty
deliberation on the
Cohen,
bench.
right? Before you were punched or anything else, right?
I may have.
You don't
I-
remember that?
Well, I remember what I said, but I went over to push. She was right in my face, right in my space, yelling, and I could smell the alcohol in her breath.
But you had been drinking too, so might have been your breath.
I didn't have vodka and all the other garbage.
My
Right.
point is, today you testified that you did something physical to Madison Cohen before you were punched, right? Correct?
I don't know if I touched her or not. It's possible that I did.
If your friend Sergio testified last week that he saw you push her and she went flying back a couple of steps, that's what happened, right?
Sustained.
Were you present when Sergio testified?
Sustained.
After you pushed Matty Cohen, only one person ever punched you, right?
From the video?
Right.
That's what I see. I don't remember what happened there at that time.
I'm not asking you what you remember, I'm asking what actually happened.
I got punched.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
We
Started.
saw in the video that only one person ever punched you.
After all that, there's an immediate pause because he talked for a half an hour.
It's cross, it's not
Hold on.
legal.
Yes.
40 minutes, actually. Again with the...
You testified that you went down and you fell down in the water when you were punched, right?
Yes.
And you indicated, I think, that you were punched in your jaw, I think on your left side of your body.
Yes.
You testified that you fell back in the water and hit your head, right?
Yes.
You did not drop your knife.
No.
Right? You held on to it when you fell down into the water.
Yes.
When Dante Carlson hit you, he was holding a can of beer in one hand, right?
Yes.
He was fighting you with one hand.
Yes.
Does that matter?
You,
Like, oh, Your Honor, the defendant, the defendant was being punched, but it was only with one hand. Come on.
never suffered any kind of bruising or cuts to your face from this incident, right?
On the inside of my cheek?
You cut the inside of your cheek.
Yes.
You never had any bruising on your jaw, right?
I don't remember. I mean, I had a beard, I couldn't tell.
You weren't bleeding from your face anywhere.
No, not that I know.
Let's play the video of him stabbing you.
Let's
Once
play
you're
the
knocked
video of
down
him
in the
stabbing.
water,
Oh, jeez.
AJ Madison comes up to you.
It's
and
weird that you can
pushes
hear
on
the
your back,
whispering, dude.
Right?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
We'll play the video.
Excuse me, sorry.
You were pushed in the back by AJ Madison, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
In response, you got up out of the water, right? You take your knife in your right hand with the blade up, right?
Objection is in narration.
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Still in my hand, yes, that way.
You jabbed it into his belly.
About the same time he hit me in the throat.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
You jabbed it into his belly, right?
Yes,
Instead of pulling it out, you pulled up, right?
because I had so much time to think about it.
You pulled up.
I did not pull up.
Okay,
I look at the angle of my arm.
We're stopped at timestamp.
I'm not showing that part,
156.
by the way.
You see your knife?
There's a reason
How
they're not
close
showing
is
it
to his
either.
jaw, his chin.
Yes,
It's not too graphic, but it's
That's because
graphic
when-
enough that I don't.
Stabbed him, instead of pulling
We ain't
out, you
showing
went
it.
up, right?
I was falling backwards with the knife in my arm, in my hand, and the angle of my arm was about the same. Just got hit in the throat.
In this frame of the video, the knife's pointing straight up, right?
Yes,
You went in, pulled up, and it's by the time you got done up by his face, your knife's pointing straight up.
Objection as answered.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
it's straight up.
At that point, Tony Carlson came in to break up the fight. Right.
Objection, speculation. He doesn't know what Tony Carlson's doing on water.
Overruled. You can ask the question, he can answer.
I don't know what he was doing.
You know that he told
See,
Dante
that was
Carlson
really
to
smart
back
from
up,
the lawyer, right? He basically told the guy, don't speculate as to what the guy was thinking by making the objection. That's a good lawyer. Seemingly.
right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Do I know from video and from testimony? Yes. At the time, I didn't know.
Once again, the objection helped.
After you stabbed
That's why I
AJ
watch these
Madison,
things, dude. Like, it's like essentially on all sides, it's a perversion of what justice is supposed to mean. But it's really interesting to like listen and see the jousting, the verbal jousting.
you were pushed back into the water, right?
Just sorry, it's AJ Carlson.
Pardon me. No, it's not. It's not.
AJ Martin.
It's AJ Madison. He's not part of the Carlson family. AJ Martin.
Thank you.
Pardon me. After you stabbed A.J. Martin, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Yes,
Nobody jumped on top of you.
no,
Nobody was kicking at you or punching you.
Didn't it punch him in the face, or was that before?
no.
You're just in the water by yourself, right?
Apparently, yes.
We're going to take a look at the video starting at 1:55. That's you in the water, still holding your knife, right? Pardon me, this is before you got up. At this point, you're standing there. There's nobody hitting you, nobody's punching you, nobody's kicking you, right?
Objection, that's, the video should, he's not standing.
Gentlemen, please come up.
Here's 149, and we're gonna stop it at 155, just so, because. Bam. So now this is 155. The timestamp he just said. Oh, no one's kicking and punching you. What? What do you mean?
Next question, please.
In any event, you were sitting in the water after,
I'm not gonna lie. Whenever they go up to the bench, it doesn't end well for the prosecutor.
Courtroom now.
For everyone in the courtroom, that was a well-timed break. All right, is everyone ready to listen to the judge talk some more?
No.
I'm picking up on page 20.
Page 20. Oh my god. These are just the fucking instructions, bro.
A.J. Martin pushed you over, right?
The judge alleged that Mr. Mew committed.
I landed on my butt
Right.
in the river.
But at that point, the fight didn't continue. People weren't punching on you, right?
At that time, I couldn't tell what was going on
Sure.
around me.
That's at the point that Tony Carlson came over, was yelling at people to back up. Do you remember that?
From the video.
You don't have a memory of that in your head? He separated Dante from you, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Right?
If it's from my memory, I don't remember that.
Tony Carlson never punched you, correct?
Correct.
He never kicked you, never pushed you.
Objection, mischaracterize the evidence.
Overruled.
No.
And you turned around and you stabbed him twice, right?
I couldn't see, I couldn't hear. I didn't know who was punching me, touching me, shoving me, nothing. I was fearing for my life.
You stabbed the guy who tried to break up the fight twice, right?
Objection, form.
Overruled.
That's what happened, right?
That's what happened.
And luckily for him, he was able to block your first stab, so you stabbed him again, right?
I had milliseconds to think.
Riley Madison, after you stabbed Tony Carlson, you turned around, you got up, you turned around, and you
Did you see the
sliced
video?
Riley.
I'll link it because I don't wanna show the video fully. I'm just a regular YouTuber. I don't get the
Madison
predictions
threw the
these fake
left
news
side of her body,
these news
right?
channels get.
Yes.
She wasn't punching you or kicking you.
She came at me, she had her hands on me.
At the time you stabbed her, she had her hands on you.
Yes.
This 115-pound woman attacked you while you're standing there holding a knife.
She could have been 500 pounds. I don't know, I'm sorry, sir, but
You've never told anyone ever that Riley Madison attacked you and that's why you stabbed her, right?
no.
You're saying it today for the first time.
I don't remember this whole thing.
After you stabbed Riley Madison, Isaac Schumann tries to push you, right?
And he lands his hands on my throat, yes.
But his hands originally weren't anywhere near your throat. They were on your shoulder and your chest, right?
I didn't take measurements, but yeah, from the picture, yes.
And as soon as he touches you, you stab up into his heart with your knife, right?
Overruled.
He went for my throat, and I defended myself, yes.
Are you saying, we're going to look at the video.
Bro, I just had the fucking Stargate SG-1 thing in my head. I defended myself. From the episode where Maru with the fucking the candle keeper, whatever. I forgot what the fuck it was called. But the guy stabbed him, and then they fucked up the shield that kept the Gould away. It's about a stabbing spree, kinda.
We're going to start at 2:02, and for anybody who doesn't want to watch, you might want to avert your eyes.
Oh, wait. Okay, they're not showing it. Good.
Ready?
Here's the video of the incident. I just posted it. You can see it. I just posted it. It's the video.
We're at 2:05, the timestamp on the video. That's Isaac Schumann, right? If you
Right,
know.
right.
His left hand on your arm, right?
Right,
His right hand on your chest, right?
right.
They're not on your throat.
In that particular frame,
And
correct.
your right hand is cocked, your elbow's bent, right?
Okay,
And you've got the knife in your hand.
yes.
Let's play it through, please. And as he's pushing you, you jam your knife up into his heart, through his ribcage, right?
After he touches my throat and pushes me back, yes, correct.
What the fuck? No, I didn't.
As your arm is moving up to stab him, you actually moved his arm closer up your, or farther up your body with your own movement, right?
I don't know how to answer that. I didn't see that.
At the time that this incident happened, you agree you weighed 248 pounds?
Yes,
Not one of these people that you stabbed so far in the video were armed in any fashion, right?
right,
You told an elaborate story about people pulling knives on you, right?
Overruled.
Right? You made up that story?
to Brandy Hart.
Lieutenant Hart, yes.
I don't remember that, but I saw the video, yes,
At no point did anybody pull any knife on you, right?
correct,
You're the only person who had a knife.
correct.
You had said earlier that you had waved for your friends to come over because you were so scared, right? Right?
That is what it
During
looks
the-
like, but
we're
is it?
moving
Is
back
the
in time
question,
now?
right?
Well, yeah.
Because we only
earlier you
have 2
waved.
minutes.
You saw
Yes.
the video, you said
Yes.
you waved to your friends
Yes.
because you were scared. Your fear level was at whatever. And in fact, Ariel came over.
Like my initial thoughts is like, whoa,
Yes.
this is
He's in the group
self-defense.
At the point
But,
that Riley Madison's
again, we only
standing
have
there
2
bleeding
minutes
into
to
the
go
river,
off of.
Right? He's standing right behind
Yep,
her.
or
Yep.
3 minutes,
And at
whatever.
the time that you stabbed Tony Carlson, Ariel's right there, right in the group, correct?
I see that in the video, yes.
And when you stabbed Isaac Schumann, he's also standing,
Consciousness of guilt?
right?
I didn't see him there at the time, but yes, in the video, yes.
So this narrative about it being 13 on 1, you had a friend there, right? Your friend was standing right there, he's in the video, right?
In the video. I don't remember him being there.
But you saw him coming, walking downstream,
I don't remember.
you waved for him, right?
I waved at my group.
At no point when you stabbed Tony, Riley, and Isaac, did you call out to your friend and say, hey, help me, they're attacking me, right? Even though he's in the frame and he's close to the action, so to speak. You never said that, right?
I was stunned. Couldn't talk.
But now we're
The last
debating what
person you
constitutes an
stabbed was
attack.
Dante Carlson,
Does
right?
him brushing their legs constitute an attack?
Yes.
And this is in the sequence of events, everything else had happened, right?
Yes.
Because I'm guessing you're referencing this, and it was a little damning, I'm not gonna lie. But does that constitute an attack, right? Is that the instigator? I don't know. Was it here? Yeah, this part.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
Like, that's the most damning thing I've seen. And this,
All the other stabbings had already occurred, right? At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
Yes.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
Like I said though, this is my day
I was
one of
surrounded.
seeing this, so
People were
I am
coming
not
at me.
taking any
I
sides
was
here.
I just came up a couple of times, being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Sustain, form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him.
Correct.
In fact, you took a couple steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
A phone was lost, and he was like wandering around the river trying to find it. Actually, yes, on the last part. You dry that shit out, should work just fine.
So at that point,
That's the thing these days, though, right? I feel like, dude, I was thinking about installing a dash cam in my car, bro, just in case, because you never fucking know when some rando is like causes an accident and tries to blame it on you or some shit. You know what I mean? I feel like you can't go outside anymore without fucking some form of documentation, bro.
you stabbed 5 people, and
Well, yeah, but in Belgium, not so much yet. But honestly, it's, yeah, crazy fucking, the world's going to shit, bro.
you decided to leave the area.
Right?
Is that true?
I walked away.
You walked up to Ernesto.
Bro, they'll fuck you in a hot minute if they can, right? Look at fucking Kyle Rittenhouse, bro. That guy should have never been charged, ever. That was a political witch hunt. thank fuck the prosecution was incompetent as shit, because it might have actually worked otherwise.
right?
Yes,
You didn't say anything about being attacked, right?
I was in shock.
You said they took my knife, right? Tornesto?
I
what
don't
you said.
remember that, but that's what I said according to all the video and,
Well, if Ernesto said that, that's what you
Yes.
said.
yeah.
You still got the knife on your person, right? Even though you just told them they
Right,
took your knife,
yeah.
you still had it.
Case closed.
When I reached the tubes,
No. When Ernesto came walking
So you pointed
up,
your gun at him and then he shot you. Yes. Case closed.
and you walked up to him, you told him they took my knife. It's the first thing out of your mouth, right?
Bicep boy was such a moron, dude.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Instead of walking to your group, you walked up to the south side, south shore of the lake, of the river, right?
Yes,
And on the way, you
I,
washed off the
actually,
knife.
I'm gonna be honest. I despise how much, and I understand why, but I despise that he's been like co-opted by the right wing. He's just a little. He's a bit of a. He's just a political talking head now. I kind of despise that. I get why he's like, yeah, you know, they want to pay me, fucking pay me, dude. I'll take it. But on the one hand, like it's like, oh, you know what I mean?
In the river,
I don't remember that.
well, you had blood on your hand and on the knife, right?
Yes,
When you left the area, right?
yeah,
When you got back to your group, nobody saw any blood on your hands or, right?
Protection Foundation.
Sustained.
At some point, you rinsed your hand and the knife in the water, right?
I don't remember that, but,
Well, what you do remember is throwing the knife up into
Yeah.
the bushes on the
Yeah. That's it. Like, oh, hey, we're started.
Nikolai would have slipped away. The only reason he was apprehended was because law enforcement had that screenshot of him. The video doesn't fade with time. It's not biased, not influenced by alcohol.
Wait.
As I told you in the beginning of the case, the violent episode from the video is about 25 seconds. Obviously not true. You saw he told Lieutenant Hart, they told me I can't run away. Obviously not true. Think about the result of his actions. Everything you've seen in this trial, the horrific injuries, the death of Isaac. Why didn't he just walk away? His only explanation when testifying was, I stood my ground. I stood my ground. First of all,
Not just that, it's the fact that like he was literally like afterwards. How do I put this? Let me think about this real quick. Essentially, the guy is a poster child for self-defense. Like, I don't want to say hero because that's the wrong word, but let's use poster child for self-defense. He took out the exact threats, nothing else, with as minimal amount of shots as possible. Like, honestly, it was the best shoot I've ever seen online, and it was just some kid in like the worst situation of his life. But then it got politicized because the left is like going all the way, is going all crazy about it. So the right in response embraces him completely and then tries to use him as like propaganda, essentially. Which, on the one hand, again, I get it, get paid. On the other hand, it's kind of tragic. Because even to this day, because it is so politicized, a lot of people on the left automatically think that guy is a murderer just because he's been embraced by the right. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a bad outcome for all involved. Because that case was a landmark self-defense case, dude. Not in the history of self-defense cases has there ever been a case that was this there was this much video evidence about it for self-defense. It's insane that it even got brought into court with how much video there was, right? Like, it was definitely a little bit of a political witch hunt. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, theoretically, yes, the left started that shit, but the right jumped in it, bro. And I think both are terrible for doing it.
Wisconsin is not a stand your ground state.
Objection. Overruled.
I'll talk about that specifically from your jury instructions. Second, that's not true, as I'll show you. He didn't just stand his ground. I'm not going to defend the actions of the boys who testified. It was cruel what they were calling Nikolai. They shouldn't have been mocking him, calling him predator, raper. But their conduct did not justify what Nikolai did. You heard from Alina, Isaac's mother, about her son Isaac. He was 17 years old when he was killed. He enjoyed golfing, spending time with friends. He recently started a new business, detailing cars. He was an honor student looking forward to going to college. His death was senseless. One of the things defense said in the beginning of trial in their opening was they're glad there's a video. So are we. Without the video, Nikolai would have slipped away. The only reason he was apprehended was because law enforcement had that screenshot.
So wait, did he not give himself up? That I feel that is kind of damning. You give yourself up. Like Kyle Rittenhouse did. Immediately tried to give himself up. But the police in America are kind of dumb, so they told him to fuck off at first. But yeah, that is one damning piece of. Ever have a lawyer as your girlfriend, boyfriend, bro? We'd be in arguments the whole fucking day, dude. Because as a lawyer, she can't give up, but as a me, I can't give up. You know me. I love discussions. Alright? Bro, I could not do it. Or maybe I could, right? Just because I could have like a fucking argument all day long. Yo, Ryuji, what's up, dude? Yeah, I'm using Sprite right now. I bought a couple of bottles. Occasionally, I buy some Sprite. So wait, did this guy give himself up, or did they have to go find him? Because that is a big fucking point, man. Nikolai Miu. Did he give himself up? How do I find that? Because the way he says it, cha-ching, thank you so much for the biddies, Ryuji, my man. Having a knife fight before the initial physical assault, yeah. I mean, at that point, from the video, I'd be, what the fuck is going on too? But I wouldn't like just run up to them and be like, "Hey, where's the phone?" You know, like that's also really that's a bad point. But I want to know if he gave himself up or if they had to arrest him. And I cannot find anything on it, because the way the prosecutor is saying it, they had to go and arrest him, and they had to go find him. And if that's true, that kind of changes my outlook a little. Inner tubes. Inner tubes. It's the shit you float down in the river in. Oh my god, it's only 2 hours left now, guys. Woo! Anyway, I cannot find anything about that. But that would definitely influence my my thoughts on this. If they had to go and arrest him instead of giving himself up, bro. That's I don't know. That's weird. Bro, it's so weird that Google doesn't have any pages anymore, man. I'm still not used to it. I just keep scrolling like, what the fuck? Where's the pages? Can't find it.
The video doesn't fade with time. It's not biased, not influenced by alcohol. As I told you in the beginning of this case, the violent episode from the video is about 25 seconds, from the point he punches Madison until you see him walking off after stabbing 5 people. He's not seen, Nikolai is not seen in that video for 8 to 9 seconds until the point you see him walking away. You don't see him stab Dante. Some of you may have wondered why we called Marion Davis. Certainly it wasn't for his eyewitness testimony, but he took a video. He took a video that captured a different angle than Juwan's video. It's grainy, it's difficult to see, but you can see enough.
Oh, that's fine.
It shows Nikolai
I just put some text on him.
seeking Dante out
It's fine.
and stabbing him when his group is in the opposite direction.
The text is good though, in my
Nikolai
opinion.
walks into a crowd of people, stabs Dante. Before I show you that video again, I need to provide some context from Juwan's video.
Take it off.
Six seconds. This is after Nikolai has stabbed the 4 people that you do see parts of on the video. He's standing next to Ariel. Ariel's there. Nikolai's not by himself. Two minutes, 8 seconds. That's the last you'll see of Nikolai until you see him walking off in this video. You see Dante, or AJ, the boys running back to their tubes, and you see Larian filming in the background. Larian captured what Nikolai was doing at this point, even though this video didn't.
Okay, I got a random ass fucking rant, alright? Totally unrelated to anything in this case, okay? Allow me the indiscretion to make this fucking rant. What the fuck is wrong with women and their fake ass fucking nails, man? Does anyone at all like these things? You look like fucking mutants with claws, bro. What's wrong with regular nails? I would love it more if you bit your fucking nails off than that nonsense, okay? Totally unrelated rant, I know, I'm sorry. Moving on.
And here, in a moment,
Do they? I really don't think so.
you can see the edge of Dante's swim trunks on the right.
There's 4 first degree, second degree reckless murder, reckless manslaughter, and first and second degree murder is what they're asking for. Or what they've been showing, at least, that they've been asking for. Let me see. I'm gonna duplicate this one.
But even then,
First degree, second degree intentional homicide, first degree, second degree reckless homicide.
Intentional homicide.
For the
and then those
guy that
counts of
died?
Reckless homicide.
We had you let them
There's
fall
other
back.
charges as well, obviously, for the other kids.
Then,
There we go.
But now, again, lesser
attempted homicide, recklessly endangering. So, yeah. They're throwing the book at him,
You can
essentially.
see the light on top, the dark on bottom. At this point in Larion's video, Dante's just been stabbed. The next you see of Nikolai, he's walking off. You can see Dante in the background, holding his stomach.
Yeah, but
looking
that's
down
what
at
I'm
the
saying,
video.
right? We only have the 3 minutes to go off of.
Well, actually, you can keep it up for a second, sorry. And then for further context, you see Alex Bang running to Isaac. Let's see Larion's video.
However, okay, like, sure, let's say, right? Let's say that's true. What does it say? What does it say that if he then doesn't hand himself into police, what does that say? Which is why I find it so important that to know, did he hand himself in or did he get arrested? I don't know, yeah, that's the thing, right? It could be that. Or you could be like, holy fuck, I probably shouldn't have done that. You know? I overreacted. That's also a possibility. And if he thinks he overreacted on the moment, then, you know what I mean? Like, it's obviously, it's from all sides, this is a terrible fucking situation to get into. And I don't think he was going up there to, like, premeditatedly, I'm gonna stab some people. You know what I mean? Like, obviously not. Yeah, this is a rough one. I'm not gonna lie. This is a rough one. I can definitely see both sides of this. But they did, like, they literally, you know, pushed him down and punched him in the face, right, on camera. And that's when he started stabbing, as far as I know. I don't, yeah. I don't know, like I said, the video is not that clear as well. For a 3-minute video, you can roughly see what you can see, but you can't really see all that much either, right? Especially on the video that we saw, because their video is much fucking clearer.
Okay, I have the screen. Remember, Nikolai admitted he walked up to Larion. He walked
Okay, hang on.
up to Dante and stabbed him. He admitted Dante was the last person he stabbed.
I don't want to, in case this
You can
shows
see
something
Nikolai,
that I
dark
don't
swim
want to...
trunks, bigger build. On the right, you can see Dante, swim trunks, lighter on top, darker on bottom. You'll see Nikolai walk up to Dante
Terrible fucking quality on this
and
video.
stab him in the chest.
Okay, yeah, I can't start this. I can't see shit on this video.
You'll see Dante recoil from the stab. You see the boys on the right running to their tubes. And in the second here, you'll see Alex Bang. You'll zoom in on him as he runs to Isaac. I'm going to show that again. So, a few things to note. There's nothing between Nikolai and Larion. He's not surrounded. His friend Ariel is there at this point. There's nothing to the left and behind Nikolai, except his group in the distance that you can't see on video. He walks away from those directions towards a group of people and stabs Dante in the chest, not standing his ground. He's seeking out Dante. That's retribution, not self-defense.
I couldn't see that at all, by the way. That video was so unclear. You couldn't see what was happening.
And recall too the DNA results, Isaac's DNA and Dante's DNA.
We couldn't
was the
see
only
it. I'm not
DNA
sure if
on
they
the
can, right? I'm just they
Also
could be
the last two
blurring
that are
the
stabbed.
fidelity on
Makes sense.
purpose for us and not for the
How the
people in
analysts
the.
described DNA and how it can wash off.
Can't see that, but maybe they can.
You probably noticed throughout this trial, not a lot of witnesses come off looking great after they testify. There's some exceptions, obviously the Good Samaritans who went to aid Isaac and AJ. Eric Von Williams included in that from Nikolai's group. He's the only one who went to their aid. Sheena Lowell, you heard her testify from the Carlson group. You saw her just standing in the background watching what was going on the whole time. She was completely sober. You heard her testify, Nikolai punched Madison. She has zero connection with the group anymore, zero contact. Her and Quentin broke up. Tony is another one. He only comes in to break up what he thinks is a fist fight. He's directing Nikolai towards Nikolai's group. Nikolai turns and stabs him twice. Another one I submit to you is an exception that acted admirably is Isaac. His death was tragic and horrific. This is what you see of Isaac in the video. On the left, he's standing next to his tube, not moving away from his tube. He's pointing at Nikolai to leave. In the middle, when Nikolai turns back to Isaac, Isaac puts his hands up, fingers splayed. The only other thing you see of Isaac is him standing in the background. When the other boys are mocking, calling names to Nikolai, Isaac is just standing in the background. He's not saying anything, he's not doing anything, he's not jeering. He's just standing there holding their tubes. There's been a pretty serious mischaracterization of Isaac's actions with regard to when he gets stabbed. Defense has tried to classify it as a strangulation. Defense accused the state in openings of being selective in the photos we used, the frames, to try to show a certain narrative about Nikolai smiling. As you've seen, he's smiling a lot in the video. But defense is actually doing that when it comes to Isaac. Nikolai never said anything about being choked, never said anything about pain on his neck, even when specifically asked by the start nurse, never mentions anything.
That's super damning.
And the video doesn't lie. So on the left,
like if you're lying,
Nikolai has
if you're like coming up with shit after the fact, so to speak, I don't know if I believe that either, man. Like, here's the thing, again, why I keep coming back to the Kyle Rittenhouse case, right? That case was super fucking rare. Because look at this case right now. We've got like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of video, and the video barely shows anything that you need to like really suss out what was going on. While in Kyle Rittenhouse case, there's like a fucking hours of a video. You know what I mean? Like the difference in like weight of evidence. Again, we didn't see the full 6 days, so we're only going off of what we just saw and what they're saying right now, right? Which is why I'm so hesitant to be like, oh, he's fucking innocent as fuck or he's guilty as fuck. But it's just like most self-defense cases is literally just like, oh yeah, he came at me with a knife. Can anyone testify that? Well, no, it was dark and I killed him, so he can't talk about it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, there's a big difference in like self-defense. Like, I could totally see either this guy going either way, like getting off or not getting off. You know, but the fact that he's like apparently, according to the prosecutor, changing stories, like, oh, you've never heard him say this before, and all of a sudden here he comes with, oh, I had pain in my throat. I can see it from the video, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I think that's kind of sus. That's why we're, in his own testimony, he said a couple of sus things as well. That is actually making me less likely to be on his side. I think he's probably fucked too, yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? it's the circumstantial things that are, because from the video, if you would just give me the video and I had to make a judgment call off of the video, he gets off. Right? But when you then see like, oh, he's changing his story and the way he was answering certain questions, I don't know.
It's just stabbed Riley, who you heard
Let's just say I'm always glad that I'm not one of the jury in cases like this.
from multiple witnesses who are just standing there. Tony comes to try to break it up. Nikolai stabs him twice. Isaac, just off frame, I submit to you, he just saw Nikolai stab those two people completely unprovoked. Although he was in the background the whole time, not doing anything, he came to their aid. And he pushes Nikolai. You can clearly see it's a push. He has one hand on the arm, other hand on the chest. It's Nikolai's own action of thrusting the knife into Isaac's heart that moves Isaac's hands. You can even see from the release, it's a push. He's not sitting there left holding his hands out in the choking motion.
Yeah, the choking motion I disagree with vehemently. Like I said before, when it was in his favor, you can pause a video to show whatever the fuck you want if you just get the right frame. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't look like I'm gonna go over it again. I just want to see it again from SL. I'm like, again, I can't show this because someone's getting stabbed. Yeah, he literally just pushes him back, and there's no choke emotion. He just pushes him back like that. Okay, I think I can show this. Watch. Let's make it slow. Oh, oh my god. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Watch, this is the push that they're saying is a choking. It's less than a second. Remember, this is at 0.25 speed. 203, let's see. Here's the push. 204. 205. Like less than a second. That's according to them choking. No, I don't believe that. I don't buy that for a second.
I'm going to show you the video so you can see it's obviously a push.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Sorry. My bad, guys. Wait. Again, I gotta do this here because I don't wanna. Jesus.
While my computer is loading here, even if it was a strangulation, which it clearly isn't, Isaac was justified in using any level of force. He just saw Nikolai stab two people who posed no threat to Nikolai. Tony was breaking up the fight. He had actually ignored Nikolai at first, walked past him, pushed
I don't know,
Dante out
man.
of
The
way.
more I see of this,
Riley was just standing there.
the more I'm also like, the guy just
Matt,
starts stabbing
2
people. You know what I
minutes,
mean? Like
3
randomly,
seconds,
almost
looking at the
randomly.
screen.
I mean, he's getting mobbed by like 10 people.
Clearly a push.
Oh, no, don't stop on that fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Defense has mischaracterized the entire
What a
situation
frame to
as
pause
13
on, bro.
1, 13 on 1, implying it's some sort of mob beating up Nikolai. It's not even 13 people yelling at Nikolai. As you saw in the video, Gabby, Janelle, they're just standing in the background. Isaac, he's just standing in the background, not yelling anything. It's 13 people in the proximity, only 2 close to him, 2 tiny females. Nikolai's clearly not afraid of the boys. He ran up on the boys, turns his back on
No,
them
I
and
mean he
others
just
multiple
started
times.
stabbing, not the, like not in a sense of like, oh, he just wanted all of them dead. He just started stabbing the people around him. That doesn't mean you're gonna continue when everything breaks up. You know what I mean? He's essentially, in a sense, he's doing what they accused Kyle of doing. Like, he just starts unloading, so to speak. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Whereas Kyle was like, this guy is attacking me, pop, pop. That guy is attacking me, pop, pop. You know? Done. Whereas this guy, I feel like is more like, oh, you're close, stab, stab. You touched me, stab, stab. And there's a big fucking difference, bro. Like, the more I see of this, the more I'm like starting to lean to, maybe this guy is kind of guilty.
Even at worst, this is a 2-on-1 with AJ and Dante. But even then, as you saw in the video, Ariel's right there. So it's more like a 2-on-2. Ariel's right there. Plus, Tony comes in as a neutral party to separate things. It's not 13-on-1.
I can understand why you think it's 13-on-1. Let's be honest though. Like, if you're standing, the initial video looked 13-on-1. Okay? And I can understand when you're in the middle of that shit, you're like, what the fuck? But that's why I think he just started stabbing whoever was closest. And that is not self-defense.
As soon as AJ gets disemboweled, you see people start to move away.
Keep in mind, we haven't heard the defense yet as well, right? There may be explanations, but so far, this isn't looking good.
So it's not, there's not even 13 people immediately around. You saw Owen way in the background because he saw the knife. So why try to mischaracterize the situation?
No, when you stab your actual attackers, yeah. If he wanted them dead, he would chase them down. What do you mean? You could just stab people to stop, right? That doesn't make it self-defense, though. Like, self-defense has reasonable, you have to, like, reasonably fear for your life. There's, like, a bunch of measures that you have to achieve, right? And in Kyle Rittenhouse case, those were undeniably achieved. In this case, these are much more murky.
Because there's some things that are hard to explain otherwise for defense. Turn on the screen, please. This is the second time you saw in the video that Nikolai turns his back on the boys and people from the Carlson group. You don't turn your back on somebody. It's common sense. You don't check your common sense at the door when you serve as a jury. You don't turn your back on somebody if you're afraid of them. Especially if you're so afraid you gotta reach for your knife. You can't be that afraid that he's gotta reach for his knife.
Bro, look at the quality difference, man. Why the fuck is the video we see so horrific? Quality on our side is just terrible, dude.
And so unafraid that he turns his back on them. He was angry.
Yeah, that's not self-defense, though. Like, if you word it like that, that's not self-defense.
Not afraid. That image on the right
You want to avoid saying lashing out at all costs.
is only less than 30 seconds after he
You
turned.
just got your client in jail. I want to point that out.
Back on them, touching his knife. The defense tried to explain that change from in that 30-second window by saying he was getting pushed by Madison and Riley. He was getting pushed.
Because remember, again,
They're
you have
lightly
to convince
touching
the
his arms,
jury,
and they're tiny.
not the law.
They're not in his face. You can see in the images. They're standing close. They're not in his face. They're not shaking
When
their
you say
face
when
at-
you say lashing out, you are implying he did it in anger, and when anger is involved, self-defense goes right out the window.
him. They're not even sticking their fingers in his face. They're standing close to him, touching his shoulders, pointing, yelling at him to leave. I'm going to back up a little bit and talk about Nikolai looking for the phone. So Eric Von Williams from Nikolai's group, you heard testify, before any of this happened, he was concerned about Nikolai's behavior. He was concerned that people were going to think he was a predator. Ernesto told Nikolai not to go look for the phone. Others in the group told him not to. You heard they didn't care about the phone. Ariel didn't care about the phone. Nikolai went. Sandy said he went twice, was back for 5
That's
to 10
also a
minutes,
little
then
damning
was,
when he's in their
over by the
groups like,
boys.
yeah, you shouldn't have gone over there.
Defense argued in opening that the boys' goal, their goal was to humiliate Nikolai. Clearly, he wasn't looking for little girls. But the boys are not completely unreasonable in their belief. Eric Von Williams thought the same thing. They reacted wrong, but they just didn't invent this whole thing in order to humiliate Nikolai.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a rough case, from what we can tell. I can see this going either way.
What about Nikolai, 52 years old, apparently sober, according to, I think, what defense will argue. He didn't have any signs of intoxication when law enforcement made contact with him, but he certainly made a point of telling Lieutenant Hart multiple times how much he was boozing and drinking on the river. He can't let it go that he was insulted. So much so that as the boys are tubing away from him, all Nikolai has to do is stand there. He doesn't even have to take a step back. He just has to stand there, let the boys continue tubing. They're down in their tubes. He starts walking up to them, touches his knife, and then runs up to them. You heard Nikolai's ridiculous description or explanation for why he ran up on the boys. Because one was holding a phone, he thought it was Ariel's phone. You also heard Nikolai had to concede, had to admit that pretty much everyone on the river had those phone cases. Another double standard from defense is physical attributes of those involved. They wanted to elicit evidence that Nikolai is feeble. Sandy, he wasn't feeble according to Sandy. He had a surgery a couple years ago, recovered in a few weeks. Maybe things took him a little longer than they did before. He wasn't feeble according to Ernesto. You heard Ernesto, when he was being asked about the stabbing, said, he's a big guy, he was in the Army, he doesn't need a knife to defend himself. He didn't say, oh, he's this fragile old guy.
Yeah, I can see your points, but I don't know about that,
He's clearly not feeble,
dude.
as you see in the video. He runs up on these boys in the water.
I wouldn't have stabbed the little girl, for example.
He leaves behind devastating, devastating injuries. Slices.
I could
clean
see myself
through
be like, oh my
two
god,
of ice
these guys are
injuries.
ganging up on me. And fucking up the guys.
He comes out of the whole event essentially uninjured. While defense tries
They
to...
did fucking push him down and smacked him in the face though, so yeah. Hence why I can say, like, I can see this going either way. But what bugs me is, I need to know if he actually handed himself in or if they had to go looking for him. Because that is a big fucking deal to me. Like, if you drive away from a crime scene, like if you make an accident on the street, you drive away from a crime scene, that's a felony, alright? You shouldn't be able to walk away from a murder either, you know, or a death. And multiple stabbing. Yeah, kind of crazy. You know what I mean? So I want to know that part, because that is, ooh, that would probably change my opinion completely. That's some damning information, in my opinion. So yeah, I couldn't find yes or no.
argue that Nikolai is this feeble old man. They ignore that the only two people actually standing close to Nikolai are these two females that are barely over 100 pounds. If the boys are a threat, why does Nikolai run up on them? And clearly he knows they're not a threat to him. When he ran up on them, grabbed their tubes, standing over them, they did nothing. They didn't kick up at him, they didn't punch at him, they jumped out of their tubes and moved away from him. He knows they're not a threat to him. They're mocking, saying cruel things, but not violent. You saw how awkward it was for Nikolai to try to explain this transition. from 0 fear to 10 out of 10 fear, he's got to take out his knife. Tried to explain it with what I submit to you is obviously rehearsed testimony about his scales of fear. You heard from witnesses recounting what they recall of.
But it's obviously rehearsed testimony. Of course you're gonna rehearse that. What the fuck? It's this man's life. Like, that's such a dumb fucking point. Again, that's to influence the jury emotionally.
The demonic.
I'm pretty sure it probably works.
Staring
Dude.
through people, smirking. Defense argued an
Like, why wouldn't you
opening
rehearse
to
this
slight
shit?
who are there. You know, after seeing the video so many times, that's not the case. When he's not glaring, he's smirking in the video. Recall, I asked Ernesto, his best friend, when he was trying to describe the shock of Nikolai.
The small
asked,
ass
was he
courtroom.
smiling? He didn't say, yeah, he smiles when he's scared. He smiles when he's nervous. He said, who's going to smile in a situation where they're in shock or in fear? Nikolai was angry. He wasn't afraid. He's smirking even as he's holding the knife. Why didn't he just walk away? Defense had tried to argue there's rocks unstable, his sandals were bad, didn't stop him from running up to the boys as they're tubing away from him. Why didn't he just hold the knife up? Say, hey, I got a knife, back up. You saw, Owen is the only person who saw the knife and you saw his reaction. So everyone else is moving forward and respond to Nikolai punching Madison. Owen's trying to pull people back. Next you see him, he's off in the distance. This whole thing would have ended if Nikolai just held up the knife. Instead of
13 more days till
opening
Eden
it
Chronicles, by the
down by
way.
his waist without looking down, because it's human nature. If he would have looked down, people would have looked
Yeah,
down.
right.
He holds it down by his waist, opens it up, never displays it, or says he has a knife. Nikolai did not act as any reasonable person would in that situation if they were truly.
I think that's also a weird
their
one.
life.
Wouldn't you just... Because he's like, kind of like holding that knife in such a way that you can hardly see it. Like, it was really hard to see on the video. We had to like literally slow it down to find where he was holding the knife. He pulls the knife out early. And doesn't like actually brandish it. Like, he's not like... I think that's kind of crazy too, man. There's a lot of weird shit about this from both sides, in my opinion. Well, but yeah, like I said, like the guy said it himself, right? You can't really defend the actions of these kids. They were being a little, but does that institute getting stabbed or not institute, fuck, what's the word? You know what I mean? Does that getting stabbed? Oh my god. You know what I mean? Whatever. So yeah, and the video, like I said, the video you can't really see anything too much on the video. Like it does look bad. Yeah, justify is not the word I was looking for. It works in this case as well, but it's not the word I was. Yeah. It doesn't matter. I'll think of it though in like 5 minutes, and then be like, "Oh, remember, guys, that when that word was." But yeah, like, ooh. I really think this is an interesting case just because it's so gray.
Or great bodily harm. So let's talk. Here's Owen reacting, as you see. Again, Isaac just standing in the background in the middle. You see, when other people are moving forward, Owen's trying to pull them back. You heard him yell, bro, he's got a knife. So let's talk about the punch to Madison. I submit to you the evidence shows clearly, beyond a reasonable doubt, Nikolai punched her. She fell backwards, but caught herself. Multiple witnesses testified to seeing her falling backwards. Defense is saying, arguing on cross, well, she's not wet, she didn't actually fall down. If witnesses are all standing in that kind of semicircle around Nikolai, she gets punched and falls backwards, and then they're
constitute? Does that constitute them being stabbed?
Tensions back
See?
to Nikolai, because Dante's hitting him. They're not going to see that she caught herself. They're going to think she fell down. Look at her position next to Riley. They're shoulder to shoulder in front of Nikolai before the camera pans away. When the camera pans back, now Dante's shoulder to shoulder with Riley, and Maddie is back. She clearly got knocked backwards. Her sunglasses aren't on her head anymore. Defense has a double standard about that too. If there's not a photo of it, it didn't happen. If there's not a photo of an injury, it didn't happen. We know Nikolai got punched. He didn't have any injury. Defense can't have it both ways.
Okay, see, the fact that he's still here in this picture leads me to believe he gave himself up. Why did the guy start with, oh, if we didn't have the screenshot, he would have gotten away with it? What was that all about?
So I'll turn and talk a little bit about memory, credibility. Obviously, a witness's memory is better closer to the event. That's obvious. Alcohol is going to affect memory. Traumatic events going to affect memory. How fast it happens is going to affect memory. But crucially, and absolutely crucially, there's a huge difference between getting some details wrong, right hand, left hand, sequence of events, and making up an entire story like Nikolai did.
How do I heal myself?
Defense has tried to highlight throughout the trial, Nikolai was in this traumatic experience, give him a break. It's understandable, he made up all these lies, told this whole story. Even though he looks calm and collected in the videos, he's convincing in the videos, talking to the sheriff, talking to Lieutenant Hart. But don't give any sort of credence to the theory that trauma affects memory for anyone in the Carlson's group, any of the boys, any who were stabbed, any who had to drag Isaac as he's bleeding to death to the shore. AJ, who's disemboweled, don't give any credence that trauma might affect their memory and how accurately they can remember all the details. But Nikolai, who invented an entire story, tried to skip through the crowd. Give him credence for that. You saw what happened to all these witnesses, how fast it happened. It's not surprising, some of the details are wrong. But the major point is accurate, is consistent. This all started when Nikolai punched Madison, whether it was the right hand or left hand.
How do I heal?
You heard the turmoil of the boys when they realized Isaac is stabbed. Clearly a traumatic experience. There's a big difference between details and invention. Think about the most basic example. You and, say, your partner go to the grocery store. Park your car, you're leaving the grocery store, you think your car's parked over there, they think it's parked over here. You still know the car's parked in the parking lot, even if you can't remember where it's parked. The same is true for the punch to Madison. You heard from 10 people, both from the Carlson group and the boys group, that Nikolai struck Madison. So let's talk a little bit about witnesses from Nikolai's group. Ariel, what did he say? At trial, he says Nick defended himself. Can't really say how. Never said that when interviewed with law enforcement. He denied even being close to Nikolai. Remember, Ariel was there when he stabbed Dante. He was right there when Nikolai stabbed Riley, Tony, and Isaac. Law enforcement went there with the frame of Ariel standing next to Nikolai when Nikolai has the bloody knife. Ariel denies seeing anything to law enforcement of what Nikolai did. Ernesto, at trial, testified he didn't see Nikolai get hit, just saw him down in the water. Said he couldn't remember Nikolai saying, "They took my knife." You saw on the body cam, he said that repeatedly. He testified that somebody was walking towards him, he pointed at him, "Get back." Never said that to law enforcement, although he did describe to law enforcement, as you saw, him saying, "Nikolai, get out," Nikolai walking out, and then he said, and that's it. Never said anything about anyone pointing at him and walking towards him. When I asked, he said, "I wasn't asked that question." But he described that event. He also wasn't asked more than 10 times if Nikolai said, "They took my knife." So, about the punch to Madison again. Sergio, he's in Nikolai's group. He had walked out a little ways. You can see him in the photo on the left, in the top right. He had the white shirt, white bucket hat.
Perfect. We're fixed now.
He testified he saw the blonde girl in the black leotard walk over to Nikolai and say, "Go, go, go." He said it repeatedly to law enforcement. And he said Nikolai pushed her. So this is what it would have looked like from his perspective, although a lot farther back in that photo on the right. How could he have seen Nikolai do anything to Madison unless she got pushed back, punched back, something violent, not some light push? He's not going to see that from where he was. Madison testified, and you saw in the video, after she was hit, she goes back to her group. Why would she walk away back to her group if Nikolai just lightly maybe touched her, maybe didn't? She told Quentin she was punched. She told police at the scene she was punched. She told police in the interview she was punched. She testified about feeling the throbbing pain in her cheek, her heartbeat in her cheek. Kennedy testified, she was told by law enforcement, sheriff's office, they didn't need the photo. You heard about that misunderstanding. She had anxiety about deleting the photo. In an effort to console her, she was told, "Don't worry about it." This is an important jury instruction in your jury instructions. Although we're not a stand your ground state, there's also not a duty to retreat. But in determining whether Nikolai's actions, whether his use of force was reasonable to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether he had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether he knew of the opportunity. He turned his back on them multiple times facing open water.
That's pretty damning. There is no duty to retreat. However, in determining whether the defendant reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether the defendant had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether the defendant knew of the opportunity to retreat. That's a rough one for the defense. Because the guy clearly had time to retreat. The entire time. That's a rough one.
People were yelling at him to leave, to walk away, to go. And he didn't. Instead, he took out his knife. That is not reasonable. You heard from Sheena Lowell, Janelle Duxbury, Ghazi Khazri and Nazimpour, Dante Carlson, and AJ about the strike to Madison. You heard from the boys, Ryan Nelson, Juwan Cockfield, Landon Wire, and Alex Bang. Alex Bang originally described it as a slap. You heard from Owen that he heard an impact and saw Madison fall back and catch herself. Defense has to argue that they're all either lying or mistaken. All these witnesses, including Sergio. If they're lying, why would Quentin say, "I saw some swelling and some slight redness, but didn't see the punch"? Why wouldn't he just say, "Yeah, I saw the punch too"? Why wouldn't Tony say he saw the punch? Why wouldn't Tony say he saw Riley get stabbed and she's just standing there? They tried to explain what happened as best they could remember. The punch isn't on video, but you see the reaction. You hear Dante yell, "You can't hit a woman," before Riley is stabbed. They obviously didn't plan this lie in the chaos of the moment, so the only thing defense can argue is they're mistaken. That all of these people standing around Nikolai in that half-circle, proximate shape, they're all looking in that direction, including Sergio, including Sheena, who was by the group, the tubes for the Carlson group. They all were wrong in what they saw. Another defense double standard, it's relatively minor, but I submit to you it shows that they're grasping at straws, is this trying to put Nikolai's group in a different category. There's the drunks on the Apple River, then there's Nikolai's group. About half of you raised your hand that you've been on the Apple River. That's what people do on the Apple River. They go out, they tube, and they drink. Nikolai was in the exact same boat they were in. He wasn't bird watching and this group of drunk teenagers ran up on him. He knew what it's about. He'd been on the river before. Another thing about the punch to Madison.
All
You heard
I know
that
is, bro, all this
they
alcohol
didn't get to see
shit.
the video.
I don't drink alcohol, but I smoke cigarettes, and they fucking boosted the shit out of the tax I pay now on those cigarettes. But do you think they boost the tax on the alcohol? No, of course not. Even though the alcohol is so much more worse than cigarettes, bro. I kill myself with cigarettes. Alcohol kills others. Because the drunk behind the wheel isn't the one that dies.
Before giving their statements. Even
Random, I know, it's
Juwan,
random,
who
sorry.
took the video,
I'm not a fan of
said
alcohol.
he got far enough to get the screenshot of Nikolai, and then law enforcement took his phone. He didn't get to see the video. You saw what happens in this case if somebody lies about something that happened on video, because Nikolai got burned by that. He made up complete and total lies. Video showed he wasn't telling the truth. The video happens to not show the punch, but it still corroborates what all those witnesses said. So, count 6 is battery to Madison Coleman. It has 4 elements. Nikolai caused the battery to Maddie. It caused the injury, the harm, the pain. She testified to that. He intended to cause the harm, despite his denial. I submit to you that's clear. You don't punch somebody without intending to cause harm. She didn't consent. She testified to that. He knew she didn't consent. She's a stranger. Obviously, she didn't consent. He knew that. Punching Madison was not self-defense. Again, there's no duty to retreat, but you have to consider the opportunity to retreat, the knowledge of the opportunity to retreat, and whether the use of force was necessary in preventing the unlawful or the interference in Nikolai's person. So what is the interference at the time he punches Madison? The boys are saying cruel things to him. Maddie and Riley are standing in front of him, lightly touching his shoulders. People are pointing and laughing, the boys. They're not, Maddie and Riley aren't in his face. They're standing
Never touched
close,
somebody,
but
by the
they're
way,
not in his face.
ever.
What amount of force was necessary to prevent
It's not a good
that
thing.
interference? People
That is
yelling
not
at
a
him,
de-escalation.
Maddie and Riley standing close. What amount of force was necessary? Absolutely zero. Just walk away. That's what people are yelling at him to do, just walk away. Instead, he takes out his knife and punches Madison. Regardless of whether you were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt it was a punch,
Let me
Nikolai
delete
essentially
somebody from my-
admitted to pushing her. Sergio
The
said
fuck
it was
is
a
this?
push,
I just
although
got sent
when
a
asked,
scam.
he couldn't remember if it was a push or a punch. There's still
And for dinner, yeah.
provocation. Your jury
Yeah, it
instructions
is
talk about
manslaughter, right? I don't think
provocation
is it murder? I don't know. Maybe.
and how that affects self-defense. Person may
At
not
the very
use
least, manslaughter.
threatened force intended or likely to cause death.
Especially
unless
if
he or
he's
she
the one that threw the
reasonably
first
believes
punch.
He or she is exhausted
alleged,
every
which
other
the video
reasonable
doesn't
means
show.
to escape or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. Remember, Nikolai ran up on these boys who were tubing away. They didn't run up on him. He ran up on them as they're tubing away from him because they insulted him. He was angry.
No idea. Who
He
this
didn't
is.
walk away from the boys to leave the situation. He went over to Maddie, who was yelling at him to leave, and he lies to her and says, they took my snorkel. I'm going to play that for you so you can hear it.
Some dude sent me some scam shit.
All right, this is at 105 in the video. I'm ready.
Go to the kids, go! Go! Go to the kids, go! Go! It doesn't, go to the kids, go! Go! It doesn't matter. Go!
You didn't do that. He didn't go over there to extricate himself from the situation. He went over there and accused the boys of taking his snorkel, which was a lie. And he had just ran up on the boys. So, after he runs up on the boys as they're tubing away, he goes and tells Maddie they took my snorkel. He's standing there smirking at people, takes out his knife, either punches or pushes Maddie. That's provocation. Defense has zero reasonable argument, especially when it comes to Tony, Riley, Isaac, and Dante. Nikolai gets punched. He gets struck with an open hand twice. He gets ineffectually pushed by AJ. It doesn't do anything. Nikolai pops right up and disembowels AJ. After Nikolai goes down in the water, nobody approaches him. Nobody. Nobody goes to kick him. Nobody goes to punch him. Nobody goes to push him again. Tony, with Nikolai down on the ground, Tony walks by Nikolai with his back to Nikolai, yelling, "Get back to Dante." He turns around to tell Nikolai to get away, and Nikolai turns around and stabs him. Nikolai was facing his group with an open path of escape after provoking a reaction. He just stabbed Riley before stabbing Tony. After stabbing those two, he stabs Isaac. After that, after Ariel's there, he walks over to Dante.
I'm not gonna lie, this
stabs
is a
Dante
pretty
in the
good
chest,
fucking
right below
closing
the ribs,
argument so
right below his
far.
heart. So self-defense.
He's
I
explaining
submit to you, the
his
state has proven
version
beyond
quite
reasonable
clearly.
doubt This was not
And it does
justified
strike what you
self-defense.
can see,
And
most of it.
Nikolai knew it. He knew it from the moment he did it.
Curious what
First
the
of
defense
all,
is gonna say.
Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. He's not in an alley with no way out, with people blocking his exit. He's on an open river, 150 feet wide, people yelling at him to get away. None of them are armed. Punch, 2 open hand strikes, ineffectual push. Look at the definition of great bodily harm, whether he reasonably believes death or great bodily harm is imminent. For attempted first-degree homicide for Dante, AJ, Tony, and Riley, the state has to prove that he intended to kill each of them. And the acts demonstrate unequivocally, under all circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of each of them, except for the intervention of some other person and an extraneous factor. Third, the defendant not actually believed that the force used was necessary to prevent death, imminent death, or great bodily harm. So for the intent to kill, but for outside circumstances. AJ is beyond clear. He would have died but for the blood in the helicopter. He would have died but not for the surgery. Dr. Myers, he is lucky, extremely lucky to be alive. What what else was Nikolai's intent but to kill when he slices him up like that? He had the knife blade up. That wasn't an accident. He didn't not know. The first thing he does with it is slice up AJ's stomach. Riley, he slashes across the ribs. You saw the horrific nature of those wounds. He cut into her stomach, cut into her diaphragm. Luckily, he didn't hit any major arteries or her heart or lung. Tony blocked one stab, so Nikolai stabbed him again. The one he blocked, you saw the injury, was very close to where AJ's artery was severed. Dante was stabbed again, just below his heart. But for Nikolai missing vital organs, but for medical intervention, Mew claimed he had tunnel vision. Oh, sorry, back up. So Dr. Meyer also testified, you heard about anytime there's a puncture wound to the torso, stomach, they have to go in because there's so many major veins, arteries, organs, they have to go in to make sure something major isn't done. Nikolai killed Isaac, almost killed AJ. Riley needed emergency surgery. Luckily, but for dumb luck, he missed the vital organs of Dante. But for AJ blocking one strike and missing vital organs, he survived. Nikolai said he had
Knives
tunnel
are
vision.
scary, bro. I'd rather somebody shoot at me with a gun than get knifed. A knife doesn't miss. Some dumbass with a gun that doesn't know how to fire it, I'll take those odds.
I thought anyone touched me was attacking me. He didn't stab Ariel, and Ariel came up. It makes the tunnel vision claim a little bit unconvincing. For first-degree intentional homicide of Isaac Schumann, Nikolai stabbed him so hard he cut clean through 2 ribs. The wound was deeper than it was wide. He sliced Isaac's heart. There's no other intent when you stab somebody directly in the heart than to kill. An intent to kill doesn't need to be planned ahead of time. Your jury instructions talk about that. It doesn't have to be formed a week, a month, a day, even a minute in advance. As long as he had that intent when he does the act, that's intentional homicide.
Stabbing someone in the chest is pretty.
The first element
Can't really
is
say that's
cause
not
Isaac's
intentional,
death.
obviously.
That's obvious.
So-
Acted with intent to kill.
If that's the
Address
definition,
that.
oof.
Do not actually believe the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. I'm going to get to that in a little bit for all the counts. Third element, you do not reasonably believe the force was necessary. That also goes to, oh, sorry, that's part of the third element. So how do we know, how can what Nikolai believe? What a reasonable person would believe. That there's only one person on the planet who experienced what Nikolai experienced, saw what he saw, was standing in his place. And what did Nikolai believe? He believed it was unjustified. The very first thing he does is walk away. Doesn't run. Doesn't tell Ariel or Ernesto anything. Doesn't tell them to run. He walks away from his group to the other side of the river. At some point rinses the knife because it wasn't covered in blood. Throws the knife onto the bank before walking back to his group. Says nothing to his group other than they took my knife. Puts on his hat, sunglasses, and shirt, and sits down in his tube. He's the one, as he said in his interview, who says, let's go, let's get out of here. They can't right away because Eric isn't there. You saw, and as they're tubing down the river, you saw the video of him casually paddling along. You saw, so plan 1, get away. Slink away with the crowd. That didn't work.
Bro,
Plan
is that
2, lay
true
down.
though? Yo, that would be super damning. That would be, whoa, that's 100% damning if that is like actually the case.
Can you take the screen down, please?
recording started.
Ow.
Still doing all right? Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here? Okay.
Somebody, I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I
What
seen
the
people
fuck?
gather around it.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay.
Okay, guilty. What the fuck? That's the first thing you say, police? That's what you say to police?
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know. Okay, well,
Did you see anybody injured?
no.
You didn't see anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain? Do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming.
Okay.
You know, yeah, calling each other
That's
names. But
super damning, bro. Holy fuck. Well, that changed my mind.
I've seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know.
Wow, okay. I'm firmly on the guilty camp right now.
Just being
Jesus.
kids.
That is
Where's
damning
your
footage,
group
bro.
from?
This man lying.
Where did you drive from today?
That's what I told Sheriff Coons, and he's acting like he has no idea what's going on. Clearly not in shock. Let me take it down a second. Clearly not in shock. Clearly Nikolai knows that was not justified, and he's looking out for Nikolai.
This is such an annoying sport.
Slinking away didn't work. Plain dumb didn't work. He's told he's under arrest for homicide. Plan 3. Completely lie about what happened as to justify him using lethal force. The boys pulled out the knives. They twisted their arm and poked him. That's what he used, poke, with their own knife. So first degree intentional homicide and second degree intentional homicide are very similar. For first degree, it's did Nikolai actually believe, did he actually believe that he was not justified? For second degree, it's the reasonable person standard. I submit to you, it doesn't make a difference in this case. It's crystal clear. He knew he wasn't justified. He knew he wasn't justified. It's crystal clear from his actions after the fact. Can't be explained away by shock. He's clearly not in shock.
Yeah, this dude lying. That's kind of crazy. I was semi on his side, right, seeing the footage, and then
So
finding
force
out
on
that
AJ,
oh,
stabbing
you're
Ryan,
done,
just
son,
standing
done.
there, stabbing Tony, trying to break
Yo,
it
if
up.
you don't hand yourself into police, I cannot trust your motives, man. It could have been self-defense, but you tried to cover that shit up. So now I automatically cannot give you the self-defense claim because you lied about it and you tried to cover it up, which to my mind means you knew you were doing something you really shouldn't have. To the extreme, right? And not like, oh, it probably, like, even then, no, I don't even get, like, when you, I was gonna say, like, when you drive away from an accident, I somewhat get that, but I really don't, to be honest. It's just gonna make everything worse, as evidenced by this.
Stabbing Isaac directly in the heart. Ariel's there, walking up to Dante and stabbing him. The injuries he left behind,
That's crazy.
that all shows his intent. Again, you have to consider whether he knew he could retreat.
Is that game out yet, by the way? There's a game
Whether
coming
there
out
was a
today
safe
that
escape. He could have just walked away. He could have just raised his knife. He didn't do any of that. He just stood there with the knife until he punched Madison. He touched his knife when running up on the before running up on the boys. He takes out the knife, opens the blade up, never says anything, never walks away,
Where'd it go?
never takes a step back, never raises the knife, never yells for help. He's smirking with the knife in his hand. Finally, after stabbing 5 people, then he walks away. Doesn't run, walks. It's shocking to see what Nikolai did in this case, to see the injuries, and then see
It
his
did come
calm,
out.
cool demeanor after the fact, tubing down the river, sitting in his tube at the scene
Positive.
of chaos, casually talking to Sheriff Knudsen, making up this huge lie to Lieutenant Hart.
Fuck it, we'll add it to
Even
the
lied to
cart.
the Startners
I'll buy it right
at
now.
9 p.m., so 5 hours after the incident, about
Under
boy
space.
pulling a knife, twisting his arm, poking him with his own knife. Even lied to Sandy after the arrest. Nick recognizes that what happened is not justified self-defense. Just standing there with the knife, not walking away when you clearly can. So even to Sandy, after he's charged, he casts blame on her and the group for not hearing him yelling. He never yelled. Normally, it'd be difficult to know what a defendant believed in a self-defense case, not in this case. Nikolai was not in fear, he snapped. He was angry.
It is starting to sound like that, especially when he didn't. Bro, the fact
His
that he
actions
like,
showed he knew he
the
didn't.
fact that he's like blatantly lies to police. Oh, I don't know anything about it, bro. You were the one who stabbed him. That is super damning, dude. That changed my mind completely. I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy.
Did not reasonably believe the amount of force was necessary. He was not actually in fear. If he was actually in fear, he would have left. How else? Do you know what other clues? Think about his testimony. We submit to you that this is first-degree intentional homicide and first-degree attempted homicide. His acts clearly show intent. And if you can't agree unanimously on that, as your jury instructions tell you, you have to consider second degree. Again, the difference in second degree is Nikolai's belief versus reasonable person. Here you know, I submit to you, his belief from his own conduct afterwards, he knew it was not justified.
It does look that
You
way.
can't
I'm not
agree
gonna
on
lie. That's a
second degree,
really good point,
consider
bro.
First degree
That's a
reckless
that's a
homicide,
banger.
First degree reckless endanger of safety.
That's the wrong word to use there.
Element
You know what I
one,
mean?
Nikolai
Smoking gun.
endangered the safety of another human being. That's obvious. Endangered the safety of another by criminally reckless conduct. The jury instructions define criminally reckless conduct, creating a risk of death or great bodily harm. It's unreasonable and substantial. He was aware of the risk. Again, obvious when he's stabbing people. When you talk about reckless conduct, let's say you believe his testimony that he just thought anyone touching him, anyone close to him was attacking him and stabbing him. That's reckless. That's criminally reckless conduct. That's utter disregard for human life. What other clues are there to utter disregard? He just walks away. He just walks away. He doesn't call 911. He just sits on his tube as other people are helping the victims, and he tubes down the river. Your jury instructions talk about the question, the special question, yes or no. Did he commit these crimes while possessing a dangerous weapon, the pocket knife? There's nothing inherently wrong with carrying a pocket knife.
Well, and this
A lot
piece
of
is
people
ready,
carry
but we're gonna
pocket
watch
knives.
all of this first before I start
Totally
playing
fine
that
to
game.
carry it as a tool,
Because it's a narrative
totally fine to
space,
carry it for
it's like
self-defense.
freelancer.
Totally fine to carry any legal weapon, firearm, knife.
I don't want to do
if
that
it's
while
used
I'm watching
legally.
something.
Nikolai he was not justified in self-defense when he attacked these people. So we ask that you answer yes on that question. In the end, what is beyond clear, Nikolai knew this was not self-defense. All of his actions, from the minute the stabbings are done, from the second the stabbings are done, He knew it. It's obvious. His actions were horrific. They were senseless. He killed Isaac Schumann, stabbed him directly in the heart, disemboweled AJ, stabbed Tony who's trying to break up a fight, Riley who's just standing there, and then walks up to Dante. That walking up to Dante, stabbing him when he's got clear paths to retreat, that destroys any argument that this was self-defense. He was angry. There's no rational reason Nikolai, his group's over here, would walk this way towards the group of people to stab Dante. Senseless and horrific acts. The state has to find Nikolai Mew guilty of all charges. Thank you.
There's probably a break now, and then.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute recess. We'll be reconvening at 11:05. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Ooh, that's a rough one, bro. I think this guy is guilty. I'm not gonna lie. Like the change, the fact that you tried to lie to police, for me is extremely damning, and says a lot about your mindset.
South Bank.
Right on the bank, yes.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
No, no. You walked out of your way to get to the South Bank to get rid of it, and then walked back across the river to your group, right?
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
So damning. Try to get rid of the murder as well. That's some information that I wasn't aware of, right? See?
We're gonna play the video taken by Larry and Davis, Judge.
This is why I'm like, it isn't at first.
It's grainy, but it's of some value.
Do you have many more questions?
Yes.
Well, maybe this will be a good time to take a break. Let's recess and we'll come back at 2:50. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Mr. Smestad.
Mr. Mew, I want to ask you some more questions about the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part of it?
No.
And you've seen that video here in court.
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct? In that video?
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make out who was who.
Right, but there's a person wearing dark shorts with the same body type as you in the video. Is it you?
Third,
Hold on.
Well, we're going to watch the video. We're going to watch it through at full speed.
This is the video where I can't see shit.
We're going to play part of it, but slower, but not the end part. We're ready. So at the very beginning. Mr. Mew, do you see yourself in the left-hand side foreground wearing the dark shorts? Where the cursor's pointed?
I can't make out.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Sustained.
Can't ask that question. It's a little.
since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify,
Yes,
the people that were all involved in the incident, right?
yes.
At the time that you stabbed these folks, there wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Sustained. Sustained question.
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing
Yeah,
shorts
just
that are
move
black
on
on
from
the
that
bottom
question, bro,
and
because it's not gonna work.
light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're gonna go through it slowly.
Yes.
They're approaching the bench. I hate this part. Why would you just turn the mute the microphones? It's that simple. That's so annoying. Sorry, guys.
In any event, after you got rid of the knife on the south side of the river, you walked back to the north side of the river where your group was in the at the sandbar, right?
Yes,
Sat in your tube. Did you sit down in your tube?
yes,
Eric Williams from your group, realizing that people were hurt, left. Did you see Eric Williams leave your group?
no,
At some point, did you notice he wasn't with your group anymore?
I didn't do a head count, sir. Sorry.
Did anyone else from your tubes go to help with the folks on the river that were hurt?
Is the question.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to anybody in that group.
When you went back to your tube, you put your shirt back on, right?
I was cold, yes,
And you put on your hat, right?
yes,
And your sunglasses.
yes,
Eventually, you saw police officers and emergency medical technicians show up on the river, right?
yes,
Wading up the river, right?
yes,
Trying to help people that had been injured. And you saw that happen, right?
yes.
You didn't approach anybody to say you were attacked, as far as law enforcement or EMTs or anything like that, right?
No, I just pooped myself. I was afraid to go in that area.
Even
I'm
though there's
sorry.
police presence everywhere, you were afraid to walk over there and tell them, hey, this is what happened.
Yes, sir.
So you got in your tube and you floated down the river.
Not immediately. We waited there. We had people, from what I learned, not that I remember, that called 911 and, yeah. I don't remember any of that stuff. So I don't remember.
So you remember waiting for
oh,
Eric
dude,
Williams
the fact
to come
that you
back to join your
didn't
group?
you didn't go to police and try to slip away is so damning to me, dude. That's like instant guilty. I don't know, bro. That is so sus, man. Like from the video, right? If you look at the video alone, you're thinking like, fuck around, find out. But then you come to learn he threw away the weapon. He rinsed it off as well first, then threw it away. Lied to police, said he didn't know what the fuck was going on. Oh, I heard some yelling. What the fuck, bro? That is super damning.
Group so you could leave?
I don't remember.
All right, do you remember saying, let's go? You yourself saying that?
Finally.
Overruled. Overruled.
I don't remember.
Gosh.
Ernesto Torres, he's your best friend.
Yes,
You didn't tell him what happened as you were floating away?
I didn't talk to, I don't remember talking to anybody. I don't even remember going down the river or up the river. I was just stunned. I don't remember anything.
You didn't tell Ernesto, I was afraid for my life and I did this?
No.
You never told Ernesto that
Sorry
you
about
acted
that.
in self-defense?
I don't remember talking to anybody.
You didn't say, I was afraid they were gonna kill me, these folks?
I don't remember.
As you were leaving the area, you saw folks giving CPR to Isaac Humans, right?
I didn't see that.
All right. Eventually, you made it down to Village Park where the exit was, right?
Eventually.
And there's some video of you relaxed in your tube, kind of playing in the water with your hand, right?
Sustained.
Do you remember seeing the video of you
I remember seeing the video.
relaxing in your tube before you got back to the end?
Sustained.
Did you see the video or not?
I said I did.
I gotta. I think it's how he
When you got
phrases
to
it.
Village Park, your group exited the river, right?
Asked before.
Yes,
There was multiple police in the area, right?
yes.
You saw a uniformed
yeah, just
officer
rephrase
with
it.
his gun drawn, walking towards you, right?
Right.
You didn't approach that officer.
I was afraid of everybody at
You were
that
afraid
time.
you were afraid of the officer?
I was afraid of anything and everybody. I was afraid of anything. I couldn't, I was still in shock, so I was afraid of everything, yes.
You didn't approach the officer and say,
Bro, but you threw the knife away and you. Even when they put you in the back of a police cruiser, you were still lying. Oh no. I didn't hear nothing. I heard some yelling. Oh, was it in pain or just loud? Yelling? Like, bro, that changes everything, dude. That little snippet of information changed everything. And now he's really, really sus. This is why I love watching these things, dude. It's like you go through the roller coaster with some of these cases, man. Like the Kyle Rittenhouse case was, again, super fucking obvious from the beginning. That guy should have never been charged in the first place. I don't think there's been ever a self-defense case that had that much footage about it, like online. We saw what happened 30 minutes after it happened, right? That's how much footage there was of it. But then you get like cases like this where like on the video, if you just see the 3-minute video, it's like, ooh. But then you get these extra snippets of information, like, oh, he threw the weapon away. Oh, he was lying to the police. There's like literal video of a police body cam of the guy sitting in the back of a cruiser and just straight up lying through his teeth, right? That's really damning.
they tried to kill me, I defended myself, nothing like that, right?
And then lies in
I
the
don't remember
statements
saying anything like that to him.
as
You
well.
walked right by him, right?
All that is a blur. I don't remember it.
Once you got further up the path,
think this
no
guy's
other
gonna go to jail.
officers were able to pick you out of your group, right?
Defense is gonna have a
Apparently,
really
They
gotta have a
stopped you.
really good closing argument because the prosecution's
before you
closing
go to
argument
court.
was really damning.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember the police stopping you and detaining you in the park after this incident?
I remember being stopped, but I don't remember the details.
Sure. You were aware that the police had a picture of you from the river, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police had to take your hat and glasses off to make sure that it was you in the picture?
Nope. I was focused on one thing only. That somebody with a bat that I've seen in the woods and across that whatever bridge, the little bridge, Rainbow Bridge, whatever. I was focused on him. I was very afraid of that person.
Did you ever say to an officer, hey, there's a guy over there with a bat and that's concerning me, can you do something about it?
No.
You were put into a squad car, right?
This guy's story is
Yes.
falling apart
Yes.
massively, dude. The more he
Sheriff
starts
Knudsen
talking.
came over to make sure you were comfortable, right?
This is from
I saw
yesterday,
that
by
in
the way,
video,
guys.
Yes.
You don't remember talking? to
They're
Sheriff
closing
Knutzen?
arguments now, but it's on a break.
You remember him asking you?
The prosecution
Well, you
just
don't remember, you don't
did
remember. We're
theirs.
gonna play that video, and then I have some questions for you.
It's pretty rough for him. For his case.
Your Honor, this is the longer version of the video that's been referenced. It's 1 minute and 59 seconds.
House Majority.
Shit. Stupid fucking.
Camera recording
Oh,
started.
here, this is the video.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody, I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit
Bro.
the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it.
Yeah, and I seen people gather around.
Is that not damning as
Okay.
hell?
All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah.
Okay. All
So
right.
I don't know.
He seems
Okay,
very
well,
focused on the
Did you
guy
see
with the
anybody
bat.
injured?
No,
You didn't see anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain? Do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming.
Okay.
You know, yeah, calling each other names, but you know, that's I've seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know, kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Where are you? Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today?
Oh, I drove from
Bro, I'm telling you, this is the nail in the coffin. There's no way this guy's getting off. That's crazy. I'm fucking blown away by this part, dude.
Prior Lake.
From Prior Lake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't
Guilty.
even drive with them. We came here alone. My wife.
Your wife and you? And you met the group here?
Yeah, but we know each other.
Okay. All right.
Yo.
As long as the temperature's good, I'll check back with you in a minute, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The end. Hey. Hey. Wake up. You okay?
Knudsen, right?
I don't remember that conversation,
What was that?
but yes.
You
She was making
already
really
told
weird
him
noises.
that you heard there was a stabbing,
Bad roommate.
right?
You okay?
I don't remember any of this stuff.
You're fishing for information about what happened, right?
Fucking scared me, yo.
I don't know
There
what.
was some weird ass noises,
Say I
dude.
was
So she was
I
having
don't
a
know.
bad dream or something.
You asked him some questions about what had happened, right?
Again, I don't remember this conversation.
But you were pretending that you didn't know what happened. Is that true?
No.
At the point that you were talking to Sheriff Knudsen and saying these things, you didn't know there was a video of what happened on the river, did you?
I didn't know whether I was dead or alive.
What the fuck?
But you also didn't know that there was a video, right?
No.
When the sheriff asked you what had happened, one of your responses was it was kids being kids, right?
This is what I love. Again, this is what I love about watching this stuff. Like, because I was semi on his side right at the start, because we only saw the actual video of what happened. Right, the whole reason we started watching the trial, because I love shit like this. Well, love is a strong word considering. You get a single piece of information, and it's with that piece of information, you can retroactively look back at other statements that you didn't heard, and then they put that gets put in an entirely different light. You know what I mean? I really do like. I'm intrigued by all of this. Use that term instead, because it's like how do I explain? I can't. I don't. I'm not entirely sure how to put this in words. The evolution of the fact finding is what interests me the most. You know what I mean? Like you get this piece of evidence right there, and then via that piece of evidence, all of a sudden, a lot of the evidence that you thought you had here suddenly starts twisting and starts looking very differently. Even though if you have this in a microcosm, if you have evidence A in a microcosm, it'll look very damning for person A. But if you then get evidence B attached to evidence A, all of a sudden those two will start looking very damaging to person B instead, or will change the context of the first piece of evidence with the second piece of evidence. Like it's like a complex puzzle that you can see like fall in front of you, and you have to like figure it out. That's why I love that shit. And I'm not even that much of a puzzler. I don't like puzzle games or whatever it is, but in this case, it's more I don't know. It's a puzzle in a more abstract sense, I guess.
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You just heard yourself say it on the video, though.
So,
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
I'll move on.
Yeah,
Prior
put it
to
in the
being
jury's head
taken
anyway.
to jail, you were transferred from that squad car
damage is
that
done.
you were into a different squad
He
car,
did
right?
he did what he needed to do.
Remember that?
That's why he moved on so quickly.
You remember at some point Deputy Thomason telling you that you were under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
I don't remember any of that.
When you spoke with Lieutenant Hart, even though you'd been informed that you were being arrested for homicide, you pretended to know that, to not be aware that someone had died, right? Right? When you were talking to Lieutenant Hart, you,
Over here at the jail,
yeah,
I don't remember any of that conversation.
Not much this guy
you
remembers.
don't recall pretending to not be aware that someone had died.
Sustained.
When you're talking to Lieutenant Hart, that was about 4 hours after you'd been arrested, right?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
And said you had time to put together a story, right?
No,
You had 4 hours to
That
come up
question's
with a
allowed?
story about what
Holy
happened
shit.
on the river before you were interviewed by Lieutenant Hart, right?
no,
You didn't have that time.
I didn't put a story together.
So when you told her things like, 2 of these boys pulled knives on you,
It's a really
You're
smart
telling the
answer.
truth?
You didn't have that time.
No.
Don't just yes or
That
no.
was
I
a
didn't
story,
put a story
right?
together. That's a smart
Correct.
one.
and when you said that you somehow managed to grab
guy's
one of the
coached pretty
boys'
well, to be
arms
honest.
and bend their wrist back and stab them with their own knife, that's a story you made up, right?
I told her what I remembered.
You remember doing that?
No, everything I told her is what I remembered at that time.
At the time you told her these things, you thought that you would grab someone's arm and stab them with their own knife?
As you can see, I was very confused.
Did you not testify earlier that you lied about the knife?
That I did.
And then nobody else had a knife on the river except for you?
That I lied about the knife.
So it's impossible then for you to have twisted someone's arm and stabbed them with their own knife, right?
I saw the video.
No, I'm asking what you said to Lieutenant Hart.
I don't remember the interview, but I
That's-
saw the video. And
You're aware,
I-
That's
I
100%
know that
coaching, by
it's
the way,
not-
obviously,
right,
right?
It's not true.
Which I'll get it. Don't get me wrong.
not just a couple of little lies, but.
But it's a hard
lie
question.
on
Just say you
top
don't
of
remember.
lie, Lieutenant Hart.
It's actually
right?
a really good strategy.
Sustained.
Well, let's talk about some of the things you told her.
The fact you're
Said,
on the stage in the
"Boys
first
took these
place, or on the
goggles off
stand in
my
the first
head and
place,
threw
is
them down
nuts,
the river,"
in my
right?
opinion. But yeah.
You told her that?
If that's what the video recorded, yes.
Right? You told her that these boys tried to pull down your shorts, right?
That's what I saw in the video, but I don't remember the interview.
That's a detail you added for your benefit, right?
No,
You said
Why's that
these
question
boys
allowed?
attacked you, right?
Well, I guess
You
yeah,
told
he's
her
the
that.
prosecutor, but it's like super
Multiple
hostile.
times, right?
I saw the video.
Did you say that or not? Yes or
I
no?
said that in the video. Yes.
And you knew that wasn't true, right?
So, in the video, I lied, I totally lied about the night. I didn't remember a lot of details. I didn't remember of anything. I don't even remember the interview. I just, looking at the video, I can look at it like anybody would look at it for the first time. I don't remember any of that.
You told Lieutenant Hart that these boys told you, don't run away from us. You remember saying that?
No.
In fact, it's just the opposite. They were telling you to go, right?
I don't remember.
You told her that a second boy had a knife, attacked you with the knife, and you took that from him, right?
That's what I saw in the video.
That's not true either, right? Right?
That's not true.
You said that when you walked back to your group, and this is talking to Lieutenant Hart, that Ernesto asked you if you had found the phone, right?
Oh, son of a bitch. How quick were they back, man? Damn, it was like a 10-minute recess? Shit.
That's not a requirement here. Keep that in mind. May it please the court.
All right, closing arguments for the defense. Is that?
Counsel. So, ladies and gentlemen, in his opening statement,
Bro, is that the fucking... Wait. Wait. Is that the fucking Rittenhouse lawyer? Apple River defense lawyer. Chirafisi, it's the fucking Rittenhouse lawyer, bro. What the fuck? Okay, that I did not expect. I was like, yo, this guy even looks like the fucking Rittenhouse lawyer. It actually is the Rittenhouse lawyer, dude. The fuck? I don't think you're winning this one, bro. So far. Yeah, it's Chirafisi, dude. It's fucking, that's like, holy fuck. I thought I recognized the guy. Jesus.
Attorney Nelson said
I didn't expect that.
one of the things you're going to have to determine is what happened on July 30th, 2022. Well, what happened on July 30th, 2022 is a group of drunk teenagers led by the ringleader, Juwan Cockfield, saw an opportunity to torment a man who was by himself. They taunted him. They called him names like raper and pedophile and predator.
Oh no.
They did this for no legitimate purpose.
Doesn't mean you get the
When
steps.
they did this,
It's the punch that did it, but
Yeah,
apparently
yeah,
his was first.
it attracted the attention of another group, right? Led by Madison Cohen and Dante Carlson. 6 drunk teenagers quickly turned into 13. 13 against 1. They got in his face. They screamed at him. They called him names. They swore at him. They put their hands on him. And the group of 6, they became brave. The group of 6 became brave to the point that they circle him and start talking. They do this to a man who has done nothing, absolutely nothing to them. Then, when that man, Mr. Mew, tries to create some space between him and Madison Cohen, they pounce. They punch him. They push him. They slap him. They hit him again. They choke him. From all directions. And Nick Mew acts in self-defense. That's what happened on July 30th, 2022. I just want to give you guys a little bit of an indication as to kind of where I'm going to go, and more importantly, what I think you need to think about
How the
when
fuck?
you are back there thinking about the evidence, okay? First is the law. 1, there is no duty to retreat, period. That is the only requirement. In this state, bullies like Madison Cohen don't get to tell us where to go. Bullies like Madison Cohen don't get to get in our face and require that we leave. That's not a requirement here. Keep that in mind. 2, subjective beliefs. Okay? When you're listening to or contemplating the evidence and replaying it in your mind, you are to do that and consider the beliefs, not the actions, but the beliefs of Mr. Mew. And when you do that, you are to do that from his perspective at the time that the events were occurring. So while we have a video, that video is from the perspective of Juwan Cockfield. The video perspective that the jury is required to consider it is as Nick Mew is holding the camera. I'm going to address this a little bit later, but the idea of provocation. Whether or not Nick intentionally caused harm to Madison Cohen. That is something that you should consider when you're considering provocation. And the other main one I want to talk about is what it means, because it's different here, beyond a reasonable doubt. So normally, beyond a reasonable doubt is this hurdle, and the state has to jump that hurdle in order to prove a case. It's a little bit different here. Okay? Because in this case, self-defense has been alleged. Remember when you're back there, Nick Mew doesn't have to prove he acted in self-defense. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he didn't act in self-defense. They have to prove that his beliefs were unreasonable. Okay? So, the way that I look at this video, the main video of Juwan Cockfield, we've all seen the 9-second video where he's screaming at Mr. Mew, calling him a raper. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the video that you've seen probably more than you want to. But I'm breaking that up into really 3 parts, okay? 0 to 149 is the first part, all right? Before anything actually happens in terms of the attack. And what is in dispute in that first minute and 49 seconds? I think 2 things were raised in the case that were in dispute. And that is, first, whether or not these drunk teens were actually afraid of Mr. Mew, right? I think to a person, they testified, yeah, we were really concerned about Mr. Mew. and you get to use your everyday experiences in life when you decide what to believe. Does that look to you like teenagers who are afraid of that person? Is that what that looks like to you? Does this photo of drunk teenagers taunting him, does that make you believe in your experiences in life? That they're afraid of him? Or is this what drunk teenagers who are terrified, is that what they look like? Does that make sense to you? Because you heard this. As the numbers rose, as the number of people grew, their fear, it decreased. And you've heard Mr. Anderson say over and over again, all Nick Mew had to do was walk away. Well,
Oh, the guy died.
you
I said a
heard
gas couldn't get there in time.
from each one of those tubers, those drunk teenagers, we could have passed. When he walked over by Madison Cohen, we could have passed. And you heard Owen Pelican. I didn't want to pass. I wanted to see how this was going to play out. Why? Because Joanne Packfield was recording this entire
Yo,
incident.
Gimli.
They wanted to see what
Why?
was going to happen.
It's really fun. They need to make a new one.
They're
It's
not
great.
afraid. They want to see how this is going to play out. And Jawan Cockfield said it best of all. It's for the culture. He wanted to put it on the internet so other people could see. And when you're using your everyday experiences in life, ask yourself this. Do people who are afraid of other people, do they walk up on them? Is that what people do when you're afraid of someone? Or do you try to get away from them? If you're afraid of someone, do you taunt them? Do you call them names?
I like the show too.
Do you
Sorry.
circle around them? Those are questions that you all can answer. Or an alternative hypothesis to them being terrified is, do they do those things because they're drunk teenagers and what they want to do is make a video and put it on the internet? Which
About a
one of
stabbing.
those two things, based on the evidence that you've seen, which one of those things makes more sense to you?
There's
The
self-defense
second
claim.
thing that I think is in dispute,
Hilariously,
or
that's
was at
Kyle
least
Rittenhouse's
raised
lawyer.
in the first minute and 49 seconds of that
We just
video,
noticed that.
is whether or not Nick Mew's looking for little girls. Now, Mr. Anderson gets up here and says,
He's gonna lose
"No,
this
he
one, I
wasn't
think.
looking for little girls." But he also says,
Like self-defense was claimed, but the guy threw away the
boys
weapon, lied to
didn't invent
police,
that.
etc. Like, ooh,
No,
that's super damning,
they
bro.
pretty much invented that. And why do we, or how do we know that? So that's not on video anywhere, right? They don't mention it, they don't say anything about Nick Mew telling
What?
them that, right? Every one of them who speaks to the police
There's
provides
no
a
pedos
statement about
involved.
what happened. Zero. Zero mention to the police that he said he was looking for little girls. This gentleman over here, Investigator Schultz, I think he said that he was a sensitive crimes investigator. He saw some of this stuff come across his desk, and that would have interest. Investigator did testify. Said he would have mentioned, if any of these kids would have mentioned little girls, I would have taken note of that. So,
A kid died, by the way. 17-year-old, 18,
what's the
something like that.
alternative? Why did they say that?
2 or 3 others got
I
stabbed.
would submit to you that what kind of
The video is pretty damning against
does
them,
what these kids
but
did to him, and what would they
well,
look
I wouldn't
like
say pretty damning. It
as
was like
people
a half and half.
if all they did
But the guy threw away the
was pick a guy
weapon,
out
super straight up lied to
start
police. Like, yeah, that's sorry, but then
What do we
you
think
claim the self-defense is gone.
What do we
instantly
think
for
of
me.
people who call grown men rapers and pedophiles and predators for kicks? What do we think of those people? They had to come in and say that.
I mean, you don't get to stab them though.
Because if they don't, we know what we think of them. That's the reason they came in, and they said this to you guys under oath. They got on that witness stand and swore to tell the truth, and they told you that he said he was looking for little girls. Well, the cops got up under oath and told you, no, they never mentioned that to me. What are the odds?
Yeah, I know.
What are the odds that that actually happened and nobody mentions it to the police? What are the odds?
Super annoying sometimes too.
Two other little points on that. In your everyday experiences in life, would you expect a man that you never met to walk up to you and say, you ask him, how's your day? What are you doing? Oh, I'm looking for little girls. Would you expect someone to actually do that? Does that make any sense to you? He's with his wife. He has lunch with his wife and his friends. In order to believe what these drunk teenagers are saying, you have to believe that he has lunch with his wife, he's with his friends, they're having a fine time. Ariel loses his phone, and Nick goes, this is my chance. My wife's right over there, but this is my chance to go look for little girls. And I'm going to tell a bunch of drunk teenagers I've never met before, that's what I'm doing. Tell me that makes sense to you. Because you get to judge the credibility of what people have said to you. Okay? But I want to talk about what we know in that first minute and 49 seconds of the video. What do we know? We know, based on the evidence, that Nick's looking for a phone. We know that. Ariel said that, Nick said that. They find Ariel's phone in the river. So we know. We know that Nick comes up to the teenager's tubes, and we know that Cockfield's looking for a phone, and Cockfield's holding a phone. The one Cockfield's holding a phone. We know.
I love Muso
that
games.
Nick
That's why I'm playing this. This is a Muso game.
walks away from them as he passes.
Same
them. We know
company,
that.
same developers.
We know, right, that the drunk teenagers
That's why I love it.
move toward him
Game's great, man.
and start confronting him. We know that. We also know that Nick sees what he believes to be a reasonable, rational adult. So he heads over there to talk to her.
Oh, it's definitely a Muso game.
And what we know is you can see his
Plays
thumb
exactly like a Muso
motioning
game,
back,
minus the Spider-Man.
trying to explain what happened. And we know that Madison Cohen, who knows nothing about what happened, zero, starts screaming at him to leave. We know that Madison Cohen feels comfortable enough to put her hands
Well,
on him
the hordes are
for the
combined
first
into
time.
officers.
And
They're all
move him.
officers.
because, well, she's queen of the river, and she decides where
Really
people
big
go.
officers.
So she's moving him. We know that. We know that Nick is uncomfortable, so he waits for his group to come over because the state can say whatever they want. He's by himself. So we know Nick does that. We know that when Nick waves to his group, so does Madison Cohen.
I've been using him.
But there's
They're
one
on the
big
side.
difference.
Watch.
Her group shows up. And they show up in numbers.
Any other questions?
We know that the group of teens are brave. And as this is going on, they start taunting this man who's done nothing to them. We know that. We know that Riley Madison comes over and now she thinks it's necessary because she's been anointed something in the river
Cigarettes.
and
Lucky Strike
she
Blue.
gets to tell him where to go. So we know
got
that
really
she
expensive.
puts her hands on him.
On April 1st.
We know that Nick's uncomfortable enough that he waves the group over a second time, trying to get someone to come to his aid. We know that. We know that Madison Cohen pushes him, puts her hands on him.
I know.
Again. He tells her not to touch him, but she does it anyway.
Oh.
We know at that point it's 13 against 1. The other thing that we know, because we heard it, was someone in the group, the brave group of 6, tells Nick and you got 10 seconds. In your everyday experiences in life, when someone tells you that you have 10 seconds, what normally comes after that? If we have children,
what the
I'm gonna count to 3.
What the fuck?
You got 10 seconds to do this. Nothing's good is coming after that. It's reasonable in our experiences as adults to take that as a threat, right? And if you think about it, they all blamed. They didn't know it. But the guy holding the
Well, it
bag
wasn't random. I was
Isaac.
flying by. It was just unexpected to grab that
We
good.
know it's not Joanne Cockfield, and everybody else denied it. So who's left? Their buddy Isaac. They all blame, without saying his name. It's like, wasn't me, wasn't me, wasn't me. Well, you're saying it's the one person who isn't here. Right? That's what we know. We know everything here I just told you is what we know in the first minute and 49 seconds. And why does that matter? What does...
I can't see the exhibits.
And step up and go over to the side.
What does that matter? Why does this matter? Because one of the things you have to consider when you consider self-defense is Nick Mew's reasonable belief that there is going to be an imminent interference with his person. And when you add all of these things together, he has to subjectively believe that. As a jury, as you sit here today, we don't get to look at it and
Oh,
say,
yeah.
what would an objective reason
Like I said,
person do?
Musso
Does
gang.
Nick feel that way? Does Nick feel, with all of these things listed here, that there is an imminent unlawful interference with his person? And I would submit to you, he does. He told you he did. Right? We're going to see the video one time, promise, broken up into those parts.
Volume, please.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Whoa! Oh God! We up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes, yes, yes. For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go! It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girl! He said he was looking for little girl! Yeah! That's exactly what he said. Weirding us out. I even have that part on camera. Did I? Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We trying to have fun. If he's gonna claim you, he's gonna claim you. We don't want to.
I don't want to show the other parts. They'll get me demonetized. Or not demonetized. I'm already demonetized. You know what I mean?
The second part of the video that I think is important, and Attorney Anderson's talked a little bit about it, is really the 1 second that we don't get to see, right? The 1 second where the state is insinuating and is claiming that Madison Cohen was punched. And where Nick Mew has testified that he raises his arm to get her out of his space. So those are the two possibilities as to what happened in the video that you don't see. And I am, once again, asking that you use your everyday experiences in life when you make this determination, okay? And I understand that people in stressful situations don't get everything perfect. I get that. I'm not holding anybody to this exact standard. But what have we heard in order to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that
Dude, this fucking thing is in the ground. I couldn't hit it. Oh, I guess.
You heard AJ Martin say that he grabbed her by the back of the hair and was slugging her from behind. Okay? No one else says that. You hear Alex
I'm not saying
Vang
they were
say
acting,
he slapped her with a right hand in the face. Then I say, Mr. Vang,
All right,
how can
but
that happen?
yeah, the guy was.
He's got a knife in his hand.
Bro,
And he says, you're right, that can't happen.
the guy pulls out a knife, kills one of them, stabs 3 others. And like I said, from the video, it's like, I don't know. But then you learn he tossed the knife after washing it. There's footage of him sitting in the back of a police cruiser, and they're asking, "Oh, you heard anything about this? Oh, I heard some yelling. I don't know, blah blah blah. I heard somebody got stabbed, and I fit this description." Like, bro, you like the fuck? They were even yelling. They got you on video. Like that. To me, personally, for me, that seals the deal, dude. That you just lost your case to self-defense, in my opinion. Right? I ain't a judge or a jury, so.
He punched her.
Don't really matter, but
You hear
yeah, those
Juwan
kids are
Cockfield,
dicks.
who's
100%.
not looking
But
at it, he's holding his camera in another direction, says
that
he
doesn't mean
threw a
much.
hook at her. I saw that. Right? Madison Cohen says, she said on direct examination, he hit me with a left hand to the left side of my face. And it said that. Then when I asked her questions and I said, can you explain how that's
No, dude.
and her response was, you're right. I get lefts and rights wrong. He hit me on the other side.
If you're in panic, how do you have the clarity of thought to get rid of the murder weapon
But
and
the
start
state
lying?
says-
I don't know, dude.
She had a heartbeat in
No.
her cheek.
For me, that's damning.
She should
Like,
remember what
that's
side of her
damning
cheek
for me.
the heartbeat was in. She doesn't get that.
I see your point, but I just don't
But
know.
how about the things when you use your
Like, I get
everyday
what you're trying to
experience
say.
in
I'll put it that way.
that the state, they didn't talk about what he was up here talking about her injuries. He talks about her falling back and people seeing things. Okay, people can be wrong. How about things that make sense, though? We know that she's wearing sunglasses, right? We know that. Her sunglasses are not broken. She doesn't have a mark on her face from being cut by sunglasses. None of that. Is that what would happen if a 250-pound man squared up on a woman and threw a hook to her face? She doesn't have redness on her face.
My heat.
She doesn't have swelling on her face. She doesn't have puffiness, a bruise, or a mark. How do we know that? Investigator Schultz told us. I saw her shortly thereafter, and she didn't have a mark. He says, if I would have seen a mark, I would have taken a photograph of that mark. Makes sense, right? She doesn't drop her drink. She doesn't drop her vape. Her cell phone doesn't leave her bathing suit. Is that what happens when a 250-pound man squares up on a woman? She doesn't drop a thing, and she doesn't have a mark. Does that make sense to you all? Or does it make more sense that Nick Mew pushes her out of his space? Attorney Anderson said she's not in his space. Well, most of her friends said, no, she was. She was in his face. She was in his face. She was in his space. Right? If he makes this motion, she's not going to have broken sunglasses. She's not going to have a mark on her face. She's not going to have redness, puffiness, swelling, a bruise. She's not going to drop her drink because he doesn't hit her. Which one of those two things in your everyday experiences in life makes more sense? You get to decide that.
Son of a bitch.
And I want you to think about this.
I died.
She knows the seriousness of the case. She tells the police she takes a photograph or photographs. Then she claims to have deleted them in a homicide case. Then the police say, that's okay. That happens. You give us your phone, we can get the pictures. Right? Wrong. They do a Cellbrite downloaded extraction of her phone. Investigator Schultz doesn't do it, but he reviews it and says, there's no deleted photos that I saw in there. He even goes so far as to reach out to Madison Cohen's mother, because maybe she either took the photos or were sent the photos. No, not there either. You get to judge the credibility of people and whether or not that makes any sense. That is not provocation. And just briefly on retreat and provocation. I told you when I started, there is no duty to retreat. And that is true. That's the first sentence in the retreat instruction. If you want to, it says you may consider whether or not when he was retreating, or if he had to retreat, whether the defendant reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to terminate the interference. You may consider whether he had the opportunity to retreat. Okay? Now you don't have to, but when it starts, when it matters, is when he's using the force. And when he's doing that,
use the force, Luke.
He's surrounded. He told you he was surrounded. I asked Lieutenant Hart, do you have any information that would be contrary to Nick Mew's belief or statement that he was surrounded? She said, no, I don't. Where's he gonna go?
I mean, yeah. This is the main.
He doesn't have to go anywhere. We don't
That's why you
let
can't hear
people
nothing about the
dictate
game.
what we do, and the loudest voice
Not
in
too
the
much, at
room
least.
doesn't have to win. Madison Cohen doesn't get to make these decisions for people. He doesn't have to leave. The drunk teenagers don't have to leave either. They told you they could have left, but they wanted to see the show. He doesn't have to go, and there's nowhere to go. That should be the beginning, middle, and end of that evaluation on retreat. Same analysis, same result on provocation, okay? You have to find that Nick Mew committed an unlawful conduct against Madison Cohen to provoke this attack. He wanted her to get out of his personal space. The bully in the room doesn't get to yell at you and tell you to leave, and then when you don't leave, doesn't get to get in your personal space because you are not leaving. That's not how this works. The last part of the video is the 150 to 205 mark, okay? Now, you heard yesterday, the state wants to break this video, this last 15 seconds or so, down into stills. 1/24th of a second. No one lives their life in 1/24th of a second. And you're not supposed to in this case, because you're supposed to look at this case through the eyes of Nick Mew.
4 teenagers.
And if you
Some guy stabbed 4
if you watch
teenagers,
that
killing
video,
one,
the first
disemboweling
time I saw
another.
it, I didn't see what happened. I didn't see him pull a knife.
The video looks really damn well. Again, with the video looks damning for the teenagers. However, what I trip over and why I think he's probably guilty of at least reckless endangerment, reckless homicide, on the first guy, and then reckless endangerment on the other two, is that he went back to his group, didn't talk to anyone about it, rinsed the knife off, threw the knife away, and then when the police confronted him, was like, "Oh, I heard there was a stabbing, and I fit the suspect's description. Oh, I don't know nothing. Oh no." Like, what? I really fall over that part. Like, for me, that is like, sorry, bro, but I think you're guilty.
I didn't see some of these people getting injured because it's moving like this. When you break it down to 1/24th of a second, it's just not how we live our lives. You have to look at those 14 seconds through Nick Mew's eyes as he was standing there in the river. And remember, he told you yesterday that he believed that he was going to die. But he doesn't have to believe it. He just has to believe that he's going to suffer serious bodily injury. That's what he has to believe, okay? And before I start this video, I'm going to ask you this again. What do we know in those last 15 seconds? We know that Anthony and Dante Carlson were asked by their dad to go over there. Why? To help him.
That's the alleged, yeah, that's what he alleges.
Quentin Carlson testified
Hang on.
that he was concerned that Nick Mew was going to get the brakes beat off of him. So Quentin Carlson wanted his boys to go assist.
That's the original
Quentin
video.
Carlson was concerned that Nick Mew was going to suffer serious bodily injury if someone didn't help him. Alex Vang told you. Mew's getting his butt kicked when this is going on. And Owen Peliquin said those guys got on his ass. Anthony Carlson is yelling, stop, stop, stop. He's not yelling it to Nick Mew. Nick Mew's tail down in the water.
It wasn't a baiting spot. It's more like a
Presumably, he's telling
inner
it
tubes down a
to
river.
the people who are beating him. Right?
It's
That's
Wisconsin.
what we know.
Oh shit. We're not showing that on Twitch.
He ain't a woman! He ain't a woman! You ain't a woman!
Now, Juwan Cockfield found that to be funny for quite some time. You can hear him cackling on how he thinks it's funny that Mew's getting punched in the face and knocked in the face, slapped, okay? But what we know from that video is a 250-pound man, 250-pound man, has been knocked clean off his feet backwards into the water by getting punched in the jaw. That's what we know. We know that in 1 second, Dante Carlson, who throws that punch, runs around to the other side of Nick Mew while he's still on his back, kind of on his lower, on his butt, kind of on his lower back, and he cracks him across the face. We know that. That's not in dispute. We know that A.J. Martin, who says he's the peacekeeper, that's what he said. He runs up from behind and shoves Nick Mew while Dante Carlson comes in for thirds
Yeah, of course.
and smacks Nick Mew in the face again. I would submit to you at this point, it's coming from all sides and from multiple people. And this man, who had heart surgery, is terrified as to what's going on.
But I can't get over I can't get over the
know.
fact that he didn't.
Well, let me just remind you of this. At this
Winning
point,
simple is
after he's been punched, slapped, pushed,
you hand
slapped,
yourself in, dude.
he hasn't stabbed anyone. Right? And if you listened closely to what A.J. Martin said in his testimony, when he was shown the picture of him making contact with Mr. Mew before Mr. Mew stabbed him, he said, he got me before I got him, I guess. What does that tell you about what A.J. Martin's intention is? He's back in the water now for a third time after getting pushed down by A.J. Martin. And what do we see next? That's Anthony Carlson. He walks right by Mew. Mew doesn't do a thing to him. Mr. Mew doesn't do a thing to Anthony Carlson as he walks by. You will then see, and what we know is Anthony Carlson comes up from behind him, appears to be yelling at him and putting his hands on him. So now Mew has been touched at that point, punched, pushed from behind and slapped. And now Anthony Carlson comes up to him. We know that. And then we know 1 second later that Isaac Schumann comes up to him. You guys get to make the decision on whether or not he's choking him around the neck. You get to make that decision. I'm not telling you what that is.
It's really not joking, okay? This is what I've been saying earlier as well. You could take any still and make it look so badly. Like, we went through it on slow motion. It's less than a second. He's like doing a pushing motion. Yeah, sure, he went for his throat, but that's not joking.
You get to decide if that looks like a choke to you or not. So at that point, 4 people.
He literally just, dude, oh, this is what I can't stand about lawyers, man. He literally just had this spiel about, oh, we don't live our life at 1/24th of a second, and then he does the exact same fucking thing, bro. Like, bitch, literally a minute ago, you were just saying this is bad, and now you're doing it yourself.
have attacked Nick Mew. And why does it matter? Why does any of that matter? Because if you find the following, Nick Mew is not guilty of all the charges, okay? If you find that Nick Mew believed that there was an imminent unlawful interference with his person, if you believe that he believed that was coming, the 19 or 18 reasons that I put up there supports that, and he told you that. And that's his subjective beliefs, okay? If he believed the amount of force that he used was necessary to terminate that interference, okay? So if he believed that he did what he had to do, right? I would submit to you there's only two answers to that. Only two possible answers. He either did what he had to do to survive, or this man who you watch the video, who's never got a speeding ticket, who decides to go out with his wife that day, who's floating down the river and having lunch, decides, you know what, today's the day I'm going to start stabbing people. I'm going to leave my group, I'm going to go over and I'm going to start stabbing people. Mr. Anderson says he snapped. If he was in fear, he would have left. I think anybody would dispute that he was in fear. So when you're determining whether or not what he did, if he believed that he had to do that to terminate that interference, I would submit to you, why else would he do it? He either believed that or he just lost his mind. Right? This 52-year-old engineer who's married just lost his mind that day. Those are the two options I think that you have on that. And the final thing that you need to decide is whether or not his beliefs were reasonable. And the standard is, would a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed standing in his shoes at that moment. Okay? Quentin Carlson is about his age. And Quentin Carlson is concerned enough for his safety that he sends his boys over. Quentin Carlson tells the police that after his boys have been injured. He tells the police, I get it, they're injured. I sent them over there because I was concerned for the old guy. Brandy Hart. Did you watch that video yesterday? There's a point in that video where Nick Mew puts his hand in his head and says something like, my life is over. And Brandy Hart says, I don't know about that. They're self-defense. She says, I don't know what I would have done. But I can tell you I would have been scared shitless. She's been a police officer for 25 years. And that is her response. State never followed up with her on anything after that. That was her statement to the police. Or that was her statement on the tape. And as I mentioned, Alex Vang and Owen Pelequin say he's getting his butt kicked. They're all over him. Are those reasonable people? You get to decide what a reasonable person would do in that situation. But I would submit to you, you've got something to work with. You've got something to work with.
He's doing a really good job, though.
Briefly on the charges.
Now.
Okay.
The start of it, I was like,
Before you even get to self-defense, you get to intent. You have to find intent on the homicide charges initially for Isaac Schumann, and you have to find them for the others involved. Okay? And the question on intent is mental purpose. Can you watch that video and say that Nick Mew's mental purpose is to kill Isaac Schumann? Or is his mental purpose to get another person off of him? You get to decide that. Okay? Under those circumstances, you heard everybody say, anybody who never touched him, he never touched. Right? People were like, I didn't want to get near him. They didn't touch him, he didn't touch them. He didn't say anything. You get to consider all the facts and circumstances. He didn't say anything to Isaac. Right? Isaac grabs him by the throat and he stabs him one time. Is that an intent? Is that his intention to kill Isaac Schumann?
I mean, if you stab him like this straight in the chest,
When you started this case,
no.
you heard that was the charge. Well, those charges have changed. Now you get to consider all other kinds of charges, with all other kinds of mental states too, right? Maybe it was intentional. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was reckless. Pick a theory. Don't let them just throw things against the wall and hope that you guys let something stick. They're telling you they thought it was intentional. Now it might not be. Now it might be reckless.
I don't think he.
They don't have it.
Like, because intent.
Nick
What?
Mew wanted.
Here's my question. Define intent, right? I'm pretty sure he didn't walk up on those kids intending to stab them, right? But if you're telling me, like, did he attempt to kill the kids at the time he got pushed? Well, if you stab someone in the upper chest region, yeah, you're kind of intending to kill them. Is that just me? I'm not sure where what's the measure of this, right? Where do I have to draw the line on intent? Because if you stab someone in the chest, yeah, you're either going for the lungs or the heart, right? What else is there in that area? So that's a little, I don't know. That's a hard one. That's a good question, in my opinion.
Wanted to get
Even though it was my
Isaac
question,
Schumann
whatever.
away from him. He didn't chase Isaac Schumann down. He didn't move toward Isaac Schumann. Isaac Schumann moved toward him. And on the attempted homicide,
I'm still caught up on the
read
notes.
the instruction on attempt, you guys.
Handing yourself in and trying to get rid of the
In order
murderer.
to convict someone of an attempted homicide, the
The
state must
weapon.
prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that demonstrates unequivocally that Nick wanted to kill these people and would have, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, okay? And unequivocally means there can be no other inference which can reasonably be drawn. No other inference. And an extraneous factor is something outside the control of Nick.
I wish we saw
You
everything
heard
except for the last day, because obviously
D.A. Anderson say,
I can't really.
but for medical intervention, some of these people would have died. Well, A.J. Martin would have. Dante Carlson had a hernia. He repaired a hernia. I'm sorry, the medical intervention doesn't prevent him. He's not going to die from that. Anthony Carlson gets 2 stitches. He's certainly not going to die from that. And Riley Madison could have got an infection, they said. I understand that. But if he wanted to kill them, why didn't he? If you believe Attorney Anderson, he's alone with Dante Carlson. Why does he stab him one time? If he wants to kill him. Why doesn't he slash him up? He wants what he wanted all along, to get away from these people. He's leaving, and Dante Carlson, who has beaten him up, has hit him in the face repeatedly, confronts him again what does he think? What does Nick Mew believe is about to happen? You don't have to let somebody beat you before you respond. Doesn't that make sense? And because they don't have the attempts here, because there was no outside extraneous factor, they also say, might not be attempts, take a chance on reckless. How about that? Again, not really a theory, but you get to make that decision. I'm going to comment on the video, because I think it's appropriate, that was played, the interview with Nick and Brandy Hart. He lies about the knife. He lies about the knife.
That's
What he
the most damning thing for me.
And what Lieutenant Hart said is he's never wavered on is that this was self-defense, that he was fearful, and that he was being attacked. Okay? That he's never wavered on that. He said it over 20 times in the interview, and it's the first words out of his mouth when he's interviewed by Lieutenant Hart. Some people get some facts wrong, some people lie about stuff. He's not telling you the truth about the knife. But does it change one thing that you saw on that video? That's the reason we want there to be a video. Is so you're not taking the word of 13 people who don't get it right. That video is not subject to change. Attorney Anderson's right. It is what it is, right? What has persevered through this case is Nick Mew's fear, how he felt, the shock. You heard people testify about that. The whiteness, the wide eyes, the ghost-looking color of his skin, that has persevered through this case. He lied about the knife. Doesn't change one thing that's on that video. You should feel sympathy for Isaac Schuman's family. I have a 19-year-old son. He would be in Isaac Schuman's grave right now. Everyone feels sympathy for Isaac Schuman's family. I'm sure he was a wonderful kid. And I know that his parents love him. But you don't get to decide this case based on sympathy. The judge tells you that. You decide this case based on facts and evidence. That's what you are required to do. And put most succinctly, in terms of the burden of proof and what the state has to do, is they have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt it's not self-defense. And what does reasonable doubt mean? Well, the judge read it to you. You'll get to hear about it again. But it's a doubt that would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when deciding the most important affairs of life. And I would submit to you the most important affairs of your collective lives are your health, your family's health, loved one's health. When you're thinking about that and you have to make hard decisions on those things, if there is a pause or hesitation about what you need to do because you're getting information from various places, and you say, I need a break, I need to figure this out, that's reasonable doubt. Okay? It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. That reason is self-defense. And I just want you guys to know this. When you go back there and you have those verdict forms, if you believe it's self-defense, he's not guilty. If you believe it's probably self-defense, he's not guilty. If you believe it's possibly self-defense, he's not guilty. If you're like, it likely is, I don't know, not guilty. If you believe it might not be, not guilty. If you believe it's probably not self-defense, not guilty. All of those considerations that you would have require a verdict of not guilty. Because the state has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. So, as I go to sit down, we, Attorney Nelson, Nick, you and I appreciate all of your time. The time that you've taken away from your families and friends to do this. The attentiveness that you've given us. And I think it's time for people to go home when you're done. And what we're asking that you do is that you send Nick Mew home. That you find him not guilty on all of the charges. Thank you.
While we swap people out, if you'd like to stand and stretch for a moment, you may do so. And then we'll hear a brief rebuttal from Mr. Smithstone.
Say his entire defense is based on what Nick Mew told you during his testimony was.
Oh my God, this
thoughts
fucking
in
guy.
his head, the beliefs in his head.
Get out of fucking way!
What do we know about Nick Mew?
Oh fuck.
You know he's smart. Speaks multiple languages. Has a couple of degrees. One's in math. He's a calculating person. He's a cunning person. He's a skilled and prolific liar. We know that because every word that came out of his mouth, practically since he started walking away from this group, was a lie, including to his best friend, who he said they took my knife while the knife is still on him. The things he said to Sheriff Knudsen, where he pretended to not know what was going on. And then everything he said to Investigator Hart, Lieutenant Hart. He is skillful at crafting a story that matches what he needs to say to avoid the consequences for his actions. We all know that. It's undisputed. He told you himself. He's a liar. All right? He did not just not lie about the knife. He lied about all kinds of crazy things, bizarre things. Why would he say that these boys pulled his pants down? What a bizarre lie to make up. Right? Why would he say that two boys pulled knives on him? He's got to say that because he knows what he did wasn't justified. He thinks to himself, if I say one boy pulled a knife, it'd be good, but if it's two, that would be better. So he crafts this elaborate story. His entire defense rests on you believing what he said on the stand yesterday. His testimony was a disaster. He got caught in several lies on the stand. He changed his answers a couple of times when he realized that what he said wasn't helpful to his defense, right? He consistently remembered details from July 30th, 2022 that benefits his defense, but doesn't remember anything about what he did, any of the facts, any of the stories that he told Lieutenant Hart. How is that possible? That he can only remember the facts, the beliefs he had that assist his defense, and nothing else? How many times did he say on the stand, I don't remember, I don't remember, I don't remember? He repeated it over and over and over again because he doesn't want to answer questions about what he did because he knows dang well it wasn't justified. He's lying. He's lying. One of the many things I'm going to be grateful about when this is done is that I never have to hear again that the actions he took that day was the fault of these boys. That's ridiculous. It's despicable. There's never been any explanation from the defense as to why Nick Mew ran up on these boys. Why he grabbed their tubes. Why he was groping around where their legs were. They don't even respond to it. They didn't bring it up. There is no explanation. That behavior is inexplicable. He's a bizarre person. He made bizarre choices that day. It is not their fault. It is not their fault. I'll say
It's
it
smart.
100 times. It's not their fault.
It's smart to get that in, like, oh, he's a bizarre person, because he was just like, you know, the other guy was just going on about like, oh yeah, what would a reasonable person do? And he's just straight out of bed. This guy ain't reasonable, yo. He's bizarre. I really I enjoy watching the verbal jousting. It's a shame that it's like with people's lives, obviously, right? But damn,
These boys have beat themselves up
Interesting
every
as fuck,
day
though.
since this happened. You saw the raw emotion on the stand. Their best friend was murdered by this guy. And to say that it's their fault is despicable. Nobody's responsible for Nick Mew's choices but himself. He chose violence at every turn. There's been some question about whether he's fragile. Part of him is fragile. His ego is fragile. As his attorney had said early last week, when he's questioning these boys, you were trying to humiliate him. You were trying to insult him. You were taunting him. He was humiliated. He was insulted. He didn't like these boys treating him like that. He certainly didn't like Madison Cohen getting in his face, so to speak. And eventually, he did just snap. He pulled his knife out, getting ready for violence, pulls it out, holds it down where nobody can see it, holds it at his side, and then hits her. That started the violence. He prepared for the violence before he started it. He felt humiliated, and he wasn't going to let it go. I asked him, did you ever take a step back at any time when she was yelling at you? No. With no explanation. We're dealing with what we call false narratives in this case. Things that the defense repeats over and over and over again, hoping that you think it's fact, okay? One of these is this 13-to-1 narrative, okay? We've heard it 100 times in this trial. This is not a 13-to-1 situation. We've got the 6 teenage boys standing on the side by their tubes. He's confronted by the 2 girls. Everybody else is in the background. He hits Madison Cohen when he's only got 2 girls standing in front of him. After the fight, it's 1-on-1 to start. It's Dante hitting him, and then arguably 2-on-1 when AJ comes up and pushes him in the back. Tony breaks it up. The fight's done. He gets off. And AJ, of course, is already tore open, so he's laying in the river. But that's the end of the fight. Mr. Mew continued violence. He chose more violence after that part of the fight was done. Tony, who did exactly what his dad told him to do, came up to try to break it up. You can hear him telling Dante, his brother, get away, get back. Mr. Mew turns around and stabs him, and Tony blocks it and stabs him again. He chose violence at every turn. There's another false narrative. They circled him. They surrounded him. Baloney. You've seen the video how many times there's open water everywhere. That he was attacked from all directions. False narrative. He said that Owen Peliquin testified that they stuck around because they wanted to see how it played out. That's true, but what he didn't mention is that Owen also said he wanted to make sure he didn't do anything to this woman. And you know what? Those instincts were exactly right. Those instincts were right. He keeps talking about how these boys wanted to make a video. Well, they were making a video. And what does that matter? They didn't start the violence. None of those boys laid a hand on him, despite the fact that he touched both Joanne Cockfield and Landon Wire when he ran up on them in the tubes. Nobody laid a hand on him until after he had already stabbed a number of people. Isaac Schumann tried to stop him. He got killed for his efforts. He seems to be arguing, the defense seems to be arguing that Isaac somehow deserved it. I don't understand that argument. He's trying to protect people. He calls Maddie Cohen the queen of the river, and he calls her a bully, he calls her a number of other unkind things. Her testimony was, and it's clear from the video, she was trying to protect these boys. She saw that he was over there doing something, that it was freaking them out. She tried to protect them. You know, maybe if we had more people on the river trying to protect people, the world would be a better place. They've made, over and over, they've argued that Maddie was never punched because she has no marks on her face. Nick Mew, who, as Mr. Trosty said, was lifted off of his feet by the punch from Dante and punched in the jaw and fell in the river, gets up and there's no marks on his face. We have pictures from him. We have the video. We have his interview with Lieutenant Hart later. We have the pictures that the jail nurse took 5 hours after. There's no bruising. There's no puffiness. There's no swelling. The fact that they're arguing that Maddie had no mark doesn't matter because he didn't either. It happens. They're trying to say that he was terrified. His face tells a different story. He has expressions.
I wonder if they
of
paid
anger.
money
He has
for the
expressions
advertisement.
of, I guess humor. He's smiling. He's smirking. Well, after he has his knife out, he clearly feels comfortable. There's no look of terror in his face at any time. A.J. Martin was not armed. He pushed Mr. Mew in the back. We know that. He didn't kick him. He didn't punch him. He didn't hold his head underwater. He pushed him in the back. And for that, he got a incision on his body from his belt line all the way up. You saw the pictures. It's horrible. He used no weapon against Mr. Mew. They made a big deal about Lieutenant Hart telling Mr. Mew in the interview that she would have been scared too. Well, she made that response after he'd been feeding her a load of BS about all this stuff that supposedly happened. About having 2 kids pulling knives on him and pulling his pants down and
Sorry, too late.
all the baloney that he fed her. Based on that, she said, yeah, I would have been scared too. They're arguing that he had no intent to kill Isaac. Isaac weighed 134 pounds at the time. He's 250. He rams his knife up, not down, up, severing 2 of Isaac's ribs right into his heart. All right? If he didn't intend to kill him, I had stabbed him in the belly, right into his heart. We've heard no explanation whatsoever as to why he stabbed Riley Madison. We know from the video she's standing off in the background after Tony's trying to break it up. He just walked over and stabbed her. She wasn't attacking him. They don't explain that because there is no explanation. None. He wasn't in fear for his life from Riley Madison. She said she was 110 pounds now, might have been 115 back then. There's no fear for his life. He just was mad because she touched him. They've talked a little bit about extraneous factors. It's not just medical attention that can be an extraneous factor. As we know, multiple people on the river stopped to help these folks, putting compressions on. One witness said they used a sandwich bag to try to make a chest compression. There was a lot of interventions for these folks. We know with Riley Madison specifically that Larry and Davis and his brother, we saw it on the video, got her to shore on a tube. People went out of their way to help these folks. These are extraneous factors. But another extraneous factor is he just got unlucky. You know, if he, as Mr. Anderson had said, we've got arteries, we've got organs. Dr. Meyer said, you know, whenever you have an abdomen wound, you have to check all those things. It's kind of a miracle that more people didn't get killed. Not by anything he did. He just got lucky. He missed major organs and arteries. The bottom line is he had 4 hours from the time that he was arrested to the time that he concocted this ridiculous story about the boys pulling knives on him and pulling his pants down and all this other bizarre baloney. He used his intellect, because we know he's smart, to craft this story. And he was very deliberate and detailed because he wanted to come up with a story that he thought would be sufficient to convince people that he acted in self-defense. We know he lied about all of it. So now today, he's saying, well, sure, I lied about everything I said when I talked to Lieutenant Hart about what happened, but now I'm telling the truth. So now believe me. No, no, no. You have my full confidence. I know you're going to return a just verdict of guilty and deliver justice to Isaac Schumann and everybody else who got hurt by this man. Thank you.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure how this is gonna go. Jury trials are always...
Now, members of the jury, the duties of
A dice
counsel in the
roll.
court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law that should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors, selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duty steadfastly in mind and, as upright citizens, to render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether Mr. Mew is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for the court alone to decide, and they must not affect your deliberations. Multiple forms of verdict will be submitted to you concerning the charges against the defendant, Nikolai Mew. For count 1, 5 forms of verdict will be submitted. They read, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged. Another form, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of second-degree intentional homicide as submitted. Another form, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Another form, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of second-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Lastly, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew not guilty. Return only 1 for your verdict. If you return a guilty verdict, you must also answer this question. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? As to count 2, 5 forms of verdict will be submitted. They read, as to count 1 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of attempted
While this is going on,
first-degree
I'm gonna take like
intentional
15 minutes,
homicide
guys,
as
because I'm
charged.
fucking starving.
Another form,
No, I
as
apologize
to
for the
count
links,
2
but
of the information,
Man's
Alexander
gotta
Martin,
eat.
the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide as submitted. Another form, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Another form, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Finally, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nikolai Mew not guilty. Again, return only 1 for your verdict. If you return a guilty verdict, you must also answer the dangerous weapon question. As to counts 3, Dante Carlson, count 4, Anthony Carlson, and count 5, Riley Madison, the court will give you 5 verdict forms for each count that are worded similar to the ones given to you for count 2. As to count 6, Madison Cohen, 2 forms of verdict will be submitted. One reading. As to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of battery as charged. Next, as to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nikolai Mew not guilty. Again, if you return the guilty verdict, you must answer the dangerous weapon question. It is for you to determine whether Mr. Mew is guilty or not guilty of each of the 6 counts submitted to you. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. This is a criminal, not a civil case. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict which may legally be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than the vote of any other juror. If you need to communicate with the court while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the presiding juror. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you communicate with the court only by a written note. If you have questions, the court will talk with the attorneys before answering, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for an answer. The court will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the person you have selected to preside. After you have reached a verdict, the presiding juror will notify the bailiff that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom. The verdict will be read into the record in open court. The court may ask each of you if you agree with the verdict. At this time, please administer the oath to the bailiff.
You swear that you will, to your utmost ability, keep all jurors on this trial together in some private and convenient place, subject to the direction of the court, until they have agreed upon their verdict and that they are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person the state of their deliberations or the verdict that they have agreed upon, so help you God.
The bailiff has extra copies of the jury instructions. I imagine you'll probably want to consult with them during the course of your deliberations. I believe he has 4 or 5 sets. If you need more, let him know, and I will print more for you. He also has the verdict forms in each of the manila envelopes, 1 envelope per count. If you reach a verdict, please put that verdict, signed by the foreperson, back into the envelope. The other forms that you don't use can be discarded, but there only should be 1 verdict form returned back in each envelope. Now, members of the jury, as I mentioned to you at the beginning of the trial, only 12 jurors can deliberate. 2 alternates were seated in the event that we lost jurors due to health, emergency, or some form of misconduct. The alternates have been determined by lot by the clerk of court. The alternate jurors are not released from jury duty. Alternate jurors may be called upon to deliberate if we happen to lose one of the 12 jurors during the course of deliberations. So basically, the alternates are needed to be at the ready and stand by in the event that they are needed. The alternate jurors will be free to leave the building, but you may not talk about this case with anyone. You may not research or investigate the case on your own. You may not read social media posts. You may not read news reports about this case. If we need an alternate juror to participate in deliberations, The clerk of court will contact you, so we'll need a phone number before you leave. You will be expected to return relatively quickly. So please stay close to home or close to your place of work if it's nearby. We will keep your personal notes safe in a secure private location in the event that you're called upon to deliberate. At this time, I'll ask for the envelope. The two alternate jurors are Darren You may. If you'd like to have a private place where you can eat it here in the courthouse, we'll provide you with that facility. But the alternate jurors may not eat with the other 12 because the other 12 may begin their deliberations once they are back in the deliberation room. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Mr. Anderson, do you have any objection to the manner in which I read the jury instructions?
No.
Mr. Trofasi, do you?
No, sir.
All right. The alternate juror forms, or the alternate, I don't know what you call this, the jurors selected for 12 the 12 jurors selected for deliberation are listed on the form if either of you need to see it. The clerk has it, you may look at it. Before we adjourn, attorneys, please stay close by in case there are questions. I do want to compliment both of you, actually all of you, on your conduct and demeanor during the course of this trial. It is difficult subject matter. It is difficult law to get your mind around. These were tragic events, traumatic events, and I thought you carried yourselves with dignity during these proceedings. And I think your clients, the victims, and the community should be proud of the way that you have administered justice today. You both have given this jury a lot to think about. We stand in recess.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center. You were watching our Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. This case, Nikolai Miyu's fate, now in the hands of a St. Croix Circuit Court jury in Hudson, Wisconsin. You heard there 2 alternates have been set aside. They will not deliberate at this point. One male. We don't know the gender, age of that gentleman sent home, nor the second alternate at this point. Just waiting to hear back from our crew at the courthouse. Appears Wisconsin does this alternate jury process a little differently than we might be familiar with in Minnesota, where the jurors are just sent home and excused, but they will keep these 2 on standby in case they are needed during what could be a prolonged deliberation, frankly. A lot of charges here, a lot to unpack. The claims of self-defense, a top count of first-degree intentional murder, the reckless nature. This jury has a lot of work to do. With that, let's bring in Debbie Lang, our criminal defense attorney from the Twin Cities, who's been watching this trial, her closing arguments with us today, and has been following the case throughout. Debbie, that's a lot to unpack in that last hour. Defense closed. The state got its rebuttal. It felt awfully personal from Brian Smeestad there, the assistant district attorney, as he asked this jury, and he gets the final word to convict on the top counts, to provide justice for Isaac Schumann and the others stabbed that day. I'm just wondering if you could help us dissect what we've just watched, your thoughts on it.
So, obviously, the hour began with defense attorney Trophecy, and he took a very different approach. He came in right away, summarized within 5 minutes the relevant facts. And then he told the jury that he was going to give them a map next. So he explained that he was going to go through several points about the law, about subjective beliefs, about provocation, and then discuss proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So I did feel that his closing argument was structured in a way that would have been a lot easier for the jury to follow. They knew what was coming. It made logical sense. The state's closing argument initially seemed to jump around quite a bit. As we had discussed before the defense began, they didn't focus strictly on the law. They spoke a lot about the punch to Madison Cohen. The defense tried, and I think successfully so, to make a cleaner argument, to really focus the jury on what they believed was important, and that is self-defense. DA Smethstead, with his rebuttal, definitely came in hard with emotion. And that emotion,
I was a
anger,
betting man.
concern,
I have still no fucking idea who to bet
he
on.
used that term as well. So he came in to try to get those jurors to
There's a lot,
start
I think.
feeling for the state and to
'Cause I am a
feel
betting man.
for those victims in the case. So I think both sides did a good job.
Sort of.
Very, very different in their approach, but I do think that both sides addressed what they wanted to, and now it's in the hands of the jury to get through those jury instructions, apply the facts to the law, and come back with a decision.
Debbie, I was struck on Mr. Trophecy's closing argument about he hammered it. He has no duty to retreat. You don't get to be bullied out there. Speaking of Madison Cohen, the queen of the river, if you will, doesn't get to dictate what Nikolai Miu has to do in standing his ground in the river. Did you feel that was an effective argument to make?
I do. I think the most effective part of his closing, though, was when he said, if you believe it is self-defense, it's not guilty. If it's probably self-defense, not guilty. Possibly self-defense, not guilty. Likely, or I don't know, not guilty. Maybe not self-defense, not guilty. Probably not self-defense, not guilty.
Okay, let me give it through
I
this.
thought that was a really
We're gonna
good
play some
section
Underspace.
of his closing argument that really drives home to the jury that high standard that the state has. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was not self-defense. They don't have to prove that it was. So I thought that was a really smart play on his part to walk through all of those possibilities, all of which equate to the same thing, what the defense wants, a not guilty verdict.
Let's call up the charges again. They evolved overnight. We heard a lot about the lesser included, the additions. I found it real interesting how the defense team there spun it almost as if the state was in question, even though it's part of the legal procedure. The state is allowed, and both sides are allowed to add lesser included to this point, and that was, we start with that top count, the Class A felony, first-degree intentional homicide, the potential for life sentence in the state of Wisconsin. Not that this jury knows that, but then the addition over the last 24 hours of the second-degree intentional homicide, and then the 2 counts potentially of reckless homicide in relation to the stabbing death of Isaac Schumann. Mr. Trophecy there sort of describing like the state can't even figure it out. Was it an intentional act or was it a reckless act? I thought it's effective. I kind of used what's a legal procedure to almost get this jury to question these new counts.
Yeah, and I think it was a smart play there as well. Of course, all of the jurors are going to pick up on the fact that these significant changes were made. So,
anyway, so yeah, that was probably it. I doubt there's gonna be
it's laid out there. Why not?
Oh shit! Oh my god! I clicked all the wrong things. Where was I? Over here? Oh no! Let's finish the last 10 minutes of this testimony. And then we're playing Underspace.
Remember saying that to her?
I don't remember any of that conversation I had with her.
Yeah, that wasn't true either, right?
If this is all part of that interview, I don't remember anything, so
That's what we're talking about. We're talking
Right.
about the interview with Lieutenant Hart.
then I don't remember the interview.
Okay, I still get to ask you questions about
Sure.
it. You were specifically asked, did you have a knife? Right? You remember being asked that?
I don't remember that, but I know I was.
Your answer to Lieutenant Hart was no, no, absolutely no, right?
Right. Which I lied, I know I lied about the knife.
You said to her, why did they want to scare me with a knife? Right? Talking about the boys, I mean, the 17-year-olds. When none of them ever had a knife, right? Is that right?
Apparently not.
You said I grabbed it, meaning the knife, from him because he tried to poke me with it. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You said a woman hit you in the ear. You remember saying that?
Nope.
You know that's not true, right? You know that's not true as you sit here now, right?
Right.
You told the police and Lieutenant Hart, I think, that you thought it was two different groups of people fighting against each other, right?
I don't remember telling her that.
Right. You know, as you sit here today, that is completely made up, right?
Again, I don't remember any of that you're talking about right now. If it's
told-
about the interview.
You told Lieutenant Hart that you wanted to stay in the
Quite
area and,
convenient.
you know, watch the police come and arrest these people for fighting, right? That's what you told Lieutenant Hart?
That's what's in the transcript, yes.
That's also damning to me, dude.
When you
But,
were
yeah.
told that a person had died,
If they have to
your
prove
response was
that it wasn't
is it because
self-defense?
they fought each other?
Good luck.
That's what you told her, right? That's how you responded?
If it's in the transcript,
Like there's circumstantial evidence that it wasn't,
but I don't remember.
or that
You
he
never
himself
told Lieutenant
thinks
Hart
it wasn't.
that
But
he punched or pushed or did anything to Maddie Cohen, right? You left that part out?
if I was on a jury, I'd have to say I'd have to be not
Is that
guilty,
what
though,
it's in
right? I
there?
mean,
Then-
Asking
from what
if
we've
you ever told
seen,
her.
from what we've
I
seen.
don't remember.
Again. Oh, law is crazy, dude. When you think about it. Because I am like really, I'm gonna say it again. I'm personally really caught up on the fact that he rinsed the knife off, tried to dispose of it, and then lied to police multiple times. And now can't remember anything anymore. You know? That's kind of sus, but that doesn't prove that he was. It wasn't. You know? It's not definitive proof. It's just circumstantial. Yeah, crazy case actually. I'm quite interested.
You didn't mention that you had stabbed and severely injured another woman, Riley Madison. You didn't mention that to Lieutenant Hart, right? You never mentioned that part.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention being strangled at any point, right?
If that's the transcript, then that we go by that, but I don't remember that interview.
And I think what you said earlier is that you were afraid you were going to die from being strangled, and that's why you stabbed Isaac Schumann in the heart,
Lucky there.
right? That was your testimony earlier?
And he died. Oh my god, fuck.
Didn't you say that today, this afternoon here in court?
Yes?
That's not anything you mentioned to any police officer, right?
If I didn't mention, I didn't mention it. I don't remember that.
That's not an important detail that you thought he might want to point out.
Everything is every detail is important. We all know that. But
You shouldn't
I don't
answer. It was.
remember
Oh no, he's overruled. Never mind. Sorry.
saying any of those things to Lieutenant Hart.
Because you didn't say them, right? That's why you don't remember.
Is what?
You didn't say those things to her, that's why you don't remember, correct?
I don't remember
just
what
got
I
downed.
said or
Oh my
what
God,
I
I'm getting
didn't
my
say
ass
to
handed to me
her. I
here.
don't remember even having an interview with her.
So you can't remember anything about what you told her, but when Mr. Nelson's asking you questions, you can remember all these feelings you had at the time. Is that true? Do you remember answering his questions about how you were feeling that day?
The feelings I had when I was attacked,
And when you were meeting with Lieutenant Hart? Yes.
The way we approach is annoying, bro.
Objection sustained. Please rephrase the question.
You testified today a lot about remembering what you were feeling that day, right? When Mr. Nelson was questioning you, right? Is that a yes?
yes,
But when you're asked other details that might not be so useful, you don't remember them, right?
certain feelings and certain, they stick to you forever.
Ones
They
that are
affect you.
helpful to your defense, those stick to you, right? You were examined by the jail nurse, the SART nurse, several hours after the incident, right?
Yes,
You never mentioned to her that you'd been strangled, right?
didn't mention to her a lot,
Sure.
not because I intentionally didn't want to do it. I didn't remember. I was still in shock.
You didn't mention anything about your throat hurting.
I don't remember what I mentioned to her.
I understand. You never, at any point,
Everyone
told
died, though.
anybody,
Fuck.
other than today, that
Just
you
went
had
around.
a sore throat or your throat was sore from after this incident, right?
I didn't tell anybody.
At any point during the day after you were arrested, when you're interviewed with people, when the jail or the SART nurse is talking to you, you never once said, oh, my throat is sore because Isaac Schumann strangled me, right?
I don't remember what I told those guys either. I was, like I said, I don't remember lots of the interaction I had with anybody here at the jail.
But today,
Yeah.
almost 2 years later, you remember that the next day your throat hurt. That's what
Yes,
you
because
testified earlier.
yeah. And my back.
You can
still have-
remember that detail, but not the other details?
My back still hurts right now.
The SART nurse specifically asked you, when she was doing the exam, where are you hurt? And you pointed out some things to her, right?
I may have.
Yeah, but you never once
He doesn't
said,
remember, right?
I had been strangled, I have an injury to my throat hurts, nothing like that.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
When she asked you what hurt, you said your
Why is this
butt
guy on the
hurt from the
stand?
rocks. That was your response to the nurse, right?
Don't remember.
You had said that, you're in poor health, or you were at least in poor health back on July 30th of 2022. You had your bypass surgery 2 years prior to that, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And typically, people that have medical procedures like that are given restrictions on what they can do in their activities, right?
yeah.
And you apparently weren't restricted from swimming, snorkeling, doing outdoor sports on a river, right?
I was for a while, but 2 years later, lots of the restrictions, I believe, got lifted.
Those restrictions got lifted because you got better, right?
You can say the doctor makes that decision, but he says if you feel a little better, do as much as you can.
Yeah, and you were in fact snorkeling and swimming and doing things that day, physical activities, right?
Snorkeling in 15 inches of water, I was mostly I didn't even snorkel. That was not a lake but my whole plan for the day was to just float down the river and relax.
you're able to run, at least you were back on July 30th of 2022, right?
Run?
You were able to run at that time, right? You weren't restricted from running.
I mean,
You didn't have a medical restriction to keep you from running, right?
not in, no.
And in fact, you did run when you ran up on Isaac Schumann's group, correct?
You call that run? Okay. That's not a run, but I wasn't running. I wasn't allowed to run or do any activities like that, so I wasn't running.
At the time that this all happened, July 30th,
nothing
2022,
new.
you felt sufficiently healthy
Can't find
to
his
go
items.
off on your own, away from your wife and your group, to go
I found
do
the gears.
snorkeling on your own, right?
It's what I felt.
Your Honor, I just want to check my notes. I think I'm almost done. We can have Exhibit 4, Item 10. I'm going to ask Investigator Schultz to actually handle it since it's evidence, physical evidence.
Can you retrieve the exhibit? Oh, it is out.
If investigator can approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
We're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4, I guess Item 10. That's your knife, right?
Yes,
That's the knife you used to stab these people.
that's a knife I used to defend myself with. Yes.
I asked you earlier about when you stabbed Dante Carlson. You agreed that he was not attacking you at the point that you stabbed him. He was the last person stabbed, right?
He attacked me.
Earlier, when you stabbed him, Tony Carlson had already broke up the fight, right? You said you agreed to that earlier.
At that time, everybody that came in contact with me attacked me.
Anybody who looked at you?
No, anybody that came in contact with me, I felt attacked.
You felt attacked whether you were being physically attacked or not, right?
I was in the moment, so I felt attacked by anybody that had either previously attacked me or was approaching to attack me.
So you felt like you could stab folks who were not attacking you at the moment that you stabbed them?
Sustained. Sustained.
You walked up to Dante Carlson and stabbed him in the belly, right?
I did not walk up to Dante Carlson and stab him in the belly.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Why was he on the stand is what I want to know. That was a bad move. Like, if 95% of your answers are, oh, I can't remember, I'm not sure that plays well with a jury. Still hilarious that one of the defense lawyers is the fucking guy from the Rittenhouse case. What the fuck? Didn't see that coming, even though I should. It's Wisconsin. Okay, yeah, fucked up. I will keep it playing in the background without sound, just so we can see if they come back today. Probably not. Seems like a bit of a doozy in terms of yeah. To be fair, it is only like, what is it, almost one there? But we'll see. Alright, let me finish this map and then we can play Underspace. Is this guy serious? You know what? Aaron's already with us, so fuck him. Should have been quicker. This is why you got killed, Marco. I should just use my horse to be honest. This guy faces so much gas. Vamos. Indeed. Now die. Okay. I'm quite intrigued for the next game. I'm not gonna lie. Let me change the titles to... If you invoke Freelancer, you better be damn good. Make it dang good. Because YouTube's a bunch of pussies. I swear I pressed start. There we go. Game capture. Underspace. Underspace. What do you mean older version? No, no. No, it's up to date. Fuck off. Like, what the fuck? I should turn the light on, but I have to stand up for that. I don't want to do that. Standing up sucks. This is very freelancer so far. Like, just the controls alone is like, this looks familiar. I'll leave it on full screen. Wow, no fake depth of field and or blur. Approve. Oh hell yeah. That sounds cool. Can make my own one. There's a storm. Oh great, you fucking flew into it. Well, let's give it a go. Long ago, the galaxy was invaded by a vast and cruel empire from the depths of underspace itself. Known as the Children, their conquest was stopped in its tracks by a legendary figure called the Speaker, an orator beyond compare. The Speaker's legendary 46-hour-long speech shamed the Children into fleeing the universe, immortalizing him as one of the Union's greatest heroes and leaving his descendants forever in his shadows. The fuck? It's being billed as a successor to Freelancer. That is some filibuster.
This is Speaker Freighter Gold Convoy 7 to Battleship Hemidred.
Certainly, it looks like Freelancer.
Gold 7, we read you. Skies are currently clear. UHC trackers report a Category 2 storm on its way to the system. Estimated time of arrival is 5 hours, with
Work
3
in
star
progress
chasers
for a
already in
second.
pursuit of its core. Hemidred out.
Gold 6, what's your status?
Cargo's intact. System check reports no issue. Nav computer is saying we've got 2 hours until the jump hole, and it's stable.
Acknowledged. Let's get this shipment home, gentlemen.
3 just went down. Full hull breach on multiple decks, both transports.
Open a channel on all frequencies and shunt all power to comms. Battleship Hemidred, this is Gold 7. We are under attack. Repeat SOS. We have taken heavy storm damage.
Gold 7, we read you and are scrambling fighters. Requesting status on your attacker. Gold 7, we read no storm. Repeat, what are you under attack from?
I don't know.
Gold 7 is a terrible fucking designation, by the way. Don't do the Star Wars thing, please.
Hangar decks, please.
Hasn't even been an hour and they've already got billboards up.
So the court convicted you. It's bad and it's all bad,
Oh,
but not
okay.
as bad as it could be.
Yeah, the voice acting is terrible.
Let's get this out of the way. Your fortunes are gone. That's the worst one. You have a small stipend so you don't starve, and that's about it. And finally, you're no longer allowed to hold any sort of corporate or estate titles in Valdwin Space.
I can't run a company or own property?
In Valdwin Space, there's nothing stopping you from emigrating and restarting anywhere outside Valdric.
What, become an expatriate? Move to Ujunis or the Axle?
It's not so bad, Cardoz. I know plenty of 010s out there that...
Ah, so now we get to the core of the issue.
Cardoz.
Look me in the eye and tell me then. Tell me that I would have been found guilty if I wasn't what I was.
Yes, you would have been. It looked bad, Cardoz. Even if you hadn't spent the past 30 years trying to piss off every high house. I love you like a brother, but set aside your pride for a second. You had just taken out a huge insurance policy on those freighters. Security systems were lagging behind, and you yourself admitted that Speaker Freight hadn't seen growth this year.
Yes, and all of those had perfectly reasonable explanations.
Except your convoy wasn't destroyed by a storm.
What?
That's what I was trying to tell you. It's where I've been.
Scion of House Joswit. Okay. I checked the weather patterns, talked to the dispatchers aboard the Hemidred. I even got access to Gold 7's black box. They were destroyed well before any storm rolled in by something. So what, a storm ride blew them up? Or pirates? Tierra is not a fully mapped system. Any number of things could have taken the convoy out. If you want my advice, it's not worth pursuing. At this point you got bigger things to worry about. Things we need to discuss. Because even if a stormlight or something was responsible, what's it going to change? Everyone whispers things about you. 0 to 10, renegade, fratricide. Bringing this up or proving it would just add cultist and my wife. Jesus Christ. Let me try that again. 0 to 10, renegade, fratricide. Bringing this up or proving it would just add cultist and stormlight, a conspirator, to that list. You need to have a comma here and a comma here. Thank you. That doesn't change the fact that I'm innocent. That's not what the courts think, and they're the ones that would give you your company back. The high houses, the judges, the governors, you've always been guilty in their minds. This just proves it. Your brother's been dead for 13 years, but you've been guilty well before that. These past 2 weeks with the convoy, it shouldn't be anything new to you. I'm sorry. You think they treat the head of a high house better. Not one that's a 0-10, and not one that doesn't toe the line constantly. At this point, you're gonna have to seek other sources of employment. Norjella isn't qualified to run Speaker Freight. She's 15. I know you love your niece, but teenagers only get made CEOs of freight companies in really bad movies. Movies where their mothers don't hate your guts. That's a complicated relationship. Bit of a sore subject. If you can, you should talk to old man Lobbit. I know you two were planning something out about Noriel, but anything with her is still a couple of years out at the minimum. She's underage, she can't legally inherit the company. If there's any irony to this whole situation, is that the public still thinks you're enemies and will probably hand him the keys to your company as some weird form of punishment. We're getting off topic though, we need to talk about employment. Your best bet is freelance work, but trading and mining might be difficult. I don't even know if the government will let you work for Spreaker Freight.
The way I see it, the only option left to you is star chasing.
How? I've no money, no assets. I doubt most people would give me a job.
Is he
I don't
supposed to
even
be
have a
floating?
ship.
That's not completely true.
Am I supposed to be walking?
I managed to drag this thing out of storage. Had to pull a lot of favors to get it cleared to fly, but it will.
I'll need to find work.
Talk to the
I've
chapter
got 25
master here
FPS
on
right now,
Valdrick.
dude.
They're a Macrovari. They won't care about your trial or anything else if they even know who you are.
That didn't help. Holy shit.
In the meantime, if you need anything, you know where to find me. You'll get through this, Cardoz. You're nothing if not competent.
How badly does this change? Changes nothing.
Thanks, Carbell.
What else are friends for?
It's floaty as fuck. It's supposed to be making noise? Not sure we're gonna be playing this for very long. Oh, here we go. Oh, thank you. Some light. Appreciate it. I'm trying to get past this a little quick because I don't really care. Can I just fly? Okay, we can talk now. Thank you. Idol Smasher Chapter Master. I want money. Pays better than most. Then I'm in. You're a Star Chaser? Dot dot. All right. Hmm. Hmm. I forgot. I'm still on 2.5.
See now where we have been forced to live for 1,000 years. But soon we shall rule the land above, and mankind will be gone. Gone? Crab people. Crab people are too small and weak to take over man by force, and so we came up with our perfect plan.
Hello, Ari.
If you can't beat man, change man.
The spiritual successor to Freelancer, in their own words.
When all the world is metrosexual, the crab people shall
F to
finally
that.
reign supreme.
Dog like people. Anyway, yeah, that's that was from South Park. This song. Couldn't resist when I saw this, dude. It's the spiritual successor to Freelancer, according to their own words. So it's like a semi-open world space. Oh my god, it's super Freelancer, dude. Jesus Christ. They weren't lying, man. This is like straight up Freelancer. Is a mod? Did I just pay $16 for a mod? Well, this feels like a malt a little bit.
Waypoint reached.
Bro, even the weapon's called Sunbeam. You mean this game or today? Like 10 minutes? 5 minutes? We're just doing some Attack on Titan while watching a trial taking place. Do I have to press F3 to dock or just fly through it? Okay, I can just fly through it. Bro, this feels like a mod.
Lane corridor interrupted. Collection failed. Collection
It's
failed.
beat the fucking Philip. Bro, this feels like a mod. It was, yeah, so far it's good. Let me stand up. I'm gonna turn the light on. It's super dark in here. Holy shit, this feels like a mod for Freelancer, which is not technically a bad thing, you know? Oh, there we go. 16 minutes. That's how long we've been playing. This morning, as I knew it, I was the leader of the universe. This afternoon, I am but a voice in a chorus of many. And yet, I feel it was a good day. Star Trek. Nerd!
Collection failed. Collection failed.
The hell is this?
Collection failed.
Let's try, buddy. Where do I even see my? I don't think I got hit at all. I've seen that. Where am I going? That's where we're going. This thing looks great though, I'm not gonna lie. It's just updated Freelancer so far. With terrible music choices. This is straight up just Freelancer. That's a game, that's a series we should play again at some point. Oh, they're so good. But you have to play them with the indoctrination theory in mind. Otherwise the ending falls apart. got him in my sights. That was straight out of Freelancer, bro.
Collection failed.
This isn't Spirito's successor. This is like a copy. There's a difference.
Collection failed. Collection failed.
This should really be voiced. I don't even have time to read it. Bro, I got like halfway, dude, and I'm a fast reader, okay? Jesus Christ. Always love doing this in Freelancer. Play with the guns when we're playing. In boost mode, I forgot what it's called. Cruise drive, cruise whatever. We like literally played through Freelancer not that long ago, to be honest.
Waypoint reached. Collection failed. Collection failed. Collection failed. Collection failed.
Jump hole is starting to swell up. Okay, that I like. Oh, yes, please.
Danger. Incoming storm.
What does that mean?
Darn. Looks like I just missed the Idol Smashers. Good to see you again all the same, rookie. You here for the storm? If so, I could use a chasing partner. Not sure I'm qualified. Bah, it's a Cat 1 storm. No better time to learn. Here, I'll shadow you and
You can kill a storm? What's going on? Gothic monster. Oh yeah, that's right. This is the Lovecraftian angle. Let me turn the music down a little bit.
show you the ropes. Forward to the rift.
Where am I going? Under spatial brief that I... Was that a Kraken? I know it's a Kraken thing, dude. Was that not a fucking... Yo, this looks weird. Can I make the hut smaller? It's super huge. Oh my god. Old scaly. It is a Kraken. Fucking typical. How do I set this one to always show? What the hell?
Serpent incoming! Looks like old Kaylee finally left her nest. Hope you know how to use your dodge thrusters, rookie. Let's go.
Oh my god. Interesting. Yo. Well, this is kind of laggy, man. I really wish it wasn't. Turn some shit off. Don't want to turn this off because it's gonna look horrid.
Collection failed.
Nice and clean. The Veil Drakes can use a man like you.
Collection failed.
We're not done yet, though. The snake's dead, and that means the rift's vulnerable. Let's get there and open fire.
This is some Lovecraftian shit. I love it. Oh, I gotta talk to this. I gotta get Swirly in here. Mexicans. Bro. This shit ain't weird at all.
And there we go. Clean and easy, just like a catwalk should be. You've got a real talent on this rookie. You probably need some more outfits, mind you. Most folk would want you to reckon rent, but I can make a suggestion. Right near Kaiser's Circle. If you're looking to live a different sort of life, check the job boards and talk to the bartender there. You're an old flying buddy. You take care now.
Different kind of life, huh? Sounds good to me. Let's be naughty. I aim to misbehave. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's super fucking jank so far, but I'm fucking loving it. Let's go, I'm here for it. And so are you, come here, you. Where you going? Where you going? No. 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 I swear, dude, they ripped the voice commands out of the fucking... straight out of Freelancer, dude. Docking request granted. Please proceed to dock 1. I wonder if that's legal. Like, they should just grab it, right? Just grab the ones from Freelancer, dude. It worked fine. That system was great. Alright. You dare touch me, Hataka? what, bitch?
Projectile inbound.
Ow.
Shield offline.
Ow, what's... Ow? The sound needs work.
Shield on.
I'm getting out of here. I
No, you're
don't want
not.
to die.
What you get, bitch? Everything is perfectly okay. Could be better. No, we're good. I guess this is. I'm guessing he's not at cases. See? Bro, this is super freelancer. I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I'm really not. Hello? Thank you. Because I was standing still. My bad. Interesting. Equipment dealer, trader, ship dealer, chapter house. Yeah. Ain't nobody got feet in this. They're all floating. Exceptionally poor station. Scalus, you eyeballing me? Shoot in her face. Shell. Dealer. Let's see ships. Okay, you're gonna need some better pictures. These all look the same. No, I guess it literally does just look the same. Placeholder, I'm guessing. Because when one is 3,000 hull and the other is 7,000 hull, I feel like there should be differences in the design. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. I'm not sure. Gotta go to the equipment dealer, which was this one. Okay, yeah, glass abundantly for okay. 4 is bitter. I'm guessing that was what those guys were talking about. Mother's milk? What? Was Sonic Whip? I think we're going for the medium. No. I'm definitely not doing freighter. Do I look like a fucking cargo pilot? No, I do not. Thank you very much. I ain't fat. I'm quite lean, which means speed. But I don't want to go light because, well, just do. I'd rather do 4-2. 2-4 is nice as well, but I'm guessing. Is there like a turn rate somewhere that we can tell? No? I'm guessing this one is way slower, right? There's... on the other side, man. Wait. Oh, yeah. Never mind. That works. I have no money. I can buy one. Oh, it's a gun. This is different. No. There it is. So what is this? Because we got one of these, no? In my cargo? Piercing missiles. How do I set that up? Like, where do I see my shit? I literally picked one up from the guy that I murderized. How do I see my ship's cargo? What's this now? Oh, it's like in the old days. But that's where you did before, so there's no... There we go. Yo, Q. Uploaded that video. Nothing we can pay. Oh shit. You said it, not me. Pornography, $244. Jesus. Fuck that. That's way too expensive. Let's fly to the other station.
Switching to engage. Star Chaser. Alpha 1-1.
Oh, I didn't swap. I didn't actually swap ships. Yo, this is straight out of fucking X. I like that.
Projectile impact.
Okay. Enjoy what the book.
Projectile inbound.
I'm getting out of here. I don't want to die.
Collection failed.
No, please, Croft above, no.
Collection failed. Projectile inbound. Collection failed.
No, please, Croft above, no.
Collection failed. Collection failed. Collection failed. Collection failed.
Loaded into cargo hold. I swap sheeps though? Actually, F5. I need to get rid of this shit for actual weaponry.
Shield offline. Projectile inbound.
Then swap over the ammunition.
Shield online. Collection failed.
Can't even shoot.
Shield offline. Projectile inbound.
Wait, am I out of ammo? I'm so fucking lost. This doesn't use ammo. Because I'm pressing B.
Collection failed.
That's how you... I died. That's how you pick up stuff. Can we not? Using all the wrong buttons. Why am I not going in? Doc. Okay, Gamma, it's a bit little buggy. Dog. Thank you. Yes. Can you not tell? It's $15. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, okay. R is rocket. Makes sense. What is target then? What? What? Oh, it didn't work. I don't know. Possibly. Okay. I was afraid of that. I'm gonna go back like 30 minutes.
Danger. Incoming storm.
Ah, darn. Looks like I just missed the Idol Smashers. Good to see you again all the same, rookie. You here for the storm? If so, I could use a chasing partner. Not sure I'm qualified. Bah, it's a Cat 1 storm. No better time to learn. Here, I'll shadow you and show you the ropes. Forward to the rift.
Here's where things get weird. It's Freelancer with a Lovecraft spin.
Serpent incoming. Looks like old Kaylee finally left her nest. Hope you know how to use your dodge thrusters, rookie. Let's go. Nice and clean. The Veil Drakes can use a man like you. We're not done yet, though. The snake's dead, and that means the rift's vulnerable. Let's get there and open fire.
Not weird at all, right? Oh, I started too fast on this. There is no verdict yet. Deliberations. Welcome back. Bro, a lot more fucking information was given where I'm like, Dude washed the knife, threw it away, lied to police through and through. Didn't even... Like, literally is, I don't know, I heard some yelling, I have no idea what's going on. Like, what? No, he did not. He did not turn himself in. At all. Oh yeah, I think so too. Like, honestly, that's what I'm caught on. Like, I'm like, oh, that's, I don't know. Also, his, when he was on the stand, bro, he said, I don't remember, like, a million times. It's like he doesn't remember anything from that day. Right? Bro, that is exactly my thought. How is that self-defense still then? Yeah, pretty crazy if you ask me. Bro, you can smuggle pornography in this game. What? It's kind of funny to me, not gonna lie.
Destination reached. Thanks for the help. This is Esker Green. 13-2. Rick and Red Shipyard. Docking clearance requested. Esker Green. 13-1. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 3. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 1.
This game is so freelancer, dude. Oh my god. I mean, that's what it says it is, so they're not lying. Crab people, crab people look like crab Talk like people. Ooh. Wow. Apparently you can craft in this game. They're taking a break. It's night. They're dormant. Oh, why do they look exactly the same? For fuck's sake. No? I'm still doing TRM. I haven't even started the New Game Plus. Okay. This game's intriguing, but I'm gonna leave it for what it is for now. And hope for some patches. They need to work on the audio. There's another game we want to check out today. What's the music here? I was actually listening to the Mass Effect soundtrack. Just so, yeah. In case you're wondering. Okay, this will be an interesting game. No. And yes. Clearly was set to 100. It's Factorio, Dyson Sphere, and a bullet hell combined, apparently. I played
Welcome,
Factorio,
traveler.
absolutely
You have been
adored
sent to
Dyson
these
Sphere.
deep reaches of the cosmos
I
to
still
grow.
played it.
Through a dark leviathan you have come, and you must consume all there is in this space to find your way through another. You are many, and you will be more.
Yes. Until I can't no more. And if they're really crap. Also, if it's too dodgy, I'm not playing it. Oh, sorry. They probably know. Combat chips. Oh, look, I got tiny little drones. Boom. Frenzy. Plasma bolt. It's gonna. Their audio thing needs work. Or I forgot what it was. C? Yeah. Mining structure. Placed near an asteroid, give it mining drones to automate mining. Medium density structure or robotic parts. Not sure what that means because it requires 24 iron ore. Oh. It depends on the game. That's, yeah. Yeah, okay, it makes these and then... In order to place structures, you need a construction bolt. Near the asteroid. What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. Is that porn? I ain't playing porn. Fuck off. Oh, okay. But it's above it. Why would that matter? Yes, it does. Yeah. I'm putting it into context of who's saying it. So we'll have 2 kilowatt left. I don't know what net stability means. No, but you were a troll. You like trolling. Minor bolts. It blows itself up after. What the fuck is that nonsense? Gather before self-destruct. 125. What? Why am I crafting suicide bots? They should just work forever. It's a bot. I need 4. Yeah, I'm not saying you trolled the last couple of days. Oh. I wasn't done reading that, but okay. Here's where it's gonna get complex. Probably because I have no idea what's coming. Let's go this way. It's not even on Steam though. What the fuck, bro? Jesus Christ. That's a mobile phone game. Why do you want me to play a mobile phone game? Atomic printer automatically creating symbols. Okay. We gotta check real quick. Oh no, it comes back. Really? Okay, the Fog of War is then really. Ooh, yo! Really cool. Shoot him! Thank you. Okay, so, I'm going down. We're going down. Oh, fuck my life. More power! No. Why not? How about this way then? I don't even have the. How do I need ore? Is this iron? How can I tell? Why did, yeah. Yeah, iron, okay. This is Factorio / Dyson Sphere in space with a bullet hell attached to it. I must admit, le intrigued. I literally have to put heat sinks on these stations. That's kind of cool. Makes a lot of sense too. Damn. Shit ain't small either. Is it this way or this way? The other way. I can already tell this is gonna get complicated. Which is not a bad thing. Can I do it this way? Yes, we can. Okay. That goes quite a ways down. Again with the ore. What was V? Oh yeah. You. This might take a while. Bruh. Yeah, it doesn't count because it's not connected. Oh, just like this one isn't. Whoops. No wonder. This is gonna get deep, man. I already know. Like, what? My brain. I might swap back over to the, the Titans. We're not. Not yet anyway, Kepa. Wait. Connect how? Can I just... Oh. Does that work? Is this connected now? I'm confused. Actually, I have a... Yeah. But then why is it still... That's better. Minor bolts. Under what? Select the ship assembler. Minor bolts. Just in case. AI controller circuits. I guess it is just a low density structure then. Okay, then it was one of those. Oh, that's a little red. That's no bueno. I get rid of what's on there. Let's do it this way. It's not weird at all. I'm guessing we're gonna have to place logistic bay here. What a waste, man. I get it, it's to show it, but yeah. Yeah, I'm nowhere near each other though. What the fuck? Guess I have to do one more and then one more. Allah jest. Oh, no, no. Could do it this way or just build these all the way up to here. I'm not sure this works. I guess that doesn't work. The hell? How do I get to asteroid sign? Did I do that already? Oh, I did that. Damn, not small. Interesting.
You have proven yourself capable of wielding this sector. Only large stepping stones will be given as guidance from here. A Leviathan lurks somewhere in this space. Build the Dark Stargate and send more of you through into the unknown, so that we may continue the great assimilation of the universe.
Okay. What do I need for bats? Silica and bauxite. Because we need controller and plasma. Okay, we're doing that already, no? Like, technically this is then capable of producing bats. How do I make the fence platform? Oh, grip. Bro, how many ships? Fucking hell. Those guys at least, yeah. Well, apparently it's still super broken, so why wouldn't I? Joey's not gonna get that, I think, by the way. It's a Tekken thing. Pretty much. Although I've seen they broke it, so a lot more than noobs are using it now. It's legit broken. Grants stability to any grid it's connected to. Costs more power with each additional connected stabilizer artifact. Wow. 20 kilowatt, that's a lot. Maybe later, huh? I have picked the technology though. Medium density structures from atomic printers. What? Does that work? Requires iron ore. So do I. We might get splitters. Did the research book die? Trying to figure out if they actually die or not. Because I swear I already had 4 research guys, and then all of a sudden 0.
High five.
I need the splitters so I can make more. I did it kind of bad though. I'm gonna get rid of this and then make a splitter here. Heck well. Same here. I can do that here though. Give me a few minutes. Let's hope I don't get anything blown up. I'll be back. Oh, am I still alive? Apparently, yes. So, who needs a bucket of popcorn? Let's go. Excuse me. Okay. Actually. Apparently that doesn't work. That's annoying. That works. I was overthinking it. This was my bad. I didn't have miners because the miners that killed themselves after a little while. I forgot. I'm so lost right now. Well, lost is saying much, but let's just do the cheap ones first. No, I want it. To do it myself, I guess. Not sure what any of that is needed for, because it doesn't really add anything that I can use. Ooh. Not sure how that's supposed to work. Increase production of an entire station grid. That's nice. Jesus. Holds a large number. It's cargo. For me, such as conductors cannot pull items out of this rig. That's cool. Not gonna lie, it's a little weird to hear the Stardew Valley pickup sounds. Damn, that's a big. Mistakes may have been made. Jump started? Fuck does that mean? Got another one here, right? Fuck. Okay. See, this I don't get because I can't actually hook onto it. Like, how's that work? This thing called? There's not enough information out yet. Okay, kinda big. You have no idea what the lasers are for. I need one of these stations here. I don't know how it works. We're really done. Oh crap! I keep building it instead of placing it. Right, because I only have 2 slots. But I need multiple because this doesn't work. But it's making heat now. So how do I connect something? Hang on. Let me just do random connection and then I don't know. The stability thing there. Boom. I need a strut for that instead. This one. I'm not sure that counts. What? Let's try it differently. Okay, that's working. Nice. Oh. What were we researching? This. What is this? Wait, is that per building or per... To all connected structures. So all of this should now have a healing effect. I feel like I need like more research. Can I place multiple research stations on one asteroid? Apparently, yes. Perfect. Hmm. It was hard to try. It does say illuminating, right? Hmm. Is it? I haven't really seen too much about it. I think I signed up to the beta. That's pretty much it. You see? Oh shit. You see the new Freelancer? There's like a game that looks pretty much exactly like Freelancer that just came out. There is no verdict yet, you're deliberating. I think it's gonna be guilty though. There's some sus shit that came out on that trial still. Like we saw the video, but that's definitely not the full story. Trying to dispose of the weapon is a big one for me. He rinsed it down and tried to dispose of it. And then when the cops, there's video of the hang on, let's see if we can find it. I know, right? Yeah, that's out the window in my opinion. Let's see if I can find it. here.
Temperature's okay in here? Yeah. Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed,
Um,
and I fit the description.
yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard
Did you
about
hear what he said?
You heard about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So
Bruh.
we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it.
Yeah, and I seen people gather around it.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty.
Clearly, he didn't realize it was on video. He tried to get away with it, so to speak. So that is, ooh, I don't like that at all. You know.
Like this.
Oh,
I
here's
don't know
he's
what
concocting
it
a
is.
story
I
here as
just
well.
know that I took the knife from one of the kids. The other one, I don't know what happened.
Holy shit!
This
What?
afternoon, we know they had lunch, presumably picked a jury foreperson. With the party sitting down, I'll go back and let's listen in to Judge Michael Waterman.
We're not.
D2, if you've been with us during the afternoon.
Okay, they just stopped. Okay, so it's for tomorrow then. Or, you know. Right? 100%. Like, you ain't a smart guy, you're just an idiot. These people in jail for a living. I'm pretty sure they'll find something. So shut the fuck up and let your lawyer do your job. Do his job. I'm gonna save this. I will swap over again to the other game. Sorry. I just wanted to test both of these out, but we're gonna play the freelancer one. Yeah, I agree. Agree. Even if you were in self-defense, dude, you tried to cover up the crime. That automatically, like, your self-defense claim is automatically on shake grounds now, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not on the jury. I'll put it that way. Also, we watched his testimony from yesterday. Bro, 50%, like, if not more than 50% of it is literally just like, I don't remember. I don't remember. I was so focused. I was so scared. I don't remember. I don't remember. Very little that you remember. Unless it works in your favor. Suddenly then you remember. Oh, I was super scared. Oh, but that you remember. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't think I know who that is. Oh. Yeah. Any politician. Unless you're schizophrenic with severe mental issues. Yeah. He's an engineer. I don't think he was schizophrenic with severe mental issues. I think he built himself a story. It does say multiplayer. You can play this multiplayer soonish. Well, probably not soonish, but yeah. Oh, I misclicked. I was trying to press continue. I did press continue. What? No, wait. Escape. Wait, view news? It shows me the news. Continue shows me. Oh, there we go. Finally. What the fuck was that? I cannot change my name, right? No, I can't. That's so weird, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm swapping back and forth, I know. To be fair, I know these 5 words. I know these 5 words that have historically been used by the Germans. Yeah, I can't actually. That sucks. Oh, that actually quits the game? No, okay, good. Wir haben das nicht gewusst. The Baldwin maintain a racetrack in the Chunli Dale system, which has organized and hosted contests of speed for centuries. The entire station is heavily formalized, with every racer on the track backed by some sort of corporate sponsor. All of them except the mysterious champion, whose victories and backgrounds are shrouded in myth. I know, yeah, that's why I mentioned it. So, this game is Freelancer with a Lovecraftian twist. It looks exactly like Freelancer, by the way. Like, exactly. True. To be fair, we never had Belgian colonists. Not really. It was... The Congo was never a Belgian territory. It was the literal personal property of the king. Which doesn't make it better. I know. But in fact, it makes it so much worse. I'm just saying, as a Belgian, I had nothing to do with that. Why do you have to wake up at 5 in the morning to go to the dentist? Take the medium. Reap? 45 minutes, man. My dentist is like around the corner. Literally. Oh, crap. That's annoying. They gotta fix that. Yeah. Well, apparently that is how it works these days. No, Z, U, swap, and then F5, C, deposit all. One by one. There we go. Was it all? Yes. Okay. And F6. Z. Swap. F5. C. Okay, this is Freelancer 2 technically, right? There is no Freelancer 2, so... Crap people, crap people. Look like crap, look like people. It even makes the same noises. Come on.
You are cleared to launch. Good luck out there.
Like, let me turn the HUD on so you can really see. This game straight up.
That's our destination. Thanks for the help. This is Pasco, Delta, 3, 2, Rick and Ren Shipyard. I need to dock.
Pasco, Delta, 3-1. Roger that. You are cleared.
How the fuck do I know what D5 is? What the fuck?
Initiating lane line merge.
I know, right? Yep, I don't see the waypoint though. Oh, this is the
Destination
waypoint?
reached.
Oh.
This is Pasco. We've 13-2. Rick and Red Shipyard. Requesting docking permission.
Besides the 4-letter word scam?
13.
That's a good question.
1. Docking permission granted. You're clear to land on docking port. Damn, network's down. Always down. What do I even pay for?
Lane corridor interrupted. Projectile incoming.
I didn't equip my fucking... Oh, I didn't get it this time, man. I didn't equip it. That happens.
Collection failed.
Oh no. I went the wrong way, didn't I?
Switching to engage matter.
No, no, we're good.
8-1. Enemy in range. Opening fire.
Oh, there we go. Looks like X4. No, dude, it looks exactly like Freelancer.
Taking fire. Going to try to shake them off.
Projectile inbound.
Countermeasure.
Collection failed. Collection failed.
Wait, does this work? Yo, have a good one, dudes. I won't be on for much longer either. I only slept 4 hours today in an attempt to fix my shit.
Collection failed.
I guess I have to.
Collection failed.
This is very X4 though. I'm not gonna lie. I said that last time as well. I'm a little confused, bro. Why isn't that updating? That's what I want to know. Oh, and sell at the trader Ricken. Okay, I gotta go back to Ricken Red then. Ricken Rent, whatever. What? Mimo! How you doing, girl? Not sure why my guy felt the need to fly that close to the pylons every single time. I was holding my heart. I'm good. Got some new space games. Me happy. Freelancer copy. This one.
Permission granted. You're clear
And
to land on docking port.
Factorio / Dyson Sphere in space. That kind of shit. Blow shit up with a big dick. And on the other hand, technically also blow shit up, but with a big brain. That's the trader, right? Right. Nice. I like money. How much money do I have now? Oh, I gotta level up as well, yeah. Why not? Fuck knows. Like, I swear this is just straight up freelancer. Does this have a mod attached to it? Not yet. It just came out, it's early access. It's literally freelancer. I'm not gonna lie. It might as well be a mod. That's how close it feels to freelancer. Looks better, obviously. Right? That's all I ever wanted from fucking Star Citizen, dude. Give me freelancer too, bro. No, he gives me this convoluted fucking money scheme. Fuck off. This Roberts is a douchebag. Should be in jail. I saw this one was on your wish list as well. What did you say? Hyperspace? That on Steam? It's not on Steam. Oh, hyper space. Space. Let me try again. Hyper space. $5, that ain't it. Nope. I'm thinking I'm guessing you're thinking about Underspace, which is this game. Oh no, sci-fi MMO Xbox. Okay, that is hyperspace. Hang on. It's an MMO, right? No, the last post they did is 2 years ago. I'm guessing this is dead. Play and earn space MMO. That's okay. Nope. No thanks. No wonder it's dead. Some NFT nonsense. Yeah, I can't find nothing about it, dude. Unless it is that play and earn, with that is super sus. I'm not gonna lie.
High quality open world space games are few and far between, but 2024 should see the release of at least one special looking title. Hyperspace N has been in development for quite a while at this point. In fact, I first spoke about this game way back on the 24th of January 2020, so next week that's going to be 4 years ago. Hyperspace has come a long way. Now the game's spaceship itself, there, cruise, fiction that the developers...
If this is it certainly looks cool.
Let me... Transitioning between the spacecraft and these other environments. The gameplay encompasses battling AI enemies, solving puzzles, and collecting resources. This really does emphasize the teamwork and role fulfillment within
looks
the
nice.
tool, which ultimately forms a backbone of the hyperspace experience. Now, whether or not you can play this as a solo adventure is something that
well, I had a
see.
hyperspace at play hyperspace. Last post 2022. But what worries me more is this bit right here. We'll see. But when the Twitter thing has the only free play and earn, oh, hang on. The only free play and earn space MMO. This is NFT talk. See, immediately NFTs, NFT, NFT, NFT. That is super sus. Yeah, I've seen it for in. Like, I see play and earn, I'm like, So maybe this is just outdated as fuck, right? Because again, April 22, 2022 is the last thing. What's the last reply? Yeah, the post itself. So, who knows? But, interesting. No? No, play and earn, when they say play and earn, that's cryptocurrency. But apparently that's something else. Do they not have a website?
High quality open world space games are few and far between, but 2024 should see the release of at least...
It is on Steam. Oh, it's called Jump Ship? Bro, they're changing their names and shit, man. That is like really suspect. Okay, they probably changed their names because they didn't want to be associated with the fucking X thing. The other hyperspace thing, the NFT nonsense. Mission-based co-op FPS. Nope. Okay, this is what? Okay, this thing is not a, this is what? I don't understand. Like this link leads to something else. Jump ship on Steam, not the same thing. And then that's this. What? I'm... Okay, it's not an MMO then. Okay, go ahead. I was just a little confused by that. Didn't they say it was an MMO here? Oh no, nor does it say that. Oh, it's probably because I read this here. It does say hyperspace the game here in hyperspace, but then it's jump ship now, so okay, that was super fucking confusing. Okay, back to Steam then. Jump ship. I mean, I'll keep my eye on it. Looks alright. Bro, it can barely run single player. Don't overdo it. Engine issue.
Launch ports are open. Kill the storm and have a nice day.
Oh, okay.
1. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 3.
Oh. Tab.
Routine cargo scan. Please stand by. All clear? You're clean.
Look. Engage.
You are cleared to launch. Good luck out there.
Press the wrong button. Don't press R.
projectile.
Oops. Fuck your family. Should have thought of that before you attacked me. Oh.
Lane line magnetized. Proceeding.
Collection failed. Collection failed.
Loaded into cargo hold. Loaded into cargo hold. Maybe I should go do the mission. The quest, not the mission. I'm doing the mission. It sounds like a speeder, dude. I like how even going into like high engine warp speed, so not warp speed, or cruise. Let's call it cruise speed from Freelancer 1. It has these like arcane markings, right? Because it's they Lovecraftian. They mix it with Lovecraftian shit. When there's like these storms that float in, and then you have to fly near the center of the storm, and then like some fucking animal weirdo beast thing shows up. You have to destroy that, and then you can like fly through the. You can attack the center of the storm to dissipate the storm and get like weird shit from it. I don't know. It showed us how to do it. It's very weird, but pretty cool, not gonna lie. $14,000. I was gonna do the quest, but then I saw 14K and my mind went, That's nice.
You are cleared to launch. Good luck out there. This is our stop. Thanks for the help. Preparing. This is Lobbit Gold 13 to Rick and Rand Shipyard. Requesting docking permission. Lobbit Gold 13-1. Docking permission granted. You're clear to land on docking 1.
Lane line merge.
Depends on the sun and the system. Like, this is the first system we've seen, dude. Also, what the hell? Did I just noticed this. What is this?
Docking ports in sight. Thancroft, it all went well. This is Junktek, Delta 2. Raven Star Spire. I need to dock.
Junktek. 1. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 4.
Projectile inbound. Projectile inbound.
Fuck your shields, bitch. You never should have come here, and now you're gonna die.
Squad mate down.
Collection failed.
Boo.
Collection failed.
Use a dead bitch. Oh, I fucking pressed the goddamn rocket button again. I gotta stop doing that.
This is our stop. Thanks for the help. Preparing for final sequences. This is Speaker. Gamma 1, 2. Raven Star Spire. Docking clearance requested. Speaker. Gamma 1-1. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 5.
Really? Looks like.
Collection failed.
Let us roll the cigarette. Oui, oui. I wish to kill myself slowly. That was an easy 14K, I'm not gonna lie.
Destination reached. Thanks for the help. This is Lobbit Blue 3-2, Rick and Red Shipyard. Requesting docking permission. Lobbit Blue 3-1. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 1.
Your request to land is granted. Proceed to dock 1.
Stand by. We're scanning your cargo bays for any contraband. Asker Alpha 10-1. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 1. Mind if I poke around your cargo bay a bit? Didn't think so.
This is like, I swear to God, this is 1-1 fucking freelancer, bro. Like, the way people talk to each other, the way the game plays, I am absolutely loving it. Again, that's a good thing. Just maybe remove these. No, you know what? Let's Oh, hey, Grafton. Wait, so there's a crafting thing. How does that work? Interesting. I'm intrigued by this game, though. If they do a good job, it could be fun. However, they definitely need to add mod support, like a Steam Workshop. That's why freelancer still exists today, by the way, because of the mod. So you'd be a fool not to. I'm gonna see what they're saying about it in the discussion. That's just ridiculous. Oh no. I think I need to be here.
Kill the storm and have a nice day.
Yeah, son of a bitch. I just needed to press, I needed to go to the...
Norbit, Delta 1,
Never mind.
2, Rickenren Shipyard. I need to dock.
Orbit Delta 1-1. Docking permission granted. You're clear to land on Delta 2. Might do a new line of work. Could be an actor. Yeah.
Lane corridor interrupted.
Trying to roll secrets.
Projectile inbound. Collection failed.
Those missiles are actually super fucking useful for once.
Collection failed.
Ooh, ow.
Collection failed.
Okay, don't fly through the wreckage. Gotcha. I remember in Freelancer, the missiles were garbage. Like, absolutely trash. If you hit one, it was like...
Shield online.
Thanks for the help. This is Speaker. We've 13-2. Small and trade yard. Docking clearance requested. Speaker. We've 13-1. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 7.
Someone run a system check. I'm getting interference.
Attention detected ships. This is the Paganite Station 2. Loose Necro Convoy. You are on our scanners requesting identification.
This is Gold 10.
Codes received and verified. Requesting additional information.
Sorry, I know I was going in circles. I was turning the music on.
This is Star Chaser. Gamma 1.
Codes received and verified. Requesting additional information on your current objectives.
Additional information. Current objectives.
Goose, Gold 10-1. Docking permission granted. You're clear to land on docking port 1.
This is Speaker. Blue.
Bro, even the docking rings are exactly the same. This is just Freelancer, bro. Again, that's not a bad thing. Not bad at all. Is that big thing gonna go through the... Okay, whatever. This man.
Stand by. We're scanning your cargo bays for any contraband. Attention, ships in range. This is Agonites. All clear? You're clean?
That thing just fucking flying to the planet?
This is Orbit Blue
Wasn't me.
5. Codes received and verified. Requesting additional
I didn't see
information on your
nothing.
current
I didn't do
objectives.
nothing. Not involved. Somebody else clean up the mess. This could not be more freelance. It's crazy. Your friendly button. What is it? Yeah. Creepy. Alright. On Planet Vault. That's where I'm at, though. I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going. Over here, I guess, then. What's this? All aboard the night train. Why is this crooked? It's just weird. I do like equipment. Whoa. The lower elements of society. Supposedly we own this, but we got ousted. Make that skippable, please.
Codes received and verified. Requesting additional information on your current objectives. Leyline magnetized. Proceeding. Stopped. Thanks for the help. Preparing for final sequence. This is
Was that the tutorial? No. Good night. Yes. What was that under? Okay, thanks for letting me know exactly what the shit. Useless. The worst part is the first time it did tell me, but then yeah. Okay, you need to fix that. It needs to tell me what the colors mean. I did not want to move. It moves for me, I do not move for you. Look everybody, it's a holy. I wonder if it's tight. Still works. This literally is Freelancer, bro. I just pressed the button that I use in Freelancer that uses jump call. Bruh.
Danger. Incoming storm.
Wonderful. What category? Category 2. That's the first time we've seen that. Okay, so incoming storm. Interesting. Is that it? I guess that's it. I wish I had like a scanner that told me what that is. I mean, a station, I'm guessing. Clearly. Yes. Oh, item info. The main washer base in Baldwin Space. The parish serves as an easy point from which the washers can smuggle drugs and preach their love of storms. Many are worried, however, that the parish has only remained hidden due to the newness of Guria. Excuse me. And in time, they will be detected and kicked. Well, I detected you. Still, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the quest. Nope. So I'm actually gonna go back. Through the jump gate, I wanna see how that works. I mean, I know how it works. I just wanna see the jump gate itself do its thing.
Lane corridor interrupted. Collection failed.
Oh no, that's the jump gate. Oh, it looks weird. Oh, you're gonna lose more than your wingman, son. Oh, shit.
Collection failed.
I'm getting out of here. I don't want to die.
Sorry.
Collection failed.
Do I just fly through it, or do I just fly through it? I make some money, upgrade my guns. I'm basically shooting blanks right now. Pretty much.
Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 4.
Manual docking's better. I'm not gonna lie. We don't have employees, we have family members. We don't have customers, we have fanatics. I'm glad you asked about the legal battles. Typical in any large corporation, Jungtech's ongoing lawsuits only account for 20% of all legal cases in the galaxy anyway, while Alco accounts for 25%. And most of those are for things like wage theft or worse. Jungtech is proud to hold its monopoly, but what's so wrong with that? Exploding moons? Question mark. I'm gonna sell this. Okay, you can apparently you can mine. That's kind of interesting. I like mining, even though it's kind of boring theoretically, but I like to do it. I just noticed the price. Holy fucking shit. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Okay. Sounds dangerous. Let's do it.
Launch ports are open. Kill the storm and have a nice day. This is our stop. Thanks for the help preparing for final sequences. This is Speaker. We've
Turn that off because that's annoying.
11-2 Raven Star Spire. Requesting docking permission. Speaker. Dash. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 4.
He wasn't sure. 4? Maybe? Oh yeah, I did that.
Waypoint reached.
That was easy. The hell? Weird.
You are cleared to launch. Good luck out there. Roger that. You are cleared to dock. Proceed to dock number 4. Switching to engage. launch. Good luck out there.
It's confusing the hell out of me that it was Shift W to go into cruise mode on Freelancer, but here Shift is boost and W, you need double W to boost or to go into cruise mode.
Waypoint reached.
See what I mean? I did it again.
Requested docking.
Can do that from here? Probably not, he didn't respond. How do I get rid of this though? It's actually really annoying. Super fucking huge. Bitter.
You are cleared to launch. Good luck out there. Docking permission granted. You're clear to land on docking port 4. You are cleared to launch. Good luck out there.
Starting to build up a little bit of a bank. Small one. Every time, bro. Fuck. God damn.
This is our stop. Thanks for the help. Preparing for final sequence. This is Lobet Beta 3-2 Raven Star Spire. Requesting docking permission. Lobet Beta 3-1. Docking permission granted. You're clear to land on docking port 3. Enemy in range, opening fire.
Fuck your enemy. colors. Didn't mean to do that. You can change the colors of the ship. I mean, and buy new ships and stuff. Like it's freelancer. With a Lovecraftian twist. Okay. You should play it. It's pretty good. It's literally like this, right? Same fucking UI. Oh, it looks different. But yeah. Wait, didn't I change the UI colors? I did. Why didn't it work? Weird.
You are cleared to launch. Good luck out there.
Like, the mechanics are the exact same as Freelancer. Completely the exact same. Like, I opened this game, I was like, this could literally be a mod for Freelancer. Like, 100%. Don't know yet. I'm guessing you can, because mods made that possible in Freelancer. And people loved it. But maybe not. We've seen bigger ships already. One of them crashed into a planet when I was talking. Wait, what? Where did I put a fucking waypoint to it? Jesus. This much. Weapons, thruster, heavy equipment, AI, mine layers, chaff, equipment, right? In this case, a shield and extra hull plating, hull webbing unit, sealed cache charger, scanners, cloaking fields, friend drive augment. No idea what the fuck this is. Engine tuning kit. This is stuff I picked up. Well, these are this is my healing for shields, my healing for hull, my chaff ammo, and my seeker ammo, or my missile ammo, and then these things I picked up. I don't even know what the fuck this is. This is to make stuff, I guess. Oh, shit, sorry. Freelancer also had like a really nice amount of ships and stuff. Different types, like a freighter, light fighter, medium fighter, heavy fighter. And then eventually with mods came bigger ships and capitals. The weapon, the weapon's just fucked up, dude. I'm so confused. Like, what the hell is this? Now it just whopped. It was like 2 kilometers here just now. Whatever. Early access. Data center. This one has ships for sale. Let's have a look.
Roger that. You Proceed to dock number 1.
Like even the environments look like they would be somewhat in freelancer. You don't run around, you don't walk around in them like this. You just click on the things at the top, right? F3, F4, F5, and then that's how you move around. Oh, customize character. There you go. You can change your shit. I can't do that apparently. I can. Boom. Yeah. This is just the same. By character it meant ship. And you got different ships as well. These have tier 2. Interesting. Oh wow. Interesting. Jesus. Oh, that jumped to tenfold. The other ship was 26k. The fuck? Damn. Okay, I have no idea what the fuck. This is. It says cargo item, but I can't sell it. I feel like I should put these in the storage. So I don't remember how to do that. There it is. That's how. Oh, okay. It doesn't even show up. Okay, we're just gonna ignore it. That's fine. Task Force lead. I know where their base is. No? Don't want to know? Okay. You no pay, you no find out. Okay. Be a courier. Slightly boring probably. We're just gonna have to do trade lanes, but it'll make me go to other places.
Launch ports are open. Kill the storm and have a nice day.
I suddenly look a lot swagger. A lot more swag, I suppose. Turn the physics off. Pew 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 pew. And back on. very useful in high-level attacks. Wait, where am I going, actually? It's not telling me what the record station is, though. It's at Zolace, right? Is this to Zolace?
I'm taking on Star Chaser Alpha 1-1.
Nope.
Projectile inbound.
Oh shit.
Collection failed. Projectile inbound. Collection failed.
I'm getting out of here. I don't want to die.
Collection failed. Waypoint reached.
Ricket Prison in Zulace. Uria, Adrix, Zulace.
Waypoint reached.
It's getting super fucking late. I'm actually gonna stop it here. 1:30 in the morning. I'm trying to fix my schedule before I have to go back to school. So, play more tomorrow, definitely. So far, we're having a blast. Little janky. The voice acting is terrible. But, yeah. I'm enjoying it so far. It's freelancer with a twist, you know? Literally. Like, I like that. We need more freelancer. Alright, guys. Thank you all so much for hanging out. But I'm gone for today. Oh, shut the fuck up, me. I'll be back tomorrow. Same place, same time, every day of the week. Let me liberate somebody. Boom. Okay, that's it. Peace the fuck out. See you tomorrow. More Freelancer 2, I suppose. Go away. I like you. Bye bye.